All right, everyone. Very warm welcome to the day one of the Generative AI Mastermind at Outskill. Super excited to get started with this batch of the Generative AI Mastermind. Quickly doing a tech check. Are you all able to hear me well and see me well? As we get started, I want to make sure that that all of you are able to hear me well and see me well. Perfect. Drop a yes in the chat if the audio is fine on your end, if the video is fine on your end. I see that a lot of people are still joining in, so I'm going to give it quick 2 to 3 minutes for everybody to be able to settle down and for me to be able to set context and welcome all of you into Outskill. But I see that on the chat, all of you are able to hear me well and see me well. In case my audio is breaking for anyone or my video is breaking for anyone, please feel free to drop off and join back in. And as all of you are dropping that yes in, somebody is asking me whether there's no audio. It could be I'm speaking as loud as possible, Rutura, but you might want to have headphones or earphones plugged in so that you are able to hear me well. And Ashwani, everything that we are going to be doing here is going to be primarily in English. We will keep it simple so that all of us are able to understand the language. But I'm sure there are people from outside of India as well joining in. So we are going to keep everything in English. And I see that a few questions are coming in. We will answer all of those questions, Fernandez and everybody else, as we move forward. But very warm good morning to everyone. And as everyone joins in, please do take some time out to answer the poll as well, because that is going to give us a very good sense of who you are, what your background currently looks like, how many years of work experience do you hold, and also which device are you using to join in into this session. I see that most of you are using a laptop or a desktop. So kudos to all of you for using a laptop or a desktop. But for those of you who are joining in from a mobile phone, if possible, I would highly recommend you to move to a desktop or a laptop, because that is going to help you have a bigger screen and follow everything that we are going to be teaching you over today and tomorrow, because this is unlike all of the other workshops that you might have attended. This is a 2 day long AI training. So it's important that you're equally absorbed as us in this entire training as we move forward. So take this time to switch to a laptop or a desktop if that is possible. Am I clear? Am I clear? Drop in clear on the chat. A lot of you are asking about recordings. We will not be able to provide recordings, and I'll make it very clear as we move forward as well as to why we cannot provide the recordings. And those of you who are asking about breaks, of course, we are going to give you breaks. We are going to help you learn in the best possible manner. So don't worry about it. I will set complete context as we get started. Wonderful. Drop in a me on the chat if this is your very first session at Outskill. Drop in a me on the chat. Come on, yaar. I don't want anybody to ask me about transcripts or certificates at this point of time. We're just getting started. I'm here to help all of you learn everything in a good way and also give you all the resources that are required. So trust me on this journey, and let me go ahead, share my screen, and once again officially welcome everybody into the 2 day generative AI mastermind at Outskill. I see that a lot of you are attending your very first session at Outskill. So let me quickly close the chat and give you all a brief about what Outskill is all about and what we have been up to lately. Well, we are the world's first and the largest generative AI education platforms. And we live and breathe only one thing, which is what we have been doing lately, and that is AI. I'll tell you something fundamentally difficult when it comes to teaching AI. Teaching generative AI cannot happen if you're not practitioners yourself. Give me a thumbs up or a heart if you agree that you can only learn generative AI from people who are actively using all of these AI models and tools, because there is so much expansion happening on a daily and monthly basis. And unless and until someone is actively using all of these generative AI tools, it becomes impossible to teach them as well. Over the last 3 years, a lot of processes inside of Outskill itself, which is an edtech organization with over 150 people working outside of Bangalore, we have been able to transform a lot of our systems and processes with generative AI. and we have a research team. We have a we have a strategy AI strategy team that only works on learning more about generative AI and being able to transform our own processes and also teach people how generative AI applications really work. And inside of Outskill, we have a large and ambitious vision of helping more than 100 million plus people globally by 2028 learn and upskill themselves with generative AI, because we truly believe that this is going to build the next generation workforce. And from India, we want to be a part of this global change that is happening all across. And what you're attending, what you have given your time to over these 2 days, is probably the most powerful 2 day AI training programs that has ever been created. And I'll tell you some stats to just pump you up, get you all warmed up. The same AI training program that you're attending, and give me a heart if you love these numbers that you're seeing on the screen. The same AI training that you're attending today and tomorrow has been taken by over 11 million plus people from 173 plus countries from across the globe. And over 100 million plus hours of learning has happened on our platform at Outskill. And over a CSAT of 4.5 on a scale of 5 is what we have gotten so far. Now, at this point of time, I want to ask all of you on the chat, where is it that you are joining in from today? Can you all drop it in on the chat? Where is it that you are all joining in from today? Mayuk says India, Canada, Nepal, Bangalore, Mumbai, Bhutan, Texas, Australia. It might be quite late in the night for those of you who are joining in from Australia, but thank you so much for showing this intent and taking the time out. Bangalore, Philippines, Andhra, Vizag, my hometown, lovely. Saudi Arabia, Dubai, South Africa. And I hope all of you are also taking a look at the chat box at this point of time. You will literally see people from all over the world joining in to learn generative AI over today and tomorrow. How exciting is this? The chat at this point of time is blowing up. Paris, Nainital, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Antarctica, Germany, India, Hyderabad. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let me quickly turn the chat off. But you get a sense that we once again have people joining in from all across the world to learn generative AI. And because it's a global audience that we have here, we will only stick to English so that everyone understands and follows along and finds it easy to learn. And we're going to make sure that all of us feel as inclusive as possible. And that is why my request to all of you is to not spam on the chat whenever we turn it on, so that we get the opportunity to see the responses coming in from all the thousands of you who are on this call at this point of time. Drop in a heart if this already looks very, very exciting to all of you, because all of us have already come together from different parts of the world on the same call, and we're going to be spending not just 1 day but 2 days, the next 16 hours together. On that note, if you're wondering who I am, well, my name is Funny Krishna. You can call me PK if you're from outside of India and you might find it difficult to pronounce my full name. I'm currently the Associate Director of Growth and one of the founding members here at Outskill. More than anything else, I've done a lot of things in my entire career, but my whole career started with teaching people. I love helping people become the best versions of themselves. And I started my career from teaching children and went all the way up to helping adults upskill themselves. And eventually, with Outskill, today we have a closed community of over 10 million plus people who are all AI enthusiasts learning and building incredible things with generative AI. This is the kind of power that we want all of you to witness over today and tomorrow. And by the end of this mastermind, by the end of tomorrow, I guarantee you all that you will witness things that you will start incorporating from Monday itself. If you want to go ahead and check out more about what I have been able to do in my entire career, I'm just dropping in my social links as well so that all of you get a sense of what I have been up to lately. But here's a quick rundown of how we are going to be spending today and tomorrow together. You can take a screenshot of this entire slide. We have already shared the entire schedule with all of you. But like I said, we're going to be spending close to 8 hours today and close to 8 hours tomorrow. Of course, there's a lot that we wanted to teach you in this AI mastermind. And that is the reason why we had to split it into 2 different days. Today, we are going to get started by learning the foundations of generative AI. We're going to learn something called as prompt engineering and context engineering. We're going to be exploring a lot of generative AI tools. In fact, towards the second half of today, we will start building our own AI bots and AI assistants in the form of tools. And yes, you do not know how to write a single line of code to be able to do all of this. Today is a very, very exciting day because by the end of today, you will be able to create your own AI tools for problems that you might be having as of today. And tomorrow, we're going to take it one level up, one notch above. We're going to be learning how we can build actual digital products without writing a single line of code. And also, we're going to be teaching you how you can build automations for process optimizations without writing a single line of code. Drop in a heart if this sounds exciting. And also drop in exciting on the chat if this looks absolutely exciting for all of you as to what we are able to cover in just 16 hours. Learning all of this on your own would probably take you around 6 months to 1 year, but we are able to package all of that into 2 days. We are going to get started very, very soon. I see that a few more people are joining in. So I thought I'll take the first 15 to 20 minutes to set context for everyone, and then we will dive into the learning right away. Thank you so much for that patience. And it's also very important for everyone to have the context as well. Wonderful. Loving the excitement that all of you are showing. And Zayed, would be nice if you don't spam on the chat. Otherwise, our team will have to put you out. Whenever we ask you to put a message, drop it only once so that everyone gets a chance. And that is how we form an inclusive community. By the way, for everybody who is going to complete today and tomorrow, you will be having a bonus day on Monday as well. And I'll shortly reveal what is it that we will be covering during the bonus day as well. But the bonus day invitation will only be sent to the people who are completing day 1 and day 2, which is today and tomorrow. You can complete it either from your mobile phone or your tablet or your laptop or a desktop. Laptop and desktop is more preferred so that you are able to have a very, very good experience as we move forward. And if you're wondering if I'm going to be the person who will be teaching you, well, here and there, yes. But we have some incredible mentors also coming in to teach you. And today, you're going to be meeting two such mentors, Raghuveer and Vaibhav Sisanti. Raghuveer has been an ex-marketer himself. He has been a brand marketer all throughout. He has worked with brands like Uber and Nas Daily previously. And lately, he has started consulting and started a bunch of startups all by himself because of what AI has enabled him to go ahead and do. And of course, how many of you know Vaibhav Sisanti? Drop in a thumbs up or a heart if you already have heard of Vaibhav Sisanti. How many of you have seen Vaibhav Sisanti's podcast? Drop in a me on the chat if you have come across Vaibhav Sisanti's podcasts on AI. He has done podcasts with some incredible YouTube creators and influencers like Raj Shamani, Think School. Lots and lots of you, yeah? Well, guess what? And he also has more than 1 million followers on Instagram. He has more than 500K followers on LinkedIn. How many of you here are trying to grow your personal brand on platforms like LinkedIn? Drop in a me on the chat. Me on the chat if you're trying to grow your personal brand on platforms like LinkedIn. Well, Vaibhav has more than 500,000 subscribers on LinkedIn or followers on LinkedIn and more than 250,000 followers on YouTube. He's going to come in today towards the second half from 1:45 p.m. to 6 p.m. IST to teach all of you a bunch of things in terms of how he has been using AI. And these are just the mentors for today. We have such incredible mentors for day 2 as well. So there is a lot that you're going to be learning. And the beauty about this entire mastermind is that you get to interact with these people live rather than just watching a YouTube video of them, or rather than trying to read through multiple other resources. You're going to meet them live and you're going to be learning with them live, and you're going to be asking them questions as well about everything that they're going to be teaching you. And yes, if you are able to complete day one and day two of the mastermind, we will be awarding a certificate as well to all of you. I saw that a few of you are very, very excited to receive certificates, but let me tell you this very, very clearly before we get into the crux of session one itself. The certificate will only be provided to those people who are able to complete day one and day two. A lot of people would want to use this certificate to go ahead and put up on LinkedIn or on their resumes, but we cannot allow that to happen for those people who are not able to complete. And the reason why I'm saying that a lot of people don't end up completing is because learning for 16 hours is not an easy job. We have more than 10,000 people at this point of time on call, but by the end of today, I know that a lot of you might want to give up to the cognitive overload, might want to just click on that leave button, because it's very, very easy to click on that leave button and drop off and go back to your working day or go back to doing anything else. But let me tell you this, the people who stick around are the people who are going to continue to learn and continue to win in this world of AI as well. Drop in a thumbs up if you think it's absolutely fair to only give the certificate to those people who are completing the whole mastermind end to end. Thumbs up if you think that is fair. Wonderful. Wonderful. And as we get started, as your host, it's also my responsibility to give all of you a few tips to make the most of this training. And that is, while there are a lot of things that I'm showing you on the screen, like being respectful and kind, having the trust and patience to stick around with the entire flow that we have put up for everyone, not to spam on the chat and to challenge yourself. One thing that I will certainly tell you, and I'll give you a minute or two to be able to do this, is to be able to take out your notebook. Take out your notebook, take out a pen, because there is going to be a lot that you will want to write down in your notes. There will be a lot that you might want to go back and recap. While we will be sharing a lot of resources and documents with all of you as we move forward, I would want all of you to go ahead and take notes as well. If you are ready with a notebook in your hand, drop in ready on the chat. Ready on the chat if you are ready with a notebook in your next to you. It could be a digital notebook as well, but do not just rely on AI note takers. We should be taking notes humanly with our hands. Wonderful. Good to see that most of you are ready. Good to see that most of you are ready with a physical notebook. Now, just a quick thing about Zoom. While everybody was dropping in ready on the chat, you might not have been able to read those messages. That is because I will be controlling the chat and I will be setting the chat to host and panelists at multiple points of time. Because, like I said, there are thousands and thousands of people who have joined in. If we turn the chat to everyone, you will have a flood of messages on your screen and your computer might hang. And that is the reason why we will set it to host and panelists most of the time so that you don't get disturbed with the messages that come in. But how do you respond to us? Well, with the reactions that you see on the screen. You can all react to us with a thumbs up or a heart if you are loving what we are covering. If there is something that you think is going to be very useful for you, you can drop in a heart. I love the reactions that are coming in at this point of time. And in case these reactions are bothering you, you can go ahead and turn them off as well. There will be a setting that you will find on the Zoom screen and you will be able to control the whole panel from there. Keep those hearts coming in. Click on the heart button if you're already loving this mastermind so far. Wonderful. 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 With that being said, let me give you some context. As I look at the poll, I see that we have people from all walks of life, people with different years of experience. I truly believe that these 2 days are going to be the most impactful 2 days of your life. If you are a business owner or a startup founder or a solopreneur or an entrepreneur, implementing AI in your business is going to help you unlock 10x growth and an unfair advantage as well. You're going to see multiple examples of this coming out alive over today and tomorrow. And those examples should spark ideas within your own mind. And if you are a working professional and a student, you do not want to lose out on your job in times like these, and that is what we are going to prepare you for over today and tomorrow. And let me also tell you this, for all the working professionals and students, there is a beautiful opportunity lying around there now to become business owners, consultants, startup founders, because what it used to take to be able to start a company earlier is not what it takes as of today. It has become much easier to be able to bring our ideas to life with AI, and that is what you will be seeing all throughout. And I see that a lot of you have more than 10 plus years of experience. Let me give you all this confidence. Do not worry what your age is. Do not worry whether you know how to use computers really well or not. Do not worry whether you know computer languages like Python, R, etc. AI is truly for all. It truly does not matter if you are someone who can write code or who cannot write code. In fact, with this technology that we have never seen before, all these big giants are trying to make computers easier for human beings like all of us to go ahead and use. So even if you do not know how to write a single line of code, you will be able to do a lot of things that you have not been able to do until today. And that is what we are super excited to teach all of you. Now, as we get started and as I set further context, I want all of you to drop in a promise on the chat, because I'm here this weekend to give my 100% to all of you. Will you also give your 100%? Promise on the chat if you will also give your 100% to everything that we are going to be teaching. Because while we don't need to write code ourselves today, we still have to learn the right ways of using the generative AI models to get the right results. There is a method to this madness. We are going to help all of you learn everything in a very, very slow and nice manner, but we need your 100% focus and 100% attention. So drop in that promise on the chat so that it boosts my energy up as well as we get started. You're here for 2 days. Someone just dropped this in on the chat that no matter what, I'm here for 2 days. I love that, my friend. I love that. I love that. Wonderful. Wonderful. You see, if all of us are doing this together, we will all be able to pull through it absolutely well. And that's the only and only way in which this can work out. Now, like I said, we will not be able to provide recordings to anything that happens here, primarily for tech reasons and the way we have designed this entire experience as well. We will be providing a lot of resources to all of you, but we will not be able to put out the recordings. So make sure you have that notebook and make sure you're taking notes and make sure you're taking down all the resources that we go ahead and share as well. Now, at this point of time, before I bring Raghuveer in, I want all of us to come onto the same page, because there are literally more than 12,000 people at this point of time on the call, and all of us would have used some form of generative AI already. It could be in the form of ChatGPT, it could be in the form of Claude, it could be in the form of DeepSeek. Can you all drop in the name of any LLM that you all have played around with on the chat? Any large language model, or not even a large language model, I would say any AI tool that you would have used. Gemini, Grok, ChatGPT, Copilot, GPT-5. GPT-5 is the large language model, by the way, and ChatGPT is the tool that we all have used, right? Grok, nice, nice. Notebook LM, okay, okay. I see some interesting names coming in. All of us have always gone ahead and played around with a lot of AI tools or even a lot of AI models. And if you look at the poll at this point of time, we literally have people who are working professionals, founders, freelancers, a bunch of people who are getting started with their careers, people from different areas of expertise as well, people with different years of experience joining in. So what I want to get started with is I want to set the floor the same for everyone, and I want all of us to be able to zoom out. We zoom out before we zoom in. And by zooming out, I want all of us to understand what generative AI, or rather agentic AI, is doing. You see, we are all entrepreneurs or working professionals doing different things at this point of time in our life. And there are a lot of hustlers as well, I assume, who are doing a full time role and also trying to start something of their own as well. I want to talk to all of you individually and try and give you context about what generative AI, or rather agentic AI, is truly doing, and why whatever you have decided to do this weekend, which is to spend 16 hours learning this, is the right decision. And to start with, I want to talk about all the working professionals because, if you look at any news page as of today, the one headline that you will always read every day is that X company has laid off so many employees. And this has brought in a lot of fear amongst everybody, amongst every working professional today. If you ask them, what are they most scared about? Well, the answer that you will listen to is that I'm scared about AI taking my job away. Well, today, or rather in this training, in these 16 hours, I want you to keep that fear aside because we are going to help you not be worried about this at all. You see, you need to understand what truly is happening and why companies are having to lay people off. Why are companies letting go of people and not hiring more people? It is because until today, all of us focused on becoming specialists. We all tried to own our own respective job roles. And that is how we all became marketers. If you break down marketers, we all became performance marketers or brand marketers or content marketers, or rather designers or software developers or data analysts or auditors or sales professionals or accountants. Can you all drop in? What domain are you specialized in as of today? What is your domain of specialty? Could be medicine. Okay. Ashok Bhai, would love it if you're kind on the chat. We have a flow and we are going to stick to that flow. Finance, photography, HR, school, IT operations, software, data analysis, sales and marketing, auditing, product management. You see, all of us have specialized in some domain or the other. But over the next 2 to 3 years, all of these roles will essentially cease to exist. Why? Because AI has the capability of replacing all of these specialist roles. That is what we are seeing happening all across the globe as of today. Companies like Microsoft, Meta, ByteDance, Intel, TCS in India, Infosys, Amazon, all of these companies are letting go of their existing people, and they have also paused hiring. The reason is, for you to be able to do X amount of work, earlier you needed 100 people, but today you don't need 100 people to get that work done because AI can be very, very helpful. In fact, Microsoft recently put out an article. I don't know if you're able to read through this entire article here, but we will probably share this across with all the resources that we will be sending out to all of you as well. But if you look closely, these are all the jobs that Microsoft's research team thinks AI will take away first. And if you look at this, it includes a lot of jobs that all of us do as of today. It includes the job of researchers, sales representatives, customer success representatives, software developers, engineers, accountants, finance experts. All of these jobs are included in this particular list. And they released another list as well that has jobs that AI will not replace. And those jobs look like carpentry, plumbing, teaching, right? So it's a very interesting world that all of us are heading into, where all of the work that all of us have been doing until today are currently being taken over by something called as AI agents. It's not ChatGPT that will take your job away, or it's not Claude, or it's not Notebook LM, or it's not Gemini. It is AI agents that will have the capability of taking your jobs away. But if you ask, funny, what are these AI agents and how are these AI agents different from ChatGPT or a Gemini? Well, these are powered by any of these LLM models, and that is what you will be learning today as well. But these AI agents are computer models that are built using agentic AI principles. And because they are built using agentic AI principles that you will all be learning about in the second half today, they can perform tasks in a completely automated or a semi-automated manner without the need of human beings being there in the entire loop. And if you actually think about this on a very, very meta level or on a high level, it's like human beings, right? All of us have our human brains. Now, if you think about what has happened to your human brain since your childhood, you will realize that you have been teaching your human brain a lot of things by going to school, by reading books, by consuming things from the internet, by listening to people, by observing things around you. Imagine that you're replacing the human brain with a computer model, and you're training the computer model with vast amounts of data sets from all across, from the internet, from books, from what the computer model is seeing around it, from the actions that the computer model is taking all throughout. If it is able to continuously learn, don't you think that the computer brain will eventually be more powerful than a human brain? Drop in a thumbs up if you're getting a sense of how these AI models are eventually developed. These are all computer models that are trained with a lot of data. And today, you will understand how this training happens. You will understand what happens because of this training and how, as end users, we can all make use of this training. But these AI agents, because they have the ability to run on their own, because they have the ability to run 24 by 7, and because they can work at superhuman speeds, they are currently replacing human beings. But while this happens, you might ask me this interesting question, or this question might have popped up already in your mind that, funny or PK, are you asking us to go into physical jobs like carpentry and plumbing as of today? No, there will be a rise of new jobs that will happen. We will all find new ways to be able to add value to the companies that we work with. One such role that is coming up as of today is that of a generalist, an AI generalist. But there could be a lot of other jobs also that will eventually come into the market to be able to help companies use AI models in a much better way. But if you look at podcasts of people like Vinod Khosla, who has been one of the earliest investors in OpenAI itself and a believer of the AI technology, you will hear everybody talking about why people should build a generalist mindset as of today. An AI generalist is someone who has the ability to solve multiple kinds of problems with AI. And to be able to do that, an AI generalist should have a deep understanding of multiple different AI models, should know which AI model to use where, and also have the ability to solve complex problems using AI. You see, everything that I've spoken about working professionals until now, if I put it in the form of a graph, this is the current graph that all of us are following. We focused on becoming specialists in our own domains. In this case, as you can see, somebody who is deeply skilled in tech. But companies today are asking for additional skill sets. Companies today are asking for people, or from people, they're asking for skills in multiple domains, so that you're not only adding value to your own domain, but you're able to add value to multiple other domains, thus being able to add all the more value to the company that you're working with. If you agree with this, drop in a thumbs up. You might have heard your manager also telling you that you need to be able to do more things than before as of today. You might have heard your founder giving a talk around why people should become even more efficient as of today. You might have heard it from your colleagues or from your family members as well. This is the true crux. And if you're able to get this mindset ingrained in yourself, nobody can stop you from winning. But what does this really mean for people with different years of experience? Am I saying that everybody who has 15 to 20 years of work experience as of today should let go of their deep specializations? Absolutely not. You continue to hold on to the specialist skills that you have as of today. But you also open your mind to another bunch of skills. You give yourself those additional wings as well. Because if you're someone who has more than 15 to 20 years of work experience, you will eventually be the people managing AI generalists and helping with AI strategy inside your companies. If your company has not already started focusing on AI strategy, then you should probably be the one talking about this to your friends and to your colleagues and to your managers as well inside your company. You should talk to your leadership team about what AI can do. And a lot of people do that after completing this mastermind as well, because your eyes will open up to all of these possibilities. If you are someone who is in the mid phase of your career, about 3 years to 9 years of work experience, you might have heard of a lot of AI tools and platforms that have come out. We will all be the ones using all of these platforms and tools to be able to build solutions that our seniors are asking us to build as part of the AI strategy of the company. So it's very important for people in their mid careers to be able to get very hands on with all the AI tools and AI agents. And people who are getting started with their careers, well, I don't think there has ever been a better time to start your career, because if you learn AI and start using AI, you can grow faster than 95% of the people around you. You see, I was reading an article recently, and I pulled a screenshot out from the article, and it's very interesting if you think about it. All the companies that we have ever worked with or we have heard of have been operating with a lot of human beings until today. But eventually, the shift that is happening is that you will find lesser human beings inside of companies, but more of robotic clusters. You see, a lot of people will inside companies, the leadership team will essentially start working with AI agents. And these AI agents can also be thought of as robots. And these are the kind of companies structures that we are going to be seeing in the future. It's going to be very, very exciting, only and only if we are prepared ourselves for it. But the interesting thing for all the working professionals is that there is a huge opportunity that lies in consulting as of today. All the working professionals and the smartest of the smartest people have already started doing this, by the way. Because today, if you have a strong understanding of business, if you are a core problem solver, and if you also have the understanding of AI, you can not only solve problems for the companies that you're working for, but you can solve problems for other companies as well and make money on the side. And that is why a lot of people are considering part-time roles. They're considering consulting as one of the career options as of today. And you might have heard about this already on the internet or in the news. There is a lot of money that people are able to make just by being those early movers in the whole AI space. And while it's been about 3.5 years, there are still 95% of the global population still has not started tapping into AI. And all of you have already started learning it. So kudos to all of you, and probably drop in a clap emoji for getting started this weekend to learn generative AI and giving it this importance. But now let me talk to all the entrepreneurs and hustlers. I'll keep it very short because I'm sure all the entrepreneurs and hustlers have already started witnessing the power of AI. The future of teams is going to look very, very exciting all across the board. We are going to have fewer human beings to work with inside of companies. Founders and all the working professionals will start working with AI agents. And what does this mean? This means higher efficiency of work. This also means reduced cost for all the entrepreneurs. And if you look at billboards that are being put up in the US and in places like San Francisco, you will basically see billboards stating that the era of AI employees is already here. It is scary, but it's also super exciting because you don't have to work with human beings anymore. You might as well go ahead and work with AI agents and robots, right? So there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. The time that it used to go from idea to launch, or to go from launch to first million, or to go from first million to becoming a unicorn, all of this has crashed or gotten crunched as of today. And with AI, you can bring up multiple processes that did not exist before, thus improving the efficiency of your work, irrespective of what kind of company you're running as of today. We are currently a mid-stage company, and we have been able to implement a lot of AI processes ourselves, but we have seen a lot of early founders do the same. We have seen a lot of early stage companies also do the same, and a lot of late stage companies also do the same. In fact, all the late stage companies are taking it to another level altogether by building their own proprietary AI models for themselves. Be it a product based company that you're working with, or that you're currently running, or a service based, or even a traditional business that you might be running. Well, I also want to go ahead and play this quick video to all of you, because everything that you've heard until now was from me. But I want to show a very quick clip of what Sam Altman has to say. For those of you who do not know, Sam Altman is the founder of OpenAI, the company that launched ChatGPT, and the company that took this entire, uh, wave going forward, right? So let me go ahead and play this quick video of what Sam Altman has to say about this AI technology.
Performance, smaller teams, thanks to these tools and these technologies, you're going to be able to do so much more. Is that a trend you're seeing from the startups growing around y'all in Cerebral Valley?
We're going to see 10-person billion-dollar companies pretty soon, like billion-dollar valuations. And the thing that in my little group chat with my tech CEO friends, there's this betting pool for the first year that there's a one-person billion-dollar company, which would have been unimaginable without AI, and now will happen.
I'm so happy you said that, because I literally just wrote that out.
Drop in a heart if you understood what Sam Altman said and the power of what he said. In times like these, it is something that was unimaginable before, which is one person led companies. That is possible today, and these companies, single founder led companies, can become unicorns as well as of today with the power of AI. And this power of generative AI is something that is still growing. This technology is not completely built out yet. There are billions and billions of dollars that are being invested by giants to make this technology better. So you can only imagine what is going to happen in the next 5 years if we are already here. And I remember this 1.5 years back when we were training people with generative AI. Most of the things that you're going to be seeing today and tomorrow did not exist. That is the pace at which this technology is growing, and that is why it becomes very, very important for all of us, no matter who we are, to become AI generalists. And to help you get started on this journey of becoming an AI generalist, the very first session is going to focus on how generative AI really works. It's going to focus on how we should be talking to these AI models and get the best outputs from them. We are also going to be teaching you how a ChatGPT gives you the output whenever you go ahead and ask it a question. All throughout until now, you might have been wondering, what is this magic tool that is able to understand what I'm saying and give me responses? Well, it's not magic, my friend. There is science behind what happens behind the screen. And how many of you would want to learn how a ChatGPT works? Drop in a thumbs up if you would want to learn how a ChatGPT works, and probably after today you will be able to go ahead and share the same knowledge with your friends and family members as well. And you're also going to be building a generative AI toolkit all for yourself. And all of this is going to happen in the first 2.5 to 3 hours. That is what the first session is going to be focusing on. But with all this foundational knowledge that you're going to be having in the first session, we will take it one level above and we will start building our own AI bots and tools. I already told you that you're going to be meeting two incredible people today who have gone very deep into generative AI. One is Raghuveer, and then you will be seeing Vaibhav towards the second half of today. But at this point of time, I'm super excited to welcome Raghuveer into the session. I already told all of you a little bit about him, but he has been doing a lot of things beyond of what he had done professionally earlier as a brand marketer as well. So Raghuveer, super excited to have you here. Folks, I hope that was helpful. The whole, helping all of you understand what agentic AI was doing. Wonderful, wonderful. Raghuveer, welcome to the mastermind once again.
Thank you, Funny. Thank you. Thank you, as always, for setting the stage. I see that you added a couple of things. Like the space is evolving. I don't think a single session can be repeated with the same information anymore, even if it's a couple of days away.
Absolutely. Folks, are you all able to see Raghuveer and hear him well? Yes, on the
Audio is
chat. If
okay,
you,
right? Okay,
yes.
nice. I can see the chat buzzing. Wow, about 10,000 people today. Amazing, folks. Thank you for choosing to spend your Saturday mornings with us. Funny set the stage. He's also told you about what's happening in the space at large. And he's both shown you a good mix of fear and opportunity, right? And I think that's a good balance for anyone, starting to get to understand what's happening in the space of AI. Now, before I begin, I would like to talk about a few disclaimers which will help you make the most out of this session. There's a lot that we will be covering, and that is why I will need your undivided attention. And for that, the simplest ask is to try and keep any distraction that you have away. Grab your essentials, get a pen, paper, and a water bottle. Ensure that you're staying hydrated. Sam Altman goes by pen and paper notes. So if the founder of ChatGPT is still using pen and paper, I still trust that it's one of the most important tools for learning, despite all the AI that we'll be covering today. While it's impossible to cover every single hack, I'm going to try and show you the ones that have given me the most amount of value. And I know that there's about 10,000 people, right? So we'll try and divide it into different verticals, different functions, different jobs, right? So that you can try and relate to most of these as well. And lastly, most important thing, work is changing as we know it. Personal life is changing as we know it with the kind of involvement and advances we are seeing in AI. So please give an open mind to everything that you're learning today. These are meant to introduce you to the space. These are not meant to be, not meant for you to go ahead and introduce them to your corporate directly, but these are to show you the potential of what's possible in the space of AI. And then, of course, in the later sessions with Vaibhav and other mentors, you will be learning more and more about how can you make them specifically suitable for your use case. All right. That being said, who the hell am I, right? Why am I the right person to actually be doing this session? Nothing too special, but I want to make my story as relatable as possible because I'm sure a lot of you are on the same boat that I am. My name's Raghuveer. I've been a marketer for 10 plus years, been a product guy for 5 plus years, and I've been an AI generalist ever since ChatGPT released. In fact, in 2 weeks, it'll be 3 years since
Raghuveer, your
ChatGPT
screen is
released.
not shared.
Okay, just 1 second. Confirming you can see it now.
Yes, we can see it now.
Awesome. Yeah, my name is Raghuveer, and I've been a marketer for about 10 plus years. I've been a product guy for 5 plus years, and an AI generalist for 2 plus years, right? And I've had the privilege to work with some really cool companies and some really cool people. But at large, I think the story always looks amazing when you put it on a CV, right? Our LinkedIn profiles and CVs are the best versions of ourselves. So I want to take you all through a little bit of a ride as to how I got here because why I'm a generalist today and why I'm an AI generalist today is it's got a lot to do with that, right? So how did I actually get here? I always wanted to do creative work. So you can see on the left bottom corner of your screen, I began my career as a photographer. And then I thought, okay, the photographers don't control the work. Agencies and studios are commissioning the work. So let me go to an agency and try and figure out if I can do creative work there. Then I realized that at the agency, the client is the one that is approving all the work, right? All the agency folks in the chat would know. You don't have control over your ideas, even if that's a fantastic one and you believe in it. So that's when I decided to move on to the client side, which is when I moved on to join Uber. Uber is where I realized that if an idea has merit, you can pitch for it, you can measure it, and you can ensure that you're taking it all the way to execution. But at the same time, I realized that if I don't have enough people, I will still be blocked. So I ended up exploring, going up the ladder, leading a bunch of people as the head of marketing at Nas Daily. But even that made me feel that I was, still feeling blocked, right? So that's when I thought, okay, I think the upper slab of this is being a founder, of being a CXO. So I ended up building a couple of apps and launched them. And even then I felt like, okay, this is not running at the pace that I wanted to, or I'm still getting blocked, right? And that's when, November 2022 happened. I got into the AI very, very early. I became a generalist before it was called that. And now it's been 3 years since I've been running my practice in this manner. Now, again, wow, this guy looks like he climbed up the ladder fast, right? No, that's not true. Because at large, I was just a frustrated guy at work, right? My days or my weeks or my months, you can choose whichever timeline, kind of look like this, right? Like a proper pendulum. I would begin my day extremely excited with a great idea. I would be blocked by my boss saying, hey, we don't have the budgets for that. I would begin my day thinking, okay, today is the day we're going to do some great work with some great people. Someone on the set had to cancel, and we had to kind of, wrap up the shoot before it began. I would think I'd be learning a new skill today. Somehow that skill is too much for me to learn, so I would get super frustrated again, right? So there are different things that led to this pendulum, but I constantly felt blocked by people, by processes, and by things, right? Even things could make me feel like, okay, in my ideas, I cannot go forward because I'm blocked by this thing. And it was super, super frustrating, right? I'm sure a lot of you in the room can relate to this because at work, you're either blocked by people, you're blocked by processes, or you're blocked by things, right? And there are things beyond, but I thought these are the top three that, usually block someone in their corporate career. Now, to fix this, in the last 2.5 years now, become an AI generalist. And how does it fix it, right? How does becoming a generalist actually fix it? If you look at, the skill set that I've developed over a period of time, and I'm sure a lot of you are T-shaped professionals now, where you know a little about a lot of things and a lot about one or two things, right? That's how careers are starting to evolve. So I did research, I did analytics, I did content, I did growth, I did CRM, I did writing, I did UX. Now, if you ask me, what am I the best at? I'd probably pick growth and writing, but the others I know a little bit of, right? Just enough to kind of keep my job almost. But with AI, right, this entire T-shaped narrative is flipped, right? Literally flipped, because now I feel like I can just know 20% of a topic. If I have clarity of what goal I want to achieve, then with the help of AI models, with the help of AI tools, assistants, and most recently agents, I'm able to expand my learning. I'm able to expand my bandwidth, and all of this with with just what is available right now. Right, we are already living in the future in that sense. So I want to check with all of you so that I understand the room and we can obviously taper the demos to that. How many of you are generalists versus how many of you are specialists? You can pick a color and drop it in the chat because that'll help me get a sense of the color because it's impossible to understand what 10,000 people feel like in a chat. But you get a sense of the color, which is why I like to do this as a color speedometer. All right, I can see the generalists in the house, a lot of greens. Okay, the dark maroons and reds are dropping in. Amazing. Keep it flowing. Keep it flowing. I do think this is one of the more balanced rooms because I'm seeing equal reds to greens. Usually we see more generalists these days, and for me, that's just a validation of the trend that I've been seeing. Amazing. Amazing. All right, folks, do not worry. If you're a generalist, you can make the move to a specialist very quickly. And if you're a specialist, you can learn other topics very quickly. Now, that is the kind of era that we are living in, right? So, this is a clear indication that, irrespective of where you are, adopting AI is the non negotiable. And that's the point that I want to make. Now, what has being an AI generalist meant for me? In the last 6 months, I built three very, very important things for me. The first one is a startup called as Regality AI. It's in fintech. It's in a very complex space of regulatory transactions between cross-border countries, which means if money moves from other countries to India, how do you ensure you have all the regulations taken care of? That's what we try to solve with Regality. And I'm just one person doing all the AI things there, but the other person is the subject matter expert who understands, how this transaction actually works, right? And between two of us, we were able to build this entity, and we have interest from the top 7 private banks of India. Then I built my consulting practice, which is built with RV, and it helps me kind of organize my leads, ensure that I'm working with some cool people wanting to build some really cool things. And it's become the cornerstone of everything that I do right now, because it helps me express whatever ideas I have. At the same time, it helps me connect with people, right? So that's again something that was very important for me. For someone who was used to being a salaried employee for the longest time in my life, this was a major shift, and without AI, I cannot imagine how this could have happened. And lastly, for the community at large, I got diagnosed with ADHD when I was 32, and I built an app of all the things that I do while managing my ADHD. It's called ADHD Lifesavers. It's live on App Store, and it's the first app that I completely vibe coded solo in about 14 days time. And it's been live for about 6 months now, and it helps a lot of people manage their ADHD better. For me, that feels like a big give from all the things that I've been doing, sitting here in a city in India, right? So that's something that AI has unlocked for me. In short, you can say I've been cooking, and I'm here today very, very excited so that I can share those recipes with all of you. All right, enough about me. So let's get started, right? Let's get started with the absolute basics. Funny did mention saying, it'll be cool if you can look under the hood of what's happening with ChatGPT, right? You can drive a car, but if you know how the engine works, it just makes you feel that much more comfortable going on a long trip, right? And this is going to be a long trip, let me tell you that. Now, what is Gen AI or generative AI, and how does it work? By definitions, generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that creates original content, right? And I say original with a layer of weight to it, such as text, images, and videos. And it does it by learning large patterns from large data sets. Now let's understand this a little bit more, because AI is just everywhere, right? Everything seems to be AI right now, which is how it is kind of defined as well, right? So if you look at these four concentric circles, the outermost one is artificial intelligence. It's very broadly defined, right? Anything where you cannot differentiate whether it was made by a machine or made by a human, you can call that machine artificially intelligent, right? This was a test called as the Turing's test. It's been there for 5 decades now, and it's one of the easiest ways for you to tell saying is a machine intelligent or not. Now, if you go under the hood, you'll start getting to the more complex things that matter. One level deeper is machine learning, where you allow the machine to learn general patterns from labeled data, right? For example, if I show a computer through a webcam hundreds of images of a cat, right? It starts understanding that, okay, pointy ears, blue eyes, small bodies, these are all, features of a cat. Now, if I do the same thing by giving it 100 pictures of dogs, then it now understands the traits of a dog. And then to the final chat, right, where we are actually asking our questions. If I go ahead and upload a picture of a cat, it should tell me that it's 100% a cat. If I go ahead and upload a picture of a tiger, it will tell me that it's 70% a cat, because tigers share traits with the cat, right? And that's when the machine is learning, because understanding a cat is, just question and answer, but understanding a tiger is where that it's starting to learn beyond what we've taught it. And that's kind of how humans work as well, right? So we're trying to mimic a lot of what happens in our brains with AI. One level deeper is deep learning, which I think we can even more relate to, because if you do not label the images of a cat as a cat, and if you do not label the images of a dog as a dog, you just give it tons and tons and tons of images, right? Over a period of time, the computer is now able to understand by creating patterns for itself, saying, okay, all these seem to be a similar kind of an animal, and all these seem to be a different kind of an animal, right? And that is when, without labeling, the computer is using its own intelligence through a large data set, and you're able to make those connections and those shared meanings. That is what we call as deep learning. Now, at the core of it is what we call as LLMs, or LLM stand for large language models, which is actually what you're chatting with each time you're using AI, right? If you're chatting with Chat GPT, you're actually chatting with a GPT-5 or a 5.1 if you've used it in the last couple of days. If you're chatting with Gemini, you're actually chatting with 2.5 Pro or 2.5 Flash, right? So each of the AI chats that you use actually have a large language model that is powering it behind the scenes. And generative AI fundamentally is powered by this engine. Now that you know the overall framework, let's go ahead and understand what happens from the time that you enter something in ChatGPT to you magically getting an output, right? Let's do this at a meta level because now we've just spoken about large language models. So I'm going to say, let's explore the same question, right? Sorry, the same question. Explain large language models to me like I am 5 years old. Now, if I were to ask this in the ChatGPT window, what is the first thing that happens? The first thing that happens is called as tokenization. And here it breaks the text into smaller tokens. Now, computer does not understand English, right? Or Telugu or Hindi or any other language from wherever you're from, right? It tries and breaks it down into language that it understands. So for that, it breaks this into smaller tokens. So you can see the colors at the bottom. Explain large language models to me like I'm 5 years old. All those individual colors are broken as individual tokens. And each of these tokens is then embedded. This is where the text is converting into language that the computers understand. If I take you back to grade 5 or grade 6 in your school, right? The first time you got exposed to computers, we all remember that we know, hey, computers understand binary, they work in binary, right? Zeros and ones. So that's kind of what we are getting back to because if our language has to be understood by the computer, then it has to be converted into numbers. So word like explain will be like the string that you see on the screen. And similar to that, large will have a different set of numbers. Now, the important thing to note here is that similar words will have closer distance. What does it mean? So if I say I have the word king, then the word queen is placed in a similar part, right? Imagine it like a very large dictionary. But the king and queen are in the similar space because they used together a lot. But if you go ahead and choose a word like a plumber or a barber, right, they'll be slightly farther away. If you go ahead and add the color blue, then it's going to be even farther away because they're not very relevant, right? But blue and red will be beside each other. So imagine this as like a network of words that are all connected, and there's distance between them which is helping you understand if they are similar or different. If the distance is less, it's like a close friend, so they are closer, right? If it's someone you just meet once in a while, they are farther away. So that's again a relatable analogy from what we do as humans. Now the step 3, something that I joke about that a lot of humans don't have today, is self attention. Now in our query, there were two key parts, right? The first one was we wanted to understand large language models. And the second one is like I'm 5 years old. These two are very, very important parts because if it misses the first, it's going to explain language or models and we'll get drastically different answers. If it misses the second, which is like I'm 5 years old, it might give us a PhD level explanation, and we don't want to kind of participate in that because it'll be too high level for us, right? So both will kind of ensure that the model will fail on the task if it did not pay attention to the right things. Now the next part, and now we are getting closer to what we start seeing, right? We'll do this as a thought exercise because if I were to ask all of you this question, like a fill in the blank, drop in your answers in the chat once I complete writing this sentence, right? Imagine you have a super smart robot friend who has read every dash. All right, starting to get the answers through, and you might notice that the most common answer is the word book, right? Let's pause the chat again because I'm going to show you a thing about how tough it is actually for AI to respond to us, right? A lot of you chose the word book because you have the context of the option being a book if you've been paying attention to the screen. All the people who've said different things are probably not looking at the screen, right? What is the likely word, book or bank, really influences your answer. Now, if I were to tell you, ignore those two words and go ahead and think of any word that fits in that you think is the best word for that blank. Let's do this exercise again, right? Let's open the chat. I'm going to read the sentence. This time you can choose any word. There's no right or wrong answer. Imagine you have a super smart robot friend who has read every dash. And I'm starting to see the responses for it. And you can see that it says web page, article, face, thing, text, file, mind, emails, every possible thing out there, right? And none of them feel like a wrong answer. That's the most interesting part. What's happening here is if I remove the constraints or the context of what words you can choose, your mind goes crazy, right? Everything feels like a right answer. And that's what AI goes through each time it's choosing a word. But because it paid attention, it has to ensure that it is relatable to someone who's asking for an explanation like a 5 year old. So once it does the prediction, it gets a list of words that it can choose from. Then it moves on to the final step, which is response generation, where it says, imagine you have a super smart robot friend who has read every book, every story, and every conversation. When you ask it a question, it looks through all the words it has learned and it finds the best answer just like magic. Just think about that response, right? 5 year olds love books, they love stories, and they love magic. And all of that is embedded into this response. At the same time, it's also explaining the concept of large language models. So, that is a very quick way to show you a sneak peek of what's happening behind the scenes each time you're chatting with AI. It begins with tokenization, it then converts each token into embeddings. Once those embeddings are ready, a transformer then pays attention to which are the important parts that I need to kind of respond to. Then it starts predicting word by word, character by character. And once it starts predicting, it applies logic on top of that for giving you the final response that is in sync with the query that you have asked. This is a very, very quick summary of what actually happens behind the scenes. It's also a good slide for you to take a screenshot of because it's the core learning of what we have in the first part of the session. Now, all of you have a better understanding of how generative AI works. I hope so. I hope that that explanation was not too technical. At the same time, you've been able to understand a thing or two about what you didn't know before. Now, let's celebrate, right? Because we now know what's happening in the backend. But that's not sufficient if you want to, go ahead and do some crazy things with AI, right? Because if you don't know how to talk to these models in the best way possible, then what's the point of understanding how they work, right? The whole point of understanding how they work was for you to have a better sense of how do I ensure I get the outputs that I wanted, right? So that's the second part and the most important part of you getting the outputs that you want. The world calls this prompt engineering or prompting techniques. There's a bunch of new techniques that are coming every month, but some of them have stood the test of time, right? Zero shot prompting, for example, is lazy prompting, right? The first thought that comes into your head, you just go ahead and you know, ask it and it responds, right? It always responds, but it might not give you the best possible response. That's when you move to few shot prompting where you say, hey, I want a recipe of a Spanish omelette, but I like the following types of omelets, and then you give it examples of recipes of things that you liked. Right now, it knows your preference. Now it knows your palate, and then it can get you a Spanish omelet that kind of takes in your preferences as well. So that's when you give it a few examples, which is why it's called few shot prompting. There's a couple of other important techniques here, but going into detail into all of these prompting is only going to be very overwhelming for all of us, right? So let's actually go ahead and look at one prompt structure that I think works the best for anyone who's getting started, and obviously you can evolve from there, right? At Outskill, we call this the magic prompt formula, purely because in the world of AI, nothing lasts more than a month. But this was introduced last November, and it's been a year, and it's still one of the things that a lot of us go back to. Now, I'm going to use it for a very meta use case again. We have 10,000 people on the call today. So, what if I were to tell you that all of us are working together now, trying to invite 10,000 more people for the upcoming generative AI workshop that will happen next week? That'll be cool, right? So if I were to break the structure of this prompt down, kind of looks like this. You can see that it's not, hey, write an email for me, right? I can just say this. That'll be zero shot prompting. Write an email to 10K subscribers, inviting them for this generative AI workshop. But if I were to break it down into context, into task, into instruction, and into data, then the chances of me getting a much better output are very, very strong. In the context, I've given it a role. I said you're an experienced email copywriter, so someone who wrote a lot of emails. The task is to write a launch email, so that's very specific. In the instructions, you can see that make the copy over the top fun and designed to resonate with my audience of 25 plus year olds. The language that we use in different ages and different eras changes in marketing, right? So you're trying to get it to refer to its training data and pull what works for 25-year olds and what is over the top fun so that the brand kind of stands out, right? And then you give it data, if any. So let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to try and write a super personalized cold email, right? And I'm going to try and do it by borrowing the same prompt structure. In the process, I'm also going to show you how you can start utilizing the same prompt structure, right? So I'm going to quickly take a screen grab of this, right? And I'm going to show you how, if you have a screenshot of a good prompt, that's actually enough for you to generate your own very complex prompts as well, right? So I've taken a screenshot of that, and I'm going to move to our first demo of today, which is going to be with Gemini. So I've come to Gemini because that's the first thing I would think of, but I'll just paste this image here. I'm going to choose Flash so that it's fast. So these are the models or the large language models that we are talking about. I'm going to say, I want to write an email asking for a 500K check for my startup Regality AI. The target audience is folks who worked at Uber but are now in the VC ecosystem or are angel investors. I want this to be super compelling and it should focus on the struggles that Uber faced while scaling so that whatever Regality.ai does, which is in the domain of cross border transactions, is something that is covered extensively as a part of the problem and the solution that we are offering. Right? So this is an email. I want it to be super personalized. So I've given it my target audience. I've also told that, I want it to be super compelling and I specifically chose Uber folks because they know what launching in multiple countries feels like, right? Now I'm going to just add something at the top saying, I've attached a prompt structure that I want to use for my task. The details of my task are below. Go ahead and give me the prompt in this exact structure that you see in the screenshot, right? And I'm going to hit enter. Now it's going to read that image and it's going to try and create a prompt for us, right? In about 4 seconds or 5 seconds. Said, you're a highly analytical and persuasive venture capitalist pitch writer. Wow, very powerful start. Write a cold email asking for the 500K investment for Regality AI, right? Target the Uber alum mindset, focus on regality, compelling ask, tone. And it's also given additional data where I've spoken about the friction, the cost, and compliance headaches, right? So instead of going ahead and just writing my prompt like this, if I give it in this magic prompt formula, right, then there's a very, very strong chance that I get a good output. So I'm going to move to my next tool of today. This is Claude. So it's always a good idea to use multiple models so that you know understand which ones you like. I've copied the entire task. I've pasted that here. I really like the way Sonnet and Haiku write. I'm going to choose Haiku for this one, which is the cheapest model, right? You can even use cheaper models to get high quality outputs if your prompting is very good, right? There you go. So it's gone ahead and given me a subject line and it says, when Uber scaled to 60 plus countries, they didn't solve payments friction once. They solved it 60 times. So it's telling how Uber solved it and how that is redundant now. And then it introduces the solution and it says, we're raising 500K. to expand the engineering team. I've not even given this, right? So it's taking its own ideas from what it thinks the money is going to be used for. I can chat with this now and say, my name is Raghuveer. I'm the co-founder. The funds will primarily go into building a custom SLM for managing such transaction, right? Now it's going to change, right? Like how you give feedback to a writer. It's going to change that instantly. You can see that it's signed off with my name. It's also told that, I'm going to build a custom special language model, purpose built for transaction compliance, right? So that's kind of a very quick way for you to get extremely high quality output. I feel comfortable just copying and pasting this and writing it to some of the ex-Uber folks. That's the dream, right? If you're able to kind of spend maybe 30 seconds to review it and then go ahead and get your task done, then AI is actually saving you a lot of time, right? So that for all of you is using prompt engineering, using the magic prompt to get outputs of very high quality. And now that you know that at a high level, you know how a model works, you know how to talk to it, how to make it respond to your instructions. Let's go ahead and answer the third most important question in this space, right? Which is which model to use and where. Now, in the last example, you might have seen that I was making some quick decisions, right? I opened Gemini and I said I'm not going to use Pro, I'm going to use Flash. And Flash quickly gave me a prompt which was very very nice. And then I switched to Claude and I said maybe not Sonnet for this, I'm going to move to Haiku, right? These quick decisions are when you're choosing which model to use depending on the task, right? And now I feel like it's second nature for me to try and understand. It's like which person in the team will do the best job of this, right? That's the kind of thinking or the nature of questioning that's happening in my head when I'm going through a task. Now let's take a look at the most commonly used assistants. I'm sure all of you have your loyalties, right? If you started on ChatGPT, you might understand that, hey, ChatGPT totally gets me, right? It gives me the best possible answers. But there's 7 or 8 major players that are doing this, and each of them have an assistant. There's OpenAI, there's Anthropic, there's Google, there's Meta, there's Microsoft, and there's XAI. And each of them have bets, right, of what their models should aim for. Now, for example, GPT does a great job for general tasks, whereas Claude is great for writing and for coding. Gemini is again great for general purpose. 2.5 Pro is an extraordinary reasoning model, right? Meta is going open source, so they have a different, approach to the same problem again. So all these players are giving us options at a very very good price right now, and we have been just using their basic one, right? So let's go ahead and dive a little more deeper, because at the end of the day you can see that there's about 10 models that you're seeing on your screen here. But if I were to ask you to guess how many AI models are out there, right? The number of models is just growing by the day. Open Router alone has about 520 different models, right? Which means each of them has a different purpose, they're trained differently, and they're all hosted for us to use for our use case, right? So it's no more I only use ChatGPT. You have 520 different options, and I'm actually going to show you how you can do that, right? Too many models is also a problem. So if I were to tell you, hey, you have 500 models, you will say which one do I use, RV, which one does make sense for my use case, right? So I'm going to show you exactly that in this next part. How do you choose which model to use and where? Now the first way to go about it is knowing what your world is using. By your world, I mean your colleagues, the professionals in the space that you're operating in, and everyone who has a similar use case. How do you get to know that, right? For that, let me just quickly jump to Open Router. Now, Open Router is a fantastic tool that hosts all the models that are commercially available. You can see that GPT 5.1 just launched. They've already done 5.4 billion tokens on that, which is insane, right? So you can see a lot of models are here. I said 520. I think the number is higher now. There you go. It's 568 models are here. And what is cool about Open Router is they also put in rankings of how these models are performing. So you can see a general ranking here where Grok Code Fast 1 is number one. Obviously, coders and developers are the ones using this the most. So they have the highest volume and they are influencing the rankings. But you might say, hey, I'm from finance. How do I make sense of this, right? So if you scroll down a little bit, there's a section called as categories. And in categories, I can choose which vertical I am from. So I choose finance and it'll tell me saying Grok 4 Fast is number one. You can see all the 10 rankings have changed. Gemini 2.5 Flash is number two. Minimax M2, which you probably didn't even hear about, right, is number three. And the finance world kind of swears by it. If I go to legal, this list is going to change again. Polaris Alpha is number one. Gemini 2.5 Flash is number two. If I go ahead and change the timeline, that answers are going to change again because the space is evolving every day, right? So you have top this month, top this week, and top today. All of these giving you a sense of what is, holding its rank versus what is the newest, latest thing that is killing it in the market. So that's a very quick way for you to understand what your world is using, and then you can make a call saying, okay, looks like I have some interesting models that are worth exploring for my use cases. Now, after that, you want to know what you like. When I asked Claude to write that email, I immediately noticed that it gave the wrong reason for the money. It also did not give me my name and my company in the end signature. So immediately corrected it, right? So that's the kind of reviewing that you want to have for every AI output that you are generating. Now, how can you do that without, continuously shifting like I did, right? I was going to Gemini, then I came to Claude, and so on and so forth. If there was one place where I could do this, then that would be pretty cool, right? And that's when we jump to the second tool of today, which is called as multi. Very rightly so, because multi helps you compare different AI models. It's got a very simple interface, something that you're all familiar with. It looks a lot like ChatGPT, right? So here I can choose different models. So say I choose a Gemini 2.5 Flash and a Claude Sonnet 4, and let's see if we have that same email instruction in my clipboard. We do. So I've pasted that, and I click on send. You can see that all three models. This is like you have three interns, and you've given all three interns the same task, and you are at the privilege of deciding which one does the best job of it, and then deciding the response that you like. No one in Uber will read such a long email, so I'll probably go with this one, and I say this is well written, and that's something that I'm helping with, right? It's crisp and brief, and I can send this feedback over to the team. Now, multi works by understanding what users prefer, and it helps you really quickly compare three models. Here we've compared some of the flagships, right? 2.5 Flash, Sonnet 4, and O3 Mini, and all three of them have done the job for you. Now it's your role to decide which one is my style, which one is working for my use case, right? So this is how you get to know what you like. And between a combination of knowing what your world is using and knowing what you like, you're able to decide which model to use. But if you're feeling like, okay, this is a lot, there's one model that I think everyone needs to know about. We've already, kind of scraped upon it, but I'm going to try and use this for a fun use case so that it really lands, right? It really lets you understand how powerful it can be as a thinking partner. That model is called as reasoning models, right? Every major player out there has their own bet. So you saw OpenAI, we just used O3 Mini. You saw Google, which has 2.5 Pro. You have DeepSeek, which is actually the first player to launch this. In fact, it was launched in January this year, and it's already feeling like I can't live my life without reasoning models, right? So every major player out there Like they have regular models, they also have reasoning models. Now I'm going to show you all of you how you can use this for simple everyday tasks. You can also use it for complex tasks, right? So let's go ahead and play with one. Today is a Saturday, and I think we're all sitting here learning because we're scared or we are excited with AI. But let's go ahead and make the Saturday evening a little more fun, right? Let's say you're throwing a party. It could be at a home or it could be an event at office. We're not sure. So let's go ahead and try and make this work, make Gemini our thinking partner, right? Now, you can see what I'm doing right here. I'm going to go ahead and move from this 2.5 Flash to move to 2.5 Pro, right? Because that is the reasoning model. What I'm going to now say is, hey, Gemini, life is boring. I want to make my Saturday more exciting. I was thinking I could do a party at home for my close ones, maybe a group of friends from school, like a reunion, but I'm not too sure. I could also maybe do something for my team, host maybe a mixer or something where we can all go out to a place. It'll be fun, going out there and catching up with the team and understanding what's happening in their life as well. I'm not sure which one to go forward with. So I want you to go ahead and explore both these ideas into absolute detail and give me one image prompt for how the invite will look so that I can later prompt an image generation service to get my invites done as well. I've been free flowing. I went a little too overboard there. But yeah, nowadays AI is just matching all the expectations that I've had, right? I said all of that is here. Now you can see that it's reasoning, it's analyzing event options, it's examining Saturday plans, it's deciphering event preferences, it's weighing event details, it's exploring social scenarios, it's selecting Saturday's pursuit, and then it's examining social event choices again, and it's giving you a final answer. It started pasting, right? This is the prediction that we spoke about. So it says, do the at home school friends reunion. The vibe should be intimate and relaxed, nostalgic, low pressure, deep connections, total control, cost effective, and there's comfort. The cons are that you'll be a host and you have to take care of everyone. Energy management, you should be on all the time. Space limitations, your home needs to be good enough for the number of people. Potential for flakes, right? Some people just might not show up at the party. Wow, I didn't even think of that. So pretty cool, right? So it's gone ahead and given me a detailed breakdown of what I should think about if I were to do this. Then it said guest list, food and drink, atmosphere, and activities. Now, the team mixer outing. This idea is about breaking down professional barriers and connecting with your colleagues. And it's kind of gone ahead and created a proper breakdown of that as well, right? In a similar fashion. So now I have two very, very different possibilities. I want to understand this visually, right? I want to understand which one I want to do because I don't feel like I'm ready with a decision with just this. Now, the old method for us to go about this would be, let me hire a graphic designer, or maybe pull in a favor from a friend and pay them or tell them that, hey man, I need this done, please help me with this, right? The new method I'm going to show you right away because AI has become that good at generating stuff. Hey, I can't decide just yet, but maybe by looking at the images of these invites, I'll have a much better idea. Can you go ahead and generate the best rendition of both the image prompts that you already generated in the previous response? Now, while I do that, I'm going to say create images. I'm going to just add that and we'll wait for maybe about 30 seconds because even at 30 seconds, I don't think any designer in the world is going to finish a full blown design, right? You can see our first design's already here. I love the sepia. I love that it's, kind of given it an old school look. The reunion, old stories, good friends, new memories. Everyone's got pizza or drinks in their hands. I love the animation style. Wow, that guitar is very similar to the one that I have. Feels like AI knows a little too much about me now. It's already decided the date and time, and it's also added the address. It's got everything that a good invitation needs, right? And for the first time in my demos, it's actually done a fantastic job with the text as well. All the text seems like it's typed correctly without any typos. Now, the second one, ooh, this looks even more interesting. Says the team mixer, 8 p.m. till late, Saturday, downtown social club, RSVP to your manager. Pretty cool, right? What do you all think? Drop in reactions if you thought those were pretty cool. So we have two options, the reunion and the team mixer. I'm starting to feel like this is a better idea because it just feels like it's hit the right spot with this. So I'm going to save this. Okay. I'm going to save this and I'm going to talk about what we just did. Right. So we used an image generation model that is called as Nano Banana with Gemini. And Nano Banana went ahead and generated two invites for us almost instantaneously, right? And now I feel like I know what to do for tonight. I know I can, have all the things organized for a party with my friends. You can also do this for free with Grok and Leonardo.ai, and they will do an equally, if not better, job at generating these images. So it's not gated by payments right now. It's that kind of a privileged era in AI that we live with. Now, a lot of you might say, hey, I can do this in Canva. This feels like, it was maybe 5 minutes saved at best, right? So let me take this a notch higher. If I were to tell you that we could actually go ahead and generate some video, the amount of skill that is needed for generating video is way higher than that for images. You all agree, right? So I'm going to go back to Gemini. I'm going to start a new chat. And this time I'm going to say create videos with Veo, right? And we have a new model, in fact, that is being previewed. So let's go ahead and attach that little invite that we just downloaded, right? So I've just added this. I'm attaching an invitation to a home party that I'm hosting tonight. Help me convert this into a video invite where it begins with individual characters and they start popping into the scene, and it closes with the details of the party, the venue, and what we will be doing so that they don't miss it. Okay, this is a very lazy prompt, but I'm again starting to trust Gemini with things that I usually probably would give in much more detail when I'm talking to people, right? So video usually takes some time, and obviously the time has no comparison with how much time an animator or a video generator, video editor would actually do this for us in. So we'll come back here and we'll check what the invite looks like in a couple of minutes, yeah, so that we can cover more things. The model that I just used is called as VO3, and VO 3.1, in fact, that is just dropped. It's Gemini's video generation model, but you can do the same with Sora. You can do the same with One, right? There's a bunch of options again, like you have for images, for video generation as well, right? So till now, we've learned how to work with a model. We've learned how to choose the right model. We've learned prompting to ensure that it gets you the responses that you want it to, right? I want to do a status check. How's it going, folks? How's it going so far? Is the pace okay? Are you liking it? Are you excited? Are you excited to actually watch the video that we have? Right? Let's go ahead and check if Gemini has actually completed that video, shall we? I'm going to just refresh. Sometimes that works. And I'm gonna go ahead and check. There you go. Our video invite seems to be ready. It looks like it's a little sketchy, but let's try and see what's happening here.
The reunion. Old stories, good friends, new memories.
Saturday, October 26th, 7 p.m. till late.
The reunion. Old stories, good friends, new memories.
Saturday, October 26th, 7 p.m. till late.
All right. So it's screwed up the text, but I never actually remember asking it to, go ahead and generate audio, right? And I see someone asking, say, hey, can you make it in Hindi? Of course, you can ask it to make it in Hindi. I think it does about 190 languages now. So we spend a bunch of time trying to chat with it and make things better, ensuring the text is in the right place and things like that. But you can see the initial part, it killed it, right? Look at this. Their hands are moving. All of them have a very similar drink or item in their hand similar to what we had originally designed. So it's borrowed from that image and it's then expanded that to eventually close out with the invitation. Not too bad, right? Not too bad at all. In fact, I can show you maybe some of the things that I've generated in the recent past to show you how this can actually go a notch higher. So this is something that I've generated for a client, and you can see that. So this is for a weight loss app that the client is building, and Penguin is there a mascot, and you can see that it can do an incredible job of actually generating such images as well, such videos as well. All right, so that was VO3 in action. I hope all of you are having fun, but sadly, the party is over, right? Because Mondays are waiting all of us. We might have a crazy good party on Saturday. So let's get serious, right? Let's get serious and go to the last part of the session, which is building your own AI toolkit. Now, like I said at the start, it's impossible to cover everything in a small session like this, but I've broken it down into multiple different buckets. And hopefully, some of them, if not all, are relevant to all of you, right? So we'll cover productivity, we'll cover research, we'll cover working with data, we'll cover learning and absorbing things faster, and of course, we're gonna have some fun, right? Even though it's serious, let's try and make the serious work look like fun, right? So, for the first demo of making serious work seem like fun, let me actually go to a tool that is become very popular in recent times because the work that is being generated from this tool is actually now hitting chartbusters, right? People are listening to music that is created on this platform more than human artists. That is the kind of world that we're living in, right? So Suno is going to be the first demo that we have now. Let me quickly jump to the tool. I want to also show you a couple of past things that we've generated. So this is the interface with Suno, and we'll try and generate a track about all of us today, right? So we have lyrics and we have styles that it is asking. So let me go back to maybe Claude this time, right? I'm gonna switch to Sonnet because it's better at these tasks. I'm gonna say I want to generate a fun, high tempo EDM song with a cinematic dark background. Help me generate the prompt and the lyrics for it. Give it a flair of Bollywood as a part of its style. Give me two code blocks, one with the lyrics and the other with the style prompt that I can give the platform. Right? Da, 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 da. It's done all of that. So let's see what it comes up with. It says dark EDM track with Bollywood fusion. Okay, this is too much lyrics. So I'm going to optimize this. This is not bad. Maybe we can still use the second code block, right? So I'm going to give it quick feedback and say, give me just one verse and one chorus. Make the track about how getting reliant on AI is both fun and scary at the same time. I saw that in the comments. So I'm going to just make it to our specific session. Give me the code blocks again with this update integrated. There you go. So we'll have a shorter asking questions to the void, every answer pre-deployed. I like it. I like the ring of that. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come back to Sino and I'm going to paste the style first, right? And I'm going to paste the lyrics next. And let's see what it can come up with. So you can see that I have 50 credits here, and that's what we'll be using for this. So I'm going to generate a free small song to begin. But while it's beginning, you can use this time to actually get, recharged. Go get that bio break, keep the headphones in your ears, go get that water break if you need to, because the next couple of minutes, we'll be listening to music that we have just created. All right, looks like it's getting ready. But I'm gonna try and get you one of the tracks that's my favorite. It's this one, the AI Brokers. All right. You can hear the audio, right?
Use all the AI, every tool for a man. It seemed like a fun thing, a race we could win with every new chatbot. Where should we begin? We tried to do all of it.
You can see the lyrics on the right.
Everything broke. A noisy, great sound. We gave them more tasks all over the ground. They made a big mess, a digital blur. The server, the wine, with a terrible burn. We tried to do all of it, and everything broke.
I'm gonna fade that out like a DJ. I know all of you want to listen to it a little bit more. But let's go ahead and see what we've generated. All right. So the track is ready here. We got a 3-minute track. Let's go ahead and try and listen to this. Okay, the Bollywood is starting to kick in. Do you want me to play the whole track? Folks asking for a break. This is the only break that we'll be having in today's session. Okay, I'm gonna let this play for the next couple of minutes because even I'm surprised by it.
Silicon we're falling faster into the machine, losing touch with what is real, what we've seen. Love the power, fear the price we pay as we disappear a little more each day.
A lot of DJ RV, DJ Raghu comments in the chat, so I'm gonna fade that out like a DJ. How was that, folks? How was that? We'll try and see if we have time to generate a Hindi version later. But that, folks, was AI. And like I showed you at the start, we had 50 credits when we started, and now we have 40. So that's taken 10 credits to generate the track that we just heard. And I'm honestly, I'm just mind blown with what we've generated because it was so good, right? It did everything that we asked for. And I think we should give a little bit of credit to Claude as well because Claude was the guy who actually helped us with the prompts to actually generate this in a couple of minutes, right? Amazing, amazing. So that was AI. I hope that all of you are a little bit de-stressed now because I knew that in the initial part had a lot of technical detail. So we needed to de-stress. We needed to ensure that we are hydrated. We're back here. Now, there's going to be no respite from here on because we're moving on to generate a solid AI toolkit that's going to break down our daily tasks into different buckets already shown you different buckets that we'll be covering. Now let's go ahead and explore 12 plus AI tools. These are tools that I use in my workflows. And you might have seen already that, some of the tools are making it to the demos, right? Like I'm using them even in this demo. That's how useful they've been for me, right? So, and the first one is actually one of my favorite ones, the most used one, if I can say, if I remove like the likes of Chat GPT and Gemini, right? The first one is the voice AI tool that I've been using throughout this session. And I've seen so many comments about how are you doing that? How are you doing that? Right? So that's the first demo that I'm going to show you. It's a lovely tool called as Flow by the folks from Whisper. And I'm going to show you what their vision is. And then I'm going to show you my usage patterns within it. Right? So Whisper Flow literally says, don't type, just speak. And it's an application that you can start using. Sorry, it's an application that you can start using right away because it needs no additional breaks, and you just install it and you just start talking into it, right? So I'm going to show you my Whisper Flow interface so that you get to see this. So this is how it looks, and you can obviously make it a lot more pro than it is right now. You can add in dictionary of words that you are honestly using. So my language and the names in my life are all here. You can make it use snippets. So I can add a new snippet and say personal website. Oops. And I say www.buildwithrv.com. And whenever I say personal website, right? It's going to replace it. In fact, let me make this a little more practical so that it doesn't replace random places. I'm going to say my personal website and I'm going to save this, right? And whenever I'm talking now and I say my personal website, it's going to start showing you that link instead of me remembering. So you have my LinkedIn, you have my personal email, you have all of that very quickly usable, right? In style, you can add notes so that it starts sounding like you. So if you're using it in WhatsApp or email, it starts talking and feeling like you, right? And the most important part that I want to show you, I've been using it for 11 weeks straight. It's an absolute habit for me. I've typed in more than a book probably. Says I've written 2 podcast seasons is what the Whisper team says. I type really fast. I'm at 80 words a minute when I type, but I'm at 1.5x or more at 127 words per minute when I talk, right? And I'm about to hit 100. And this is the reason why it's my favorite AI app because it's there in every other AI app, right? All the 100 apps that I'm using has Whisperflow embedded in it because I start talking to it, I start using it in that manner. So that's why it's a fantastic, fantastic tool. Funny's gonna keep dropping the links to all of the tools that we'll be using in the chat. You please go ahead and explore them later so that we don't break it. We are 10,000 people, or now about 8,500 people on the chat. So ensure that you're going and checking this out. You'll also get a detailed list of links towards the later half of the session. So
Raghuveer, in
that
fact, what
was
I've done
yes.
is I have collated every tool link in a document and I'll share that towards the end of the session itself
Perfect, perfect, perfect,
so that people
awesome.
can focus on the demos as it goes by.
Folks, then keep your full focus here because I do tend to use them like I'm using them naturally, so it might be a little fast, but it's my way of showing you as much value as I can. You will get all the links for sure. towards the end of the session. Very well organized in a doc that Funny is so kindly put together. So wait till the end for that. Let's go ahead and focus on the demos for now. All right, so that was our first tool of the day, which was Whisper Flow. Now I'm going to take a second tool that's also one of my favorites because of what it takes away from my life, right? And that is something that I absolutely hate, which is meetings. So if I had the ability for AI to attend meetings on my behalf, that would be insane, right? If I were to have AI attend meetings and give me notes, that would be amazing. So I'm going to show you a tool that is, it started as a silly 2% company 5 or 6 years ago. Now is growing leaps and bounds. It's called as Fireflies AI. And Fireflies AI, you might have seen Fireflies AI or Fred has just joined the meeting in some of your online meetings if your colleagues are using it or if you're using it. But Fireflies AI is just one of the most amazing things to happen in this space. And you can see that it's not just restricted to English, right? Some of you were asking about Hindi in the previous song that we did. I had a few meetings with doctors in Telugu, and it's actually converted all of those also into a very clear breakdown of whatever the action items are and things like that. Now I'm going to show you one of the things that I've recently attended. It's a meeting with a client about a review of work that we are kind of working on. So it was about generating the brand identity, giving a product launch plan, and things like that. Now, the exciting part about this is the kind of details that you get to see, right? So I have asked Fred, which is the AI assistant here, but look on the left. It says the meeting was neutral for 57% of the time, positive for 37% of the time, and negative for just 7% of the time, which is crazy good, right? I'm very happy if 93% was neutral or positive with a client meeting that I've just had, right? Now I can come here and actually chat with the meeting, right? It's chatting with the intelligence and conversation of two people live. I can create to dos. So I say, convert everything that we had in the meeting into a list of to dos so that I can send as a follow up to this client and ensure that, my job is done, right? So I click on this, and in about 10 seconds it's going to read all of the transcript and it's going to give you exactly what the action items are, who the owner is, and what is the severity, right? A project manager would be very, very impressed with it. So it's read the entire meeting transcript, right? About 1 hour and 3 minutes. That's 63 minutes, 64 minutes of material. And it's now converted that into, hey, deliver a high resolution logo and animation essence for marketing. The owner is me, right? Share the WAPI voice agent demo. The owner is me. Guide community engagement strategy and Reddit page creation. The owner is me. So a lot of things on my plate, but then a lot of things on the client's plate as well, where anything to test, anything to create is all the client's responsibility. And I can very quickly just say, hey, here's the minutes along with clear to dos. In fact, I can go ahead and give this to Gemini and say, go ahead and create to dos for me and the client on this, and it will go ahead and do that as well, right? So things that used to be an absolute waste of time, right, be something that you almost feel like, oh man, I've done the meeting, that was hard enough, but I actually need to do this again. Those are the kind of tasks that Fireflies.ai is taking away from you. Fantastic tool again. And it's something that, it can really, really save a lot of headache for you. Now, let's move on to the third tool in productivity itself, which is a lot of material is coming your way, right? Today, you will be seeing about 10 or 12 tools. You've read and heard about me speaking about how AI works. You might want to go deeper. If you had the ability to convert everything that's on the internet into a chattable interface, right? Into a conversation rather than one way, right? When you're playing a YouTube video, the YouTube video is playing and you're passively watching, right? You're not actively, kind of participating in that conversation. What if I told you we can challenge that? We can change that, right? The tool that we have next is called as Emily. It's not a very, very well known or widespread tool, but for the capabilities that it offers, it's incredible. I'd say it's one of the underrated ones out there in the market. I'm going to go ahead and launch Chrome for this because Emily works as a Chrome extension, which means like Whisper Flow, wherever you go, whichever tab you go to, Emily is right there waiting by the side, right? So you can see that, you can just pin it as one of your extensions. I have it added here in my Chrome, and I can jump into any window, and Emily is just opening in the sidebar for me, right? Let me go ahead and show you. So there's this article that I've been reading about AI 2027, which focuses on what's the future of AI looking like. And you can see that it's a very long one. I highly recommend that all of you read it. First time you read it, on your own, because this is my repeat read. I end up using AI to, kind of quickly summarize and get me snippets of that. So Emily opens on the side and it just says summarize this entire page that you're reading. And very, very quickly, it's gone ahead and done all of that, right? Very long article. So you can see that it's broken into 5 core pointers. Now, this is about an article. I told you all about videos as well, right? So, what if I said AI 2027 Vibe Hub? So, Vibe Hub's actually done a video on this as well.
People are going to call me
Right.
crazy.
This is AI.
It's about 14 minutes. We don't have the time. So, I'm just going to click on summarize video, and it's going to spend time going through the transcript with YouTube and then starting giving us the very, very quick, very, very short summary that we need to go ahead and kind of start interacting with. There you go. So it's broken down about the AI 2027 report explained. Then it gives you the pointers and the point of view of Vibe, right? So this is the original article that was written by these four folks. But now we have Vibhav's point of view. In fact, I'm gonna say AI 2027 YouTube, and I'm gonna show you another.
By now, you've
Piece.
probably heard AI scientists, Nobel
Right? So you can see Emily's also loaded here, and I can just say summarize this video. It's going to do that. It can do this with PDFs, it can do this with articles, it can do this with videos. If it's on the internet, it can do it wherever you have it, right? So learning and just absorbing information now just becomes how much can you handle? How smartly can you use these tools? Right, because you can now make your point of view of watching 10 different people, some of them supporting it, some of them not supporting it, and then you can create a very strong point of view on whatever you need to finally have your point of view on that. So that's where I feel like AI is actually helping you absorb more information in the era where information is unlimited, and a tool like Emily goes a long way in helping you kind of get to that point. Now, moving to a little more serious use case, one of the things that I did a lot in the early part of my career in advertising is research, right? We had primary research, we have secondary research, we have qualitative research, we have quantitative research. Generally, research is a high diligence, time taking task. So if I wanted to understand about how can I increase the sales of Johnson and Johnson's baby shampoo, I had to speak with 50 mothers, recent mothers, that to interview them for 1 hour each. That's 50 hours. Transcribe all of those interviews that I've recorded into text. Break those down into smaller snippets. Then eventually submit to my boss saying, here are the 10 most important things. I was my boss's AI back then, right? So research is a grueling, very high diligence task. But the diligence that we had was always limited by our intentions or our bandwidth, right? If I didn't have 50 hours, I could only do 30 interviews. Now that is changing because AI consumes information way faster than we do. AI creates information way faster than we do, which means a high diligence, a high grueling, high effort task like research can also become enjoyable, and it can also become something that you can do very, very fast, right? For that, we'll use a tool called as Perplexity. It's known for competing with Google, and it's also known for grounding AI in the internet, which means AI could hallucinate, but once Perplexity came into the space, it was giving you links to every response that it was generating, which made you feel a little bit more confident saying, hey, it's not just pulling this number out of nowhere. It's actually giving it based on this link. That gave us confidence saying, okay, I can trust AI and I don't need to use Google search for everything, right? There's Other tools that have this as well, like reasoning models, Gemini and ChatGPT have their own versions. Grok has its own version. Claude has its own version. So every major player out there has a table stakes version of this as well. But for our demo, we will be using Perplexity. All right. So let me go ahead and talk about one of the scenarios that Funny was exploring in the initial part, right? Which was AI is taking over jobs. What do you need to do to ensure that you are ready for this space, right? Hi, I am now a trained AI generalist with experience using and deploying AI agents over 2 years now. I'm now looking forward to move back to the workforce and become a salaried employee in one of these AI startups. I want you to go ahead and give me three top roles that I can interview for. I want you to then give me a clear breakdown of what companies are having these roles, what categories do these companies exist in, what is the kind of culture that is there within these modern AI companies, and how do they pay? What is the compensation that is offered for a role like this? This is primarily for my research, and I'm going to dig deeper into this later. So go ahead and generate a extensive report for me, helping me decide on how I need to go about interviewing with these companies. Also, give me an investor's point of view towards the end so that I understand where the money is moving. There you go. Long prompt, but it's actually done all of that. Now I can do this in search. Give me one moment. I offered hydration advice to all of you, but I didn't take it myself. So, um, this can be done with search, but it can also be done with research and it can be done with labs, right? Because this is a very intensive task, I'm going to go ahead and choose research, right? Where it says you can conduct deep research on any topic. I'm going to paste this prompt and I'm going to go ahead and click enter. Now, I'm going to talk through the process that it's going through and we'll then move on to other demos because research takes time. Even in the AI world, it takes more time than some of the things that we've done. So it goes through a sequence of steps, right? It goes through searching on your behalf. So everything that has a magnifying glass here is searching on your behalf. And then it's doing these steps again and again and again until it gets enough knowledge and it goes ahead and finally generates a response for you. So you can see that I can expand this and you will see from the start all the steps that it's taken. So it searched for AI agent deployment jobs, AI agent engineering salary, AI agent AI startup categories, AI startup culture, AI startup funding, investors, right? All I can see that my prompt is taken well, right? So I'm going to come back to this in a couple of minutes, but you can see how Perplexity can actually work on your behalf and convert days, if not weeks of work into something that is a few minutes, right? Which is amazing for us. You can do this with Gemini and ChatGPT, like I mentioned as well. But for now, let's move on to the next demo that I have. This is actually one of my favorite demos because once we have the Perplexity report ready, we'll actually know a couple of roles or interviews that we can probably be giving. And I'm going to talk about the next conversation in such a setup, right? Imagine a tough conversation like the one that you're having with your manager about getting a hike or a promotion, the one that you're having with someone who's a technical lead or an HR that's interviewing you. Some of these more complex, conversations where there's high pressure. And usually we were, rehearsing with our friends, with our mentors, preparing on paper, drawing flowcharts, talking things out in our heads. We've all done, different things that work for us, right? But let me show you how you can have an absolutely realistic version of this if you were to have a voice conversation with AI. We're going to use chat gpt for this sake, And I'm going to show you a very less used feature within ChatGPT. It's in front of our eyes, but we somehow tend to miss it. So let me go ahead and try and jump into that. In the meanwhile, I'm going to just drop a refresh here and see if our answer is ready. There you go. So Perplexity is finished. It's done it in 9 different steps. And it's gone ahead and given me AI agent engineer, forward deployed engineer. This is a word I'm hearing a lot, a deployment strategist, ML ops engineer, AI solutions architect. And then it says, where does this role exist? What are the skills needed? What are the company categories? Conversationally, I mean, it's breaking down individual categories within that space. So some are chatbots within companies, some are workflow automations, some are AI native application startups, and then it's given me a bunch of things within that as well. Wow. Then it's given me some core frameworks. So the LangChain, LangGraph, Crew AI, OpenAI, Anthropic, all of these major players that are there in enterprise integrations. It says it's high intensity. So now we're going into culture. Let's go to the most interesting part, right? Let's go to compensation. Where is compensation? Da, 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 da. Okay, there you go. Compensation philosophy is cash plus equity, equity heavy packages because they don't know where the space is going. So in India, it says the base packages begin at 6 to 12 LPA, Series A, Series B, if you're going by investors, is about 15 to 40 LPA. And then if they're very well funded, then you can expect 30 to 50 plus LPA in big tech parity, right? Which is what the big tech companies pay. Cultural characteristics, challenges, and let's see if it's also done a breakdown towards the end of the investor's point of view. Wow, this is a lot of information. This is a lot of information, right? So you can spend a lot of time in trying and understanding, the exact market that we have here and how you can prepare for this, right? So there's India based. So it knows my location is India, right? So I've not even told it to look for Indian stuff, but it's actually going ahead and doing this. So it says US is dominating, but there's India based opportunities as well that we can evaluate. And wow. So that's about 153 sources. You can go back and dig into all of these and see if it's bluffing or if it's actually giving you all of that. How much time would it have taken for you to go through 153 sources, right? Just think of that. Definitely not 10 minutes, not 5 minutes, probably done in 5 minutes, right? So this is insane. Now, let me go ahead and jump to the demo that we have for now, which is I'm going to go to ChatGPT. And like I said, we had these buttons all along, but somehow they were always ignored, right? So there are these two buttons that you see on the right, right? The one is called dictate. The second one is called as voice mode. What I'm going to use is the voice mode. I'm going to start activating it. I'm going to mute it so that I can continue talking to you. Now, I've activated the voice mode. It's listening when that graphic is moving. I'm going to try and rehearse the interview process with this, right? Hey, I need your help with helping me
Of
kind of
course, I'm
mock
I'm here to
interview.
help. Just let me know what you need a hand with, and we'll dive right in.
Sometimes it can get too enthusiastic. It just did that. I need your help with conducting a mock interview for the role of an AI generalist. I've been training for this role for the past 2 years. I need you to be an absolute grueling interviewer from the company fireflies.ai. And this is for the role of multiple verticals reporting into one, which they are now calling as the AI generalist. Can we do that?
Absolutely, we can do that. I'll step into my grilling interviewer persona from Fireflies AI, and we'll treat this like a real mock interview. So let's get started. All right, welcome to the interview. I'm going to jump right in. So this AI generalist role is pretty demanding. We need someone who can handle multiple reporting verticals seamlessly. Tell me, in the past 2 years of your training, how have you prepared yourself to juggle different types of content and technology coverage without losing depth or accuracy? Let's hear how you handle that.
All right. So I've always been a generalist. Now, and a layer of AI is added on top of everything. I've been a marketer, I've been a product guy, I've been someone who spent a lot of time in operations and support and finance as well. So having a basic sense of all of these verticals has helped me compound my skills really quickly. In terms of the depth and the coverage that I have AI research agents that help me get my daily briefing of what's happening in the space. I also have AI task automation agents that take care of the mundane stuff like attending meetings or managing calendars or managing tasks for me. That allows me to kind of zoom out and be strategic in my approach. I hope that answers.
All right, not bad. You've definitely got a lot of breadth there, but let me push you a bit more. As an AI generalist at Fireflies AI, we don't just want someone who can delegate tasks to AI agents. We want someone who can handle high pressure, real time reporting scenarios where you can't rely on automation alone. So tell me about a time when things went completely off script. No AI tool could help you, and you had to rely purely on your own judgment. How did you navigate that?
All right. So this was for a client project where we were working on a third party no code automation tool to actually do the task of playing the chat bot where it could ask, you could ask any questions about weight loss within it. But on the day of launch, the third party tool had crashed and we had 6 hours from launch before this was happening. So I quickly got together with the founder and brought in an engineering consultant to find out how we can deploy the absolute MVP version of this without dependence on third party tools. And we quickly figured out that we could do this with Gemini's new RAG tool. And we ended up deploying a full blown RAG chatbot in about 2 hours, tested it for a couple of hours. And once we were happy with its performance, we just pushed it to production and we were good for launch.
All right, that's a solid example. I like that you jumped in and found a workaround under pressure. So you've shown you can pivot when tech fails, which is great. Now, let me throw one last curveball your way, since this is a grueling interview after all. In the AI generalist role here, you're going to have to deal not just with technology, but also with a lot of ambiguity, like ethical dilemmas around AI reporting. So tell me, if you were faced with a situation where using AI to generate a story might compromise the truth or might create a biased narrative, how would you handle that tension? We need to know you can stand your ground when it comes to ethical reporting.
Hey, I'm gonna end it on that because it was getting too grilling for my liking. But you can see that even with AI, an interview setup just pushes you, right? I was, kind of searching and finding words as a part of that conversation because in an interview setup you're under high pressure. In a conversation about your hike, you're under high pressure, right? The more you do it, the more muscle you build and the more you can do a better job of it. The lovely part of this is you have the entire transcript ready for you to kind of go ahead and use this, and you can basically start reviewing where you went well and where you kind of could have done better, where did you fail miserably, right? In fact, you can just ask, give me the places where I aced this, where I thought I was okay, neutral, places where I sucked, right? Right. And it's gonna give you a clear breakdown of your performance. Pretty insane, right? So that entire transcript is also a chattable interface. So amazing, right? It gives you, like, at my level it says I'm at a 6.5 on 10, so I know that I have to kind of upskill from here or I have to figure out what else. I didn't answer the ethical reasoning question, so I didn't like that, so it gave me a 4 on 10. So there you go. You can go ahead and prepare for the best of interviews, for the best toughest of conversations. For you want to do this in personal life, in professional life, voice is an incredible space for you to actually go ahead and try and explore AI in the most human way possible, right? Now, you've joined this new work. Assume that we've made it to Fireflies AI, and on day one, they throw a dashboard like this at you. This happens to a lot of us who are promoted. This happens to a lot of us who are, picking up a new role, picking up a larger role than what we've handled before, right? We have a lot of things given on day one, And the expectation is, how quickly can you get to make sense of this, right? For that, we're jumping into the use case of slicing and dicing of data now. And if I were to tell you that any data that you have, even though it looks this complex, can actually be broken down into simple sentences and can uh, give you strategic insight as to what needs to be done next. You can do that with the help of AI. And for this, I'm going to use Claude, right? So let me quickly jump to Claude. And while I was in that little chat, I took a screenshot of that dashboard, that pixelated little piece that we just saw. I've added that to the clipboard here, and I'm going to ask Claude, hey, Claude, I've joined a new role, and this is the dashboard that I have to deal with. I've never dealt with complex data before. Can you help me break down everything that I'm seeing into a novice language so that I understand what individual elements of the charts are? I joined as a strategic lead. So, can you help me prepare for my conversation with the founder later this week by giving me a few topics to explore and a few insightful questions to ask in that meeting? Right? Done that. And in about 3, 2, 1, it's going to break it down into the exact metrics that we are seeing on the chart. So this is the chart we're talking about. It looks like this. But now it's just saying money that customers owe you. They bought something and they haven't paid you yet. Very easy to understand when someone puts it that way, right? Money you owe suppliers or vendors. You bought something you haven't paid yet. Equity ratio. Then it goes into telling what part of the chart does these individual metrics. If you're absolutely just getting started, right? Oh, go to bottom left. Acha, it's talking about this, so let me try and understand this better. Topics for the founder conversation: the cash conversation conversion paradox. You have a 1.86 days to sales outstanding, but aging bucket shows significant overdue receivables. How is this possible, right? It's giving you very very interesting topics to open, open and understand better. And you now are in a place where you feel like you can understand this chart way better, not just know the numbers in it, but actually have some topics to explore and understand the company and the role and everything that it brings in better, right? So that was a very very quick way for you to convert something that looks like a very complex dashboard into something that you can generate insights with. Now we've seen the analytical side of things, right? Let's go ahead and explore some creative side of things. If you had to do a product photo shoot, right? And I don't know how many of you are for marketing, but finding the set, finding the location, finding the props, finding the model, the list of things that go into preparing something like this is just endless, right? And it's expensive. Now I'm going to show you a tool that can do a lot of things that will actually replace marketeers or people in the supply chain of marketing, right? This tool is called Fort AI, and I like it because of the number of things that it does. So it's kind of like a Canva plus Photoshop plus your physical photo shoots. It does a bunch of things, and it that does them quite well. So let's go ahead and explore Fort.ai. Now Fort.ai, like I told you, has a bunch of tools. This is how the interface looks. So you have visuals, you have ads, you have just image generation, you have graphics, you have background replacer, you have image extender if you have like a small shot and you want it to be expanded beyond that. And then you have the demo for today, which is the product photo shoot. Now, I can upload a file of my own product, but for the sake of the demo, let me go ahead and pick one of these, right? So I'm going to try and pick, um, let's go with this clock. We've never done the clock. It looks like a simple clock, but we could add the charm using AI, right? So now it's going to analyze that image so that it understands the product in isolation. There you go. Looks like a simple alarm clock. Go ahead and place this clock in various children bedroom presets. Make one of them a simple pastel colored bedroom. Make the other one with over the top elements like dinosaur soft toys and meshes and nets. Also place it in a play gym where it has a bunch of monkey bars and ladders and pickler triangles, right? So now it's literally going to a point where you're playing with your imagination, right? So I'm just thinking of what all it could be doing. So it's already given you a few basic ones here. I like them, but let me go ahead and hit generate. Now I could actually define the entire space. If I were to do this professionally, I would do this by understanding what is in the room, what are the elements, right? What is the lighting, all of those things that I would worry about in a real photo shoot. But for the sake of the demo, I'm just showing you, variations of how much is possible. There you go. The first one is pastel colors. The scale is off because we didn't give it more detail, but it's done a very decent job of getting the pillows and the pastel colors right. I like what we have here, but it needs a little bit of tweaking, right? Then in the play gym. So you can see that it's done the background setting very, very well, but it's failed at the scale. So you can always go back and then give it the exact scale and the lighting detail, right? So I can say, give it to me like it is placed on a 2 foot by 2 foot bedside table in an ambient lit bedroom with pastel colors. The bedroom is for kids, so place other elements like soft toys and um, playthings that make sense for such a use case. So once you do this, just this 2 by 2 foot should give it a little bit more scale. Let's see if it can actually do that right. So you can see that iterating on AI is a very important aspect to get the kind of output that you want, right? That's a very, very important aspect for you to actually get high quality output where you can trust AI and say, okay, it actually can do things for me, not just give me ideas or not just give like half done jobs. There you go. That 2 by 2, put it at scale. The toys are suddenly at scale, right? Look at how much better this has gotten, right? Books are there for scale. There's three clocks in this one. This is ridiculous, but again, these are what it generated in the past, but you can see that it's gotten way better. If we were to sell this product, I'd happily add a few elements of text here and suddenly we have an ad, right? So that is Fort AI for all of you. It can create different environments. It can help you do product photo shoot. It can do everything visual. You can actually give it a shot and it does a very good job of it. Now, we've been speaking about a lot of things where I said AI has made this easier, AI has made that easier. There is one thing that AI has actually made more difficult, and that is distribution. Distribution is finding more people, right? Everyone's losing their attention spans because there's so much AI everywhere, right? I'm sure you've experienced it. Your LinkedIn is full of AI. You just know that the barrier to create has become lesser, which means the difficulty to find attention from people has become higher. Now, if there's one place where you can actually build a personal brand today, and one place where, if you do it right, creating with AI can actually help you build distribution, that would be LinkedIn. And if I ask a commitment from all of you saying, hey, just spend 5 minutes a day using this tool, and you can become a regular poster on LinkedIn, that's not too much to ask, right? So let's jump to the next tool. It's called as Supergrow. I'm going to launch its interface real quick. Now, Supergrow has some very interesting parts to it, right? But the ones that we want to focus on are the post generator and the carousel maker. Because you might see a lot of carousels going viral, right? The 4 or 5 image things that end up going viral a lot. So I'm going to go to post generator and it's going to give me a bunch of options. So I can write my thoughts here and ask it to generate. I can give it a recording and ask it to generate, kind of like Emily, right? I can give it a PDF, I can give it a YouTube video, I can give it anything that is digitally available, and it can do that for me. So let me go ahead and click on generate a post with a YouTube video. I'm going to quickly go back here and I'm going to pick this realistic scenario of AI takeover. Come back here. I'm gonna paste that here, right? And then it says, give me your post format that you want to talk about. So you might have seen these popular formats on LinkedIn. Hey, this is a strong result that I achieved, and here's how I did it. I've been working on something, building, coaching, learning. Here's my tips, right? I used to believe, so on and so forth. Shocking or timely event just happened, right? So there's way different things that work in terms of storytelling. You can choose these. You can choose to start from scratch. Maybe I'm going to go with this, right? Today I saw this because we saw that video today. I'm going to just add that. I'm going to say, go ahead and talk about how everyone's focusing on the doomsday scenario. But watching this video actually made me feel that a lot of the things that humanity currently spends time on should be taken away by AI so they can focus on things that really matter, right? Like spending time with their kids, spending time with their loved ones, doing things that matter to them, pursuing their hobbies, and so on and so forth. Drastically different point of view, right? I have all of that, added as my prompt. This is what makes it my post, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and hit generate. Now it's going to go through that transcript exactly like Emily does. And then it's going to generate a full blown post about what our point of view is, right? So it saw that video, it took our point of view, and now we have 1,000 character post ready. Today I watched a 45-minute AI timeline. Everybody saw the doomsday part, but I saw something else entirely, right? I can, it's actually taken my point of view. It's taken what it's seen there, and then it says, "Hey, these are the parts that are annoying about our life right now." And it can give us back time with our kids, morning with our loved ones, space to create art, freedom to. I would actually go ahead and post this. This is that good, right? This is not feeling like AI slop. It's avoided all the usual tells that AI has. No too many emojis, no this, then that kind of a writing style. Let me go ahead and click on this little button, and I'm going to really, really show you how this can actually be converted into a proper, post for us, right? Saying go ahead and generate 6 slides from that same post that we generated. And it's going to take about 30 seconds because, again, like everywhere else, image generation takes more time. But as we speak, starting to get ready. So there you go. It's given me an editing kit, but it's now basically ready for me to process. So I just change this to RV, change this to my handle picture poet. I can add my profile picture here, and suddenly this becomes a sequence of tweets that I've done. Wow, it's now adding images as well. The video showed AI taking over jobs. People panicked, but what hit me? Doing busy work to look productive, chasing promotions that we don't want, blah, blah, blah. Most see AI as a threat. I see it as permission to stop pretending work defines us to be human. The future is about remembering what AI can't do. I love this. I love this, right? So here's how it can actually go ahead and generate a proper post for us in less than 5 minutes. And the tool is called Supergrow. This is where you can go and grow your LinkedIn by spending just 5 minutes on the tool. And it's something that I've been using regularly to articulate my thoughts. Whenever I feel like it's too close to AI, I reject it. But whenever I feel like it's getting my point of view, I go ahead and use it. So go ahead and try this as well. Now we spoke about LinkedIn and trying to garner audiences, right? Trying to get distribution. What if you were looking for one person that can help, or a group of people that can really, really help, right? We all have built networks. Most of you will have over 500 LinkedIn connections, over 1,000 Facebook friends, and so on and so forth. We have a lot of connections way beyond any person in the past, right? But what if there was one place where all of this data can kind of coincide, right? We all our contact bases have gone out of control, right? You have those 2,000 phone numbers, but you don't know how you've saved different things. You have that 500 leads from your past workspace, but you don't know how to organize them. Now for all of this, there is one tool that has made this incredibly easy to interact with. It's called as happenstance. I'm going to jump to this. I know we're going a little bit fast, but it's last couple of demos, so please be with me. Now happenstance is a lovely tool because it compounds on the network that you already built. right? So I'm going to show you connectors here. And you can see that it's taken all my Google data. It's taken all my LinkedIn data. It's taken all my Twitter data. And it says out of the 4,000 connections that I have, out of the 5 accounts that I have about 913 emails. And I've gotten them from these different sources, which is incredible, right? For me to actually sit and find these details from all my social platforms is a very painful act. So I can come here and say, I want to understand more about Paul Bocuse, right? I think names is still a problem. Let's go ahead and see if it tries and finds this person from my network. Now, this is one way to use it where you're actually going ahead and digging deeper about one person. So let me maybe open a ready example. So Joanne Yang is a product leader shaping the model behavior and novel AI interfaces, their past history, their education. So if you're interviewing someone, if you're evaluating someone to invest in your company, this is an incredible way, right? The other thing I could do is actually search for users, right? If I go ahead and say, find me all the AI enthusiasts that I can pitch my AI B2C SaaS product for managing their everyday lives as a game. So there's a new product, and it's a crazy casual query, right? It's literally what's in my head. But what it does here is it actually converts this into complex SQL queries, right? So it says, I'm searching your, 4,000 connections. So you can expand the theory there. You can see. So you can see it says anyone who's got the title as AI, whose description as AI, whose title as artificial intelligence, we will be tired trying to search like this, right? Every relevant word with AI, it's picked up, and then it starts, digging into searching on our behalf in our networks, and finally it gives me like a list of things that a list of people that kind of fit this particular example, right? I've done a few in the past. I'm going to show them to you while that one loads. So if I wanted India fintech workers for Regality AI, right? It's found people. If you're working in a team, you can start sharing connections, and a bunch of all their connections come into one place, which is also incredible, right? Imagine 10 people coming together and giving all their contact details. This can scale up really, really quickly. It's a very, very usable version of LinkedIn in that sense. Anyone who's recently changed their companies. So if I'm a HR product or if I'm looking to hire someone, this is a great way to filter. It digs into their LinkedIn and tries and understands if they changed jobs recently. Let's see if this list is ready. Okay, there you go. So Rajal, who's the founder of OnLoop, we have Vedantu, someone from Vedantu, we have Paul Bacos, who I was trying to dig into earlier, is building a stealth AI startup. We have Dimitri Shapiro. I've shown up myself. That's funny. And we have a bunch of people from Growth School and Outskill, which is obvious because they are some of the biggest people in the space of AI. Now, that was happenstance, where it converts your database into something that you can absolutely play with, absolutely start chatting with. I hope that you found it helpful. Now, moving to the last couple of demos of the day, one of them is a tool that actually comes into the environment that you work in, kind of like Whisper Flow and like Emily, right? Where you didn't have to shift tabs. If you're working with a lot of data, if you're coming from the field where numbers really matter, or working with sheets or Excel matters, then I'm going to introduce you to two tools now. One of them is called as Numerous AI, and the other one's called Superjoin. But the interesting part is when I'm actually demoing this tool, I won't be launching these tools, but I'll be launching a sheet that I have instead. Now, this is a sheet of 20 reviews from various parents for my app called as Happy Eaters, which focuses on helping meal times with kids become more fun. Now, these are the names of the parents. This is the ratings that they've given, and these are the reviews that they've given, right? Exciting. I have this data, but I'm going to do three different use cases, and I'm going to need you all of you to focus on the formula bar here. Now, the first tool is called as Numerous AI, and I already have it installed. It's a simple Chrome extension. It's a simple Google Sheets extension. And you can see that it's loaded up on the side. Now, all I need to do is say, classify the sentiment of this review in the cell C2 as one of the following: positive, negative, and neutral. For any of the brand folks that have worked in reputation management, right? You can see that it's quickly read this review on our behalf and it says, okay, this looks positive overall. I'm going to drag this like any other formula that you've ever used. And in about 3, 2, 1, we should have all of these elements converted into, reviews that have now have a sentiment. Now, where is this interesting? I'm going to show you this little row here, row number 8, where Divya said she's given it a 5, but the tone is neutral. It says it doesn't show me the recipes. We would have never found this if we were just going with the number of 5 stars that we got, right? And I'm gonna close this on the side. Now, if you're coming from customer success, from operations, from places where you have to manage the operations of the user, what if I told you that AI can actually make you very human in the way you respond to your users, right? So I'm gonna say, write a one-liner reply for this review of the cell C2 and ensure that it speaks like the most happy person in the world, right? This is my prompt. I can always, change that to add a few things, right? For example, I can just say most sarcastic person in the world. And I hit enter, and you can see that AI is loading within the cell. It says, wow, who knew feeding a tiny human could be so complicated? Thank goodness for happy eaters, because clearly choosing between chicken nuggets and mac and cheese was just too much to handle. Now, the brand is called Happy Eaters, so probably sarcasm is not a great fit for the brand. So I'm going to go back and say happy and sweet person in the world. And you'll see that the emojis are back. I'm so thrilled to hear that Happy Eaters has made your mom life easier. Now I just drag this all the way to the bottom. And suddenly, all of these individual reviews have customized replies. No more thank you for your review, right? We're so sorry to hear you are having trouble accessing the app, but your feedback is like a sprinkle of sunshine that helps us improve. Thank you for letting us know, and we'll work to fix it right away. There you go. So all of them have different responses, different emojis. It just makes it feel so much more human, right? Now, if you're from the product background, you're always wondering, is that feature that I built actually worth it? Now, the prompt here is guess the product feature that prompted the user to write this review, and write it in exactly 2 words, because as product, you are already digging with so many things, right? So you want to ensure that you're getting the essence of it in the fastest way possible. So I just do that, and it reads this review, understands the product feature that broke it, that actually contributed to a good review, and suddenly you have internet connectivity is an issue. Raise that with the tech team. Slow performance is an issue. Look at your vitals and check. Right? Invasive advertising. They don't like the pop-up screens. Okay, we need to do something about that. Maybe we design it better, or maybe just not do it as much as we do. So all of these strategic actions are now possible if you use AI in the right way possible. Now, this was all numerous AI. Like I mentioned, there's a double trouble with this particular demo. The other tool that I have is called as Superjoin. And Superjoin is an extension again, and it's even more accessible with this little button here. And I can just come here, and I'm going to show you the interface. So this is how the interface looks like. And it can do a bunch of things, right? But the thing that we'll explore today is the AI Copilot. Now, I've already done one past query because it allows you about 5 queries for free, and you can all try this in your Google Sheets. I said build a pie chart to visualize the distribution of sentiments, positive, negative, and neutral, from the reviews in your dataset. Ensure that the chart has clear title, labeled sections, and a legend for easy interpretation. This will help you quickly assess overall customer sentiment. It created a full blown plan for that, maybe much more than what we would do as humans. And then, if I just scroll to the right, you can see that it said sentiment, it's written in the words, it's put in the formula of each of these words, and then it's gone ahead and done the chart generation on our behalf. It says that 68% of your reviews are positive. Way easier to read it this way than this, right? It says 2 of them are neutral and 4 of them are negative. Way easier for you to process. Generally, sentiment charts are in pie. So that's a very quick way for you to, convert data that you already have into a simple prompt, and suddenly you're generating, more and more. Now you can start a new chat, and you can say, so it's actually reading my data now, and you'll see that these are changed. So I'll say organize the review insights. So it says create a pivot table that summarizes the average rating by sentiment using the rating column, and go ahead and create a pivot. Now let's see how it does this. There you go. It's pasted something on the right, and you can see that it's done a breakdown of that by pivoting it right here. So if you're new to Excel, if you're just figuring out but you have the thought for it, right, this is a fantastic tool. Now that was Superjoin and Numerous AI, and it works with Google Sheets inside Sheets. It works with Excel inside Excel, which makes it incredible because at no point did I go to ChatGPT and say, "Hey, help me with the formula for this." Right? That's the context switching that it saves, and it's very important when you're working with large data sets. So Superjoin and Numerous AI were this particular demo. Now I'm moving to the last couple of demos, and I'm very excited for them because it's usually the place where people get really really excited. Now the first one is, I'm sure all of you feel like, oh my god, this guy is just going on about AI tools. How do I stay updated after this session, right? And for that, for you to always stay updated, we have a tool that kind of makes it like the Tinder of staying updated with AI. It's called Flick, and you can literally flick through flashcards to understand what is the latest that is happening in the space of AI. Funny is that I added the download link in the chat, so you can go ahead and get that for yourself. And very, very quickly, you can understand what's happening in the space by going through daily updates, right? Just make this a ritual of getting into the app once every day, and you'll be updated with the latest that's happening. Now, that was the last demo that we had. But if I were to tell you, we could do one more, right? Because we said we'll have some fun, but somehow we've done a lot of serious stuff for the past, 30, 40 minutes. Now, this one is really, really special because it was invite only till about 2 weeks ago, and it needed you to spend about $200 a month for their product to actually get access to. And I'm very excited to be the one because it actually gets you access to the world of agentic AI. Because until now, we've spoken about generative AI, where you ask something and it generates content. But the moment you're talking about agentic AI, it becomes autonomous, which means I'm going to literally keep my hands up throughout this demo while the demo actually goes ahead and presents itself on the screen. Are you excited for that? Should we do that? Should we do that? Let's go ahead and set the mood to close out on an absolute high. I'm loving the energy. Keep the reactions coming in. So I'm going to move to one last tool for the day, and I'm not going to tell you the name right away, but I'm sure, Funny can spend some time helping you run through it. Here's what we are going to do. Hi. I want to set the mood for about 8,000 AI learners who are seeing you for the first time. So go ahead and launch YouTube Music and play the song Welcome to the Machine by Pink Floyd. Then open Claude.ai in a new tab and create an HTML greeting card which has a button. On pressing the button, the curtain reveals with the words, Welcome to the world of agentic AI. Love, Raghuveer. All right. Let's see what I'm going to just tweak this so that it stays within the brackets. Okay. Now you can see that I've given it the prompt. I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that blue halo that is taken over on the screen. Let's go ahead and see if it actually succeeds. It's broken my overall task down into 3. All right. Okay, that's my YouTube. You can see that it's not found the song on the screen. Oh, but it's there in my search history. Let's see if it is smart, or will it type it out. Okay, it's typed it out. My hands are still in the air, folks. You're watching something that kind of feels like the future. Okay, the song has started playing in the background. I hope that you can still hear me. Now it's going to try and open a new window. Okay, successfully opened Claude. Hands still in the air. Let's see if it can create the greeting card on our behalf as well. Whew. Now, gone ahead and created a prompt on its own. I didn't give it all that. I just said, give me the text. Man, I love how the music always syncs with this. Started coding. Are you seeing this, folks? Are you seeing this madness? Within about 200 lines of code should be done by now. All right. Okay, it says open greeting card. And this is the time where I should intervene, should I? Or should I see if it actually opens the greeting card? All right. I think it's giving us a summary. Boom. Completed the task. Thank you so much. I'm going to close the assistant now. I'm going to expand this. And I'm going to click on open greeting. The curtain opens up. Welcome to the world of agentic AI, folks. It's an incredible time to be alive. I hope that all of you have had fun. I'm going to go back and pause the music. I'd love to keep it on, but we have things to do. So that was me welcoming all of you to Agentic AI. A quick summary of everything that we've learned today. We began with absolute basics as to what is Gen AI. We then looked under the hood and saw what's happening behind the scenes. We learned prompt engineering. We learned the magic prompt formula. We learned how to pick a model. We then went through rankings of what is the best way to pick for your vertical. We compared models. We thought of how can we use AI across different parts of your life. And lastly, I ran you through my toolkit of AI tools that literally run my day, my life. And I hope that, if you find maybe half of them as useful, you use this as a springboard to get started in your own AI journey. And I hope that you have a wonderful time exploring AI. I hope all of you are feeling a little bit more accomplished. A big congratulations to all of you. Over to you, Funny. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Raghuveer, for helping all of us get started. I just saw a message on the chat that you're the best person for this session, and I absolutely loved the ending with the agentic browser. Folks, I've gone ahead and dropped the link of the Comet browser. Some of you got the name right, and all the others, if you have not used the Comet browser yet, you can go ahead and download it and start playing around with it. You will also witness the agentic world that we are all entering. But Raghuveer, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and drop in your link so that people can stay connected with you. But as we take this
Yes.
journey forward, Raghuveer, what is that piece of advice that you would like to give to everyone? And folks, right after this, I'm going to share the resource doc as well as promised. So stick around. And then we will go into the lunch break and I'll share all the other instructions as well with all of you. But Raghuveer, what is the advice that you would like to give to everyone so that they can continue their journeys in the AI space?
No, amazing. I think, like I said towards the end of that demo, I think we just have to acknowledge that it's an absolute privilege to be alive right now, right? To experience all of these developments. as we are, working, we are growing through our careers. So the what we started with, right, having an open mind and exploring all of these tools. Don't worry about will it work for me. Don't worry about, oh my god, will my company accept this. Don't worry about privacy and confidentiality initially when you're exploring, right? Go ahead and figure out the possibilities. Everyone's AI journey is different, everyone's use case is different. So go ahead and find out the best tools that work for you. Go ahead and find the best prompts that work for you. Get your hands dirty, right? Start using these things and make them a part of your life. Get to the point where they don't feel like I'm learning this versus they're actually giving you back time, because I think that's a peculiar moment in your AI journey where things just flip, right? For me, I was learning and learning and learning and learning and learning, and suddenly I felt like, okay, all that learning is giving me back time. Now I can learn more. Now I can spend more time with my family. Now I can do, more businesses than I did in the past in the same 24 hours. That didn't change, right? So stay at it. Learning really, really compounds. There are some amazing sessions that are coming your way. So keep the same attitude, keep the same open mindedness to learning. Even if you don't understand it, it's okay. Learning is the easy part, right? Getting it to work for you, tweaking it to your use case is the one that really makes it worth it for you. So I hope that all of you found this session as a springboard, as a jumping, point, and you take off from here and you accept all the beautiful things that come your way after this. And yeah, that's probably the best piece of advice I can give right now. Just keep learning until you flip that, and after that, it's all yours.
Wonderful. And I'm sure everyone, after they finish learning, they're also going to go ahead and practice. Folks, you can all go ahead and connect with RB and stay connected with him on the link that I've shared on the chat. But Raghuveer, thank you so much for being here and helping us get started on this journey today. I'll take it
Amazing.
forward from here.
Thank you, Funny. Thank you. See you all around.
Wonderful. So, folks, with that, let me go ahead, share my screen, and show you all the resource document that we have prepared for all of you. Now, before I share my screen, I want to ask all of you, how many of you have taken notes? Drop in a me on the chat if you have already taken notes of everything that Raghuveer taught us today. Yeah? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now, if you are going ahead, a lot of people, once they have taken their notes, they do take pictures of it and then they post it on platforms like LinkedIn or Instagram and share with others that they are upskilling themselves with AI. So the handwritten notes that you have taken will become very, very important as you go ahead and share your thoughts on social media as well, that you are spending this entire weekend learning. But while all of you have taken your own notes, I'm also going to go ahead and drop in this extensive resource document that captures everything that has been taught to you in the very first session. We spoke about why it is important for everyone to form a generalist mindset and how that is going to be helpful. There is a 5 level roadmap, and if you look at this roadmap closely, this is the roadmap that we are following in this entire mastermind as well. We are done with the session 1. In the next session that is going to be taken by Web of Sycinity, we are going to go ahead and not just learn about AI tools, but we are going to go ahead and build AI tools as well and AI assistants. How many of you are excited to go ahead and build your own AI assistants or AI bots today? Drop in excited on the chat if you're excited. But for that, we have to take a break. We will come back from the break, and about 1:45 p.m. is when we are going to be starting the next session. And that is when we are going to go ahead and build our own AI bots and assistants, which is level number 2 that you see on the screen. I love the fact that all of you are so excited. And then we are in this document, we have also gone ahead and put in the other levels that we will be covering tomorrow, which essentially will help you get exposed to the length and breadth of what is possible with generative AI. Raghuvi taught us the magic prompt formula, wherein we learned that every prompt that we enter has to have a role, task, instruction, and data backing it, so that the outputs that you end up getting from the AI models become all the more better. And we also saw that there are many other prompting techniques that we need to learn, like zero shot, few shot, chain of thought, and self refine. you can all go ahead and practice them on your own after this mastermind gets done. And we spoke about the 5-step process behind how LLMs really work. All of that is put in right here. And what we have also done is we've gone ahead and included all the prompts that Raghuveer went ahead and used in the entire session, so that you can all go ahead and get your hands dirty by practicing everything. And like I said, as you scroll down, you will find links to all the tools that were taught to you as well. Some of the tools will be covered in the next session by Vaibhav, but every other tool that was covered in this particular session by Raghuveer is put up right here in this particular document. I'm going to go ahead and share this link right away on the chat so that all of you can go ahead and copy and paste it in your own resource file that you might have created for yourself. Let me quickly do this. There you go. The resource document is on the chat. All of you could go ahead and download it right away. Now, just to give you a sense of what's going to happen, let me go ahead, share my screen once again. There you go. I've already taken a look at the poll that all of you have answered, and I love the fact that all of you are having a great time. But what we are going to be doing right now is we will all break for lunch. Does not mean that we will drop off the call. We will continue on the same call. And the next session starts exactly at 1:45 p.m. IST. All right, all right, all right. I hope everyone is back from the lunch break and feeling very, very energized for the next session of day one of the Generative AI Mastermind. Are you all back? Drop in back on the chat if you are back from the lunch break. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And as people are joining back from the lunch break, I'm also going ahead and launching a poll just to check your attendance, just to see if all of you have attended session one that we conducted, or if there are any people who are directly joining in from for session 2 that is going to happen right now. And I'm also asking which device are all of you able to are all of you joining in from, whether it's a laptop or a desktop or a tablet or a mobile phone. Please do go ahead and vote on the poll so that it gives a sense of how many of you attended or rather missed out on session 1 that happened until now, so that I can do a quick recap as we get started. I see more people joining in. Perfect. Lakshmi says we are back. Kajal says we are back. Wonderful. Not able to see the updated chat responses because the chat, like I mentioned, is set to host and panelists. So we are able to see your chat. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Lot of people mentioning that they're back from the lunch break. Great to see all of you coming back. You will not be getting the recordings, Manan. You will have to attend it completely live, as I mentioned until now. I'm just waiting for everyone to come back and also answer the poll so that we can take note of your attendance as well. Perfect. Back to screen. Arnav. Arnav is asking, can you please call my name out? I have called your name out, Arnav. Rajesh, the whole day will go on till about 7 p.m. IST, and Trishank, the certificates will be awarded for people who are completing the whole mastermind, which is today and tomorrow. Today, we are going to go on till 7 p.m. IST, like I mentioned earlier, and we are getting started with session 2 of the day. Perfect. I see us hitting close to over 6,000 people, and a lot more are joining in at this point of time. As all of you are joining in, please go ahead and put in your responses on the poll. I see that about 150 of you missed out on the session that happened in the morning. So I'll do a very quick recap of everything that we kind of covered, and I'll also drop in the resource file of session 1 that happened. Let me quickly share my screen, and I'm closing the chat box at this point of time. But before I close the chat, I want all of you to put in, as we are getting started with session 2, how is the day going for you so far? Yes, Alam, I have noticed you as well. But can you all put in, how is the day going for you so far? Yeah, it's a Saturday. I don't know if you anticipated the power of AI when you kind of joined in today morning, but we just saw the brink of it, and this session is going to be all about us using these AI tools to build our own AI bots and AI assistants. And we are going to take prompt engineering itself to another level in this particular session. I see responses like banger of a day, loving the fact that I dedicated my weekend to this. Wonderful. Thank you for all of those kind words. I think that is what keeps our energy going. I just set the chat to everyone so that all of you also get a sense of how everybody else is feeling in the entire session. But now I have turned it again to hosts and panelists so that you don't get spammed. But let me go ahead and talk about what we learned in session one as well, because I do see that about 200-300 of you are joining in directly for session two, which is absolutely fine because you will still be able to cope up after you get a good recap of everything that I'll be sharing right now. So let me quickly share my screen and I will drop in this session one resource file once again on the chat. Let me quickly do that. So if you missed taking this down before we all went for lunch, you can go ahead and grab it in right here. I've dropped it in on the chat. You will not be able to download this entire file, but you will be able to keep it with you and open it whenever you want. Let me quickly share my screen and help all of you get an understanding of what session one was all about. Because in session one, we got started with truly understanding what generative AI is. We understood why is it important for all of us to become AI generalists. We got started with that note that all of us should broaden our mindset today and try to solve problems outside of our domain as well. And we learned about something called as prompt engineering. We saw that prompting is the skill that everyone needs to acquire as of today, because with good prompts you can get these AI models to give out very good outputs. But in this first session, we learned about the magic prompt formula, which is one prompting formula that is recommended for everyone, where you go ahead and use the role, task, instruction, and data framework. In this particular session, drop in a heart if you're excited to learn how to make AI itself write prompts for you, because you're going to be learning some intense advanced prompting techniques in this particular session as we move forward. And for these advanced prompting techniques, you will be leveraging the power of AI itself. And we're going to be talking about something called as system prompts, which are very, very important for you to go ahead and build AI agents. In the first session, we also spoke about how large language models really work. These are some topics that we will not be touching upon again, but it is very important for you to know this so that every time an AI model is giving out a response, you know that there is tokenization happening, there is embedding happening, there is self-attention happening, because of which the model identifies and prioritizes specific parts of your prompt. We saw that all of these are prediction based responses that it goes ahead and gives. All of this is what we learned in session one. And then we also saw that there are all these large language models also have reasoning capabilities. We are going to be using the reasoning capability a lot more in this particular session as we get into it. And we saw multiple different use cases of generative AI tools, like using tools like Whisperflow, using tools like, as you scroll down in this document itself, you will find the different set of tools that we covered, like Whisperflow, the same tool that converts our voice to text, Gemini, Emily AI, which is a Chrome extension that you could have on any browser that summarizes large documents for you. Drop in a heart if you loved Emily, because it just truly changes the way all of us use the internet as of today, right? It summarizes long articles for us. It can help us go ahead and summarize videos also. We saw Fireflies. We saw tools like Numerous AI and Superjoin that can help us with data analysis out of Excel sheets and Google Sheets. We saw tools like Supergrow and everything around it in the first session. That was the foundational session for everyone, right? I hope all of you got a good understanding of what generative AI applications can do and tools can do for all of you. Yes, on the chat, if you got a very good foundational understanding of all of this in the first session, quick yes on the chat. Wonderful. Now, to set context for the second session of the mastermind that all of us are entering, while we saw prompt engineering, while we saw what are the right ways of doing all of this, while we saw a lot of tools also in the first session, this session is going to be a lot about us going ahead and building some AI bots and tools for ourselves. And in this session, we are also going to be introducing all of you to an advanced concept called as AI workflows. And as AI generalists, it's not just important for us to equip ourselves with tools, it is also important for us to be able to go ahead and build our own AI workflows. That is what we will all be learning in this particular session. And as some people are already asking, Vaibhav is right here on the call. How many of you have gone ahead and watched his AI podcasts that have come out with very, very big creators like Raj Shamani, Think School, and a lot of others on YouTube? Drop in a me if you have already learned from Vaibhav by watching his podcast. That is something that he has been actively doing to be able to educate a lot of people around AI. But today you have him live with you to go ahead and teach all of you. Wonderful. Lot of you, seems like lot of you have gone ahead. Lot of you have attended other workshops that Vaibhav has taken as well. But drop in how, on a scale of 0 to 100, how excited are all of you to listen to Vaibhav live in this particular session? How excited are all of you on a scale of 0 to 100? Some people are like 2000%. Love it. Love it. On that note, Vaibhav, I hope you are able to hear me. I think the room is full of energy and everyone's super excited to go ahead and learn from you through this session. Just give me 1 second. Perfect. Vaibhav is right here. Let me put the
What is up,
spotlight.
people? I hope you guys can hear me and see me. Drop in a yes in the chat if you guys can hear me and see me real quick. Awesome. Awesome. Very excited to host all of you people. I hope you guys had a great lunch break. How many of you guys are drowsy after a great food? Right? How many of you guys are drowsy? Anyone here drowsy? No? Great. Even if you're drowsy, that's not a problem because I'm going to make sure that all your sleep is going to go away because it's going to be a banger of a session. Very excited to host all of you people. And you know what? Without further ado, let us get started right away. I know a lot of people are still joining in, but I don't want to wait. I want to get started right away. Okay, we have a way to go around, right? And that is, I expect a lot of booms to come my way. So that I know that you guys on the other side can see this. So why don't you guys drop a boom in the chat for me to get started? Boom in the chat. And also, one request, guys, everyone who's dropping a message, right? There's an option on top of the text box that you have, which says to. And if it's set to hosts and co-host, do a drop down and set that to everyone. That way, everyone else can see your messages because I'm seeing a lot of messages that only I can see, which is set to hosts and co-hosts. Okay, just change that so that everybody can see your message. Okay. Let me do a quick setup of my screen. Is my screen visible? Give me a thumbs up if my screen is visible. I'm going to turn off the chat for a while. Is my screen visible? Give me a thumbs up. Yes, everyone? Okay, perfect. Funny is also giving a thumbs up. Nice. Okay. Let us get right inside of it. I have a lot that I wanted to cover today. Of course, right? I do a lot of podcasts. You guys might have seen the podcast with Raj and Think School and Ganesh and everyone, right? But in the podcast that I do, there is something that I can't do. That is go deep. I can talk about tools. I can play with things around it. In fact, incidentally, yesterday in itself, we went live. I went live with a new podcast with Raj, right? And people have been absolutely loving it. But I can't go deep into tools because podcasts are created for a large audience. But I think all of you guys are even more special because you're not just constraining yourself to a podcast, but you actually want to go deeper into things. How many of you guys want to go deeper into things? Not just know about tools, but actually build your own tools. Deep in the chat. Deep in the chat if you guys want to go deeper into tools. I love it. And that is exactly what we're going to optimize right now on this session. So, if you guys are sleepy, it's time for you guys to wake up because what we're going to do right now is actually we are going to build our own AI bots. in the first session, I'm assuming you guys played with a lot of AI tools, right? You must have played with a lot of AI tools. What we're going to do in this session right now is that I'm going to turn off the chat. What we're going to do in this session right now is we are going to build our own AI tools, our own AI apps. And it's going to be mind blowing because we're going to do a lot of variations of this and we're going to go very, very deep. Okay? With that being said, let's get started with the first app that we're going to build. Now, when I say we are going to build some AI bots, what do I mean by that? A lot of people think, oh my God, I have to build an AI bot. So I need to know how to program. I need to know software engineering. No, you don't need to know anything. The art of the world that we are living in the world of AI, is that you can build anything and everything just by talking to it. If you have the ability to communicate, you can build a lot of things. And that is what we're going to do. And the app that we're going to use to build a new app is ChatGPT. Everybody knows everybody knows or everybody have used ChatGPT before, right? I hope everybody is in here have used ChatGPT before. Please say yes. Give me a thumbs up. But I can tell you one thing. Even if you have used ChatGPT and tools like ChatGPT have a ton of hidden features that a lot of people aren't even aware of. And that is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to make you aware of a few things that will change the way you think about AI. And that is when you click on this sidebar, right? You see something called as GPTs. On the sidebar, even if you have the free account or even if you have ChatGPT Go account, you will be able to see something called as GPTs on the sidebar. I can simply click on explore. And when I do that, what we land on is called as the GPT Marketplace. Now, what is GPT Marketplace? GPT Marketplace are apps that are built by people like you and me on top of ChatGPT. Yes, you can build apps on top of ChatGPT. And you know what? Literally lakhs of people have actually already built some. And you can use all of them for free. Now, there are literally lakhs of apps here, so I'm not going to play with them, but I'll give you a rule of thumb. You see, how I'm going to optimize this session is I will teach you the best way I use AI while I'm teaching you things. I'm going to give you little nuggets of information all throughout, right? That way, you are learning what I've learned over the course of last couple of years very quickly, right? Now, let's say I'll tell you how I use GPTs. Let's say I'm too lazy to type a prompt and I don't want to type a prompt. What do? I just search if there is an app that is built for something like this. For example, hypothetical. Let's say I want to write an email and I don't want to write a nice little magic prompt formula. I want AI to do all that hard work for me. So what do? I come to this sidebar, go to explore under GPTs, right? And I come here and I just search for email because I want to write an email, right? As I search for the keyword email, what happens is, obviously, like I told you, there are hundreds of thousands of apps. There are lakhs of people who have created apps. And you can see a bunch of apps that are designed for you to write emails. As simple as that. I'm going to pick this email and mail writer tool. I'm going to just tap on it. And look at this. Nice little pop-up like this kind of opens up. Now, what is this nice little pop-up? This talks about how good this app is. You can see 8 lakh people have used this app. The rating is 4.4 out of 5. Very, very good rating. So I'm going to click on the start chat and start using the app. Now, as you see the user interface of this app, now, funnily enough, if you guys are seeing 5.1, that is because ChatGPT released 5.1, OpenAI released 5.1 a couple of days back. And if you guys have not got access to it yet, you soon will get access to it. But because we work in a way directly with the OpenAI team, we kind of get all the features a few weeks in advance. So if you don't see this yet, you will start seeing that very, very soon, right? But I'm using the best in class, which is 5.1. Of course, right? I can change the model as well to whatever I want to, but you will start getting 5.1 very soon as well, right? Because it already got announced yesterday, but we have it for a while right now. Anyways, now we are on this app. It looks like ChatGPT. You can see this. There's a nice little logo, name, a description, and other things that are not usually there in ChatGPT, but it looks similar. The UI looks similar to ChatGPT. It's called the email and the mail writer tool. Now, I need to tell what email I wanted to write. So we're going to put this to test, okay? I'm going to ask it to write an email, a leave letter for me without explicitly mentioning write an email. And let's see if the tool is able to figure out that it needs an email, because it's an email and mail writer tool, it should be able to. So I'm going to just tell what I want in the email. I'm going to say, I want a leave for tomorrow and day after because I spent the last 10 hours learning about AI. And I have so many ideas back of my head that they are brewing in my head. So if I can get a couple of days of break, I could use all my energy into figuring out how I can do my work 10 times better thanks to the workshop that I attended by Outskill. Right? So please grant me 2 days of leave, and also, if possible, don't deduct from my leave balance. There you go. That's the prompt. Now, if you guys are wondering how did I just say and it just typed out, that's because of a tool called as Whisper Flow, which we already covered in the last session, right? And that is what I use as well. Now I just filled in this prompt. Now you can see this. Nowhere do I mention write an email. I didn't mention write an email anywhere. And I want to see if it can actually write an email for me, because it's an email and a mail writer tool, right? I'm just going to click on the send, and boom, drop in a heart. You can see it just understood that I want an email, even though I didn't say write an email. Because it's an email and a mail writer tool, it did come up with a good email. Works great. Now, you can obviously use a bunch of these tools, right? Like I told you, you can go to this explore bar and there are literally lakhs of them which you can use, obviously, right? But I don't want to show you how to use these tools. That is something you can do yourself. Yes. Now that I showed you how to explore these apps, you can simply click on each one of them, explore them. If you like any category like productivity, you can click on see more and play with them. It's not worth me teaching you all of this now that I've introduced this. What I want to actually teach you is something even more powerful. I want to teach you how to build these so that you can build your own GPT, so that you can build your own apps. And that is what we're going to do right now. Now, how do we go about building it? You see this nice little create button here? That is, when you click on this, that's when you start creating. Now, here's a quick point. If you don't have a paid ChatGPT account, you might not see this option. Okay. Now, even if you don't have a paid ChatGPT account, don't worry about it. I'm going to teach you this way right now. And I'm also going to show you a free way of doing it, even if you don't have a paid ChatGPT account. Okay. And also, towards the end of today, we're going to share a document with you on how you can get ChatGPT Go, which is a paid version for free, Gemini free version, paid version for free, Perplexity also you can get, because we have all these partnerships, right? You know that all these guys have made it free. Just in case you don't know, we will tell you how to get them for free. It's actually for India, they've made it free as well. Clear? Now, should we get into this? Should we start playing and learn how to build one of these? Yes, give me a thumbs up. And that is where we go on right now. I simply click on the create button and here we are. This is obviously a new kind of interface for all of you people, right? What do I mean by that? The one on the left side is the creation wizard. We just tell AI what we want to build and the AI will build it on the right side, which we can preview. So for you to build apps inside of ChatGPT, right? All you need to do is just talk to it. That's it. And it will build it for yourself. Now, I'm going to turn off the reactions, turn off everything, because I want you guys to focus. Okay. Now, let's build our first app. The first app that I thought I will show you today is an app with which, let's say, if you give a topic, okay? If you give a topic, it should be able to generate a tweet which can go viral. That is the kind of app I want to build. I want to be able to give a topic to it and it should be able to give a tweet which can go viral on Twitter. That is the app we are going to build. So how do we go about it? I'm going to come to the left side. Like I told you, I just have to tell what I want to build and ChatGPT will build it for me. So I can just come here and say, I want to build an AI tweet generator. So every time I give a topic, your job is to come up with one tweet. And that one tweet has to be so damn good that it will go viral on Twitter 9 out of 10 times. Use all your knowledge of being an expert social media person who has written a lot of tweets that have gone viral on Twitter. Use all that knowledge to generate a tweet on every topic that I give you. Your job, every time I give a topic, your job is to come up with a tweet for me. That is what I want you to do. And you can see this. I've entered that information where I said, I will give you a topic. Your job is to come up with a tweet. As simple as that. That's it. I click on the send button. It's like talking to a friend who's a developer, right? And that is what I'm doing right now. I just told what I want. And look at this. Great. The base is set. The name suggestion for GPT is the viral tweet maker. So it's recommending me a name. I'm like, can we make it X post viral X viral machine? Okay, let's call it the X viral machine because right now Twitter is called as X. Okay. I just recommended that name. Okay, and look at this. The moment I said it, it came up with the updates and it changed the UI and everything around it, right? And it's saying, should I generate a profile picture and all that? And I'm like, that's all okay. It did it. I can say, can I try now? Because I want to try now. And it says, absolutely. You can absolutely go ahead and try now, is what it says. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to give it a try, right? So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say, I'm going to give it a topic. Let's give it a topic. Let's say AI will take away many jobs. Let's see if it is able to come up with some idea. And look at that, guys. Drop in a heart if you think this is super cool. We just gave a topic and it says AI will take away many jobs, but the people who learn how to use it will take the jobs of those who don't. Incredible. Okay, let's say one more. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. Most jobs won't be lost to AI. They will be lost to people who know how to use AI better than you. Not bad. One more. AI isn't coming for your job, it's coming for your job description. The smart ones will rewrite it before anyone else does. Guys, isn't this super cool? Isn't this super cool? Drop a boom in the chat if you think this is super cool. We just built a AI tweet generator. We are giving a topic and it is able to come up with an awesome response on the same topic right away. Great. Awesome. Now, guys, here's the thing. We are going to be sharing all the prompts, all the links of the tools towards the end. So don't worry about it. We will be sharing everything with you. Now, with that being said, I'm giving a topic, I'm getting one response back, which is great. But I'm too lazy to say one more, one more, one more. So I want every time I give a topic, it should be able to come with 10 different tweets at once. Not one, 10 different tweets. How do I do that? Well, I give it some more feedback. So I come to the sidebar right here and I just say, hey, the tweets are great, but can you make sure instead of coming up with one tweet at once, I want you to come up with 10 different tweets at once. Also, all my audiences are from majorly from India, and most of them are working professionals or entrepreneurs or are students aged between 20 to 50 years old. Come up with tweets that they will relate to. I want the tweets to be slightly fun, sarcastic. Every time when someone reads the tweet, they should get a smile on their face, right? And of course, right, because the audiences are from India, use cultural references, use references of cricket, use references of Bollywood, use a few Hindi words here and there, make it extremely relatable. That is what I want you to do. So guys, what did I do here? I gave it a bunch of feedback. I tried the tool. I understood what I want. And I said, I have some feedback and I gave it a bunch of feedback. On the left side again, and I'm gonna click on the send button. And you know what? AI, like magic, is now updating the GPT. It's so beautiful to see this. And it's like, want to test out a topic right now? Let's do it. I come back here and let's say I'll give the same topic again. Topic, AI will take away many jobs. I'm going to stick to the same topic because I want to see is the quality of the tweets improving or not, right? And there you go, I give a topic. Now it should come with 10 tweets with Bollywood and cricket and other references, slightly sarcastic and funny. Let's see what it comes up with. Everyone's scared of AI will take their job. Bhai, half of the managers are still struggling to unmute on Zoom. Relax. Guys, how insane is this? AI is coming for jobs. But have you seen how many people in India still save password as 1234? We are safe for now. Isn't this absolutely wild? Drop a comment wild in the chat. You see how all of a sudden, the tweets are relatable. It is using words like bhai, which is relatable to Indian audiences. It's trying to be sarcastic. Indians worrying about AI replacing them while they still hardware OTPs on notepads. Chill karo. AI is powerful, but can it convince an auto driver to turn on the meter? Exactly. How insane is this? How insane is this? Okay. Now somebody is like, can you please use Tamil words also? Now, guys, the idea here is for you to learn. Okay. So learn. You can obviously, when you create your own app, you can use whatever language you like, right? You can add Telugu, you can add Tamil, you can add whatever Spanish, whatever language you want, you can add it, right? But I wanted to teach you how it goes about it. Now, obviously, guys, we are seeing a few people spamming the chat. You don't need to drop messages multiple times. If you spam the chat again, I don't want my team, which is very, very strict, to take you out of the call. Don't do that. Enjoy the session. Be nice and kind to everyone. That's my request. Okay. Now, you learned how to come up with 10 different tweets. Now, as I'm reading these tweets, I'm realizing one more thing. I'm a lazy person. Because AI has made it easy to come up with 10 different tweets doesn't mean that I am going to read all the 10 tweets. So I'm going to want AI to do a little more work. What is that AI I want? What is that work that I want AI to do? I want AI to read the tweets, come up with 10 tweets, and then read all of them, rate its own work from a scale of 1 to 10, and also tell me why it thinks it will go viral, and give me the whole output in form of a table arranged in a way that the most viral tweet according to AI should be in the top. So that I don't have to go through all the 20 tweets, but I'm making AI work. I can read the top 2, 3 tweets and post them if I want to. That is the whole power of AI. So I'm gonna give it a prompt and you will see how it changes. Okay. Hey, this is awesome. The tweets are absolutely great. Now, I want you to work a little more for me. First, I want you to come up with 10 tweets like you're coming right now. After you come with 10 different tweets, I want you to go through each one of the tweet yourself and rate each one of the tweet on the potential of going viral from a scale of 1 to 10. If you think the tweet will go viral, for sure, give it a score of 10. If you think the chance of it going viral is low, you can give it a 1. You give the rating from a scale of 1 to 10 on the potential of it to go viral. And also, give me a one-line explanation on why you think each of the tweet will go viral. And you know what? Give me the whole output in form of a table and ordered in a way that the most potentially viral tweet is right in the top. This is what I want you to do. So that's easier for me to pick the winner. So guys, are you able to learn something here? It is all about testing, understanding what you want, giving it feedback. Testing, understanding what you want, giving it feedback. And look at that. It says perfect. X viral machine now leveled up. Okay, let's give it a topic again. I'll give the same topic. AI will take away many jobs. Click on the send. And here comes the 20 tweets, guys. MB in the chat if you think this is mind blowing. MB in the chat if you think this is mind blowing. It came up with a tweet. It rated it from a score of 1 to 10 and also gave a reason. Look at this. AI jobs ले जाएगा, but Indians will still ask, boss, चाय कौन बनाएगा? Technology आगे बढ़ रहा है, but office की चाय की dependency immortal है. It has given a bunch of Hindi. Now, of course, right, you can change it. You can change it to make it in a way that you want it to as well. Right? But you get the idea. But you get the idea. Right? Awesome. Clear about this? Okay, great. Now that, guys, I'm not going to be taking any questions. I'm not going to be taking any questions right now. I will make sure every single question of yours is answered. But you have to have patience. If you don't have patience, can't do much about it because there are so many people here who are here to learn. If I start taking questions one at a time, the session will go on for 100 hours. So focus on learning right now. I will take all your questions. I will make sure all your questions are answered. Okay? Now that we have built this app, I like it quite a lot. If you want to make it even better, you can make that even better as well. Because I like what we have done so far, I can simply click on the create button and start saving it. Now it gives me 3 options, okay? Option number 1 is only me. Option number 2 is anyone with the link so that I can share this link with anyone and they can use it. Option number 3 is GPT store. GPT store in the sense anyone in the world can use it. I don't want anyone in the world to use it. I'll just say only me, and I'll click on save button. Now, as this is saving, I want to tell you all the people who have just joined right now, because I see about 1,000 more people have joined after I started. Don't worry about it if you missed out on it, because I'm going to repeat the same thing with a different example right now. Okay? So don't worry about it. Awesome. Now, guys, you can see this. We have the X viral machine ready, and I can come up with a topic right now. It is saved. Let's say Elon Musk is an alien. Let us see what it comes up with, and boom, here comes the 10 tweets. Drop in a heart if you think this is great. We just give a topic, AI comes up with a tweet, rates it from a scale of 1 to 10, and also gives a reason. Elon Musk is definitely an alien. Only a non-human can look at traffic, shrug, and say, "Chal, tunnel bana dete hain." I don't know how many of you know about the tunnel company, but yeah, the Hyperloop, essentially. That is what he's talking about. But these are great, great tweets. So, what did we do so far? Let me quickly remind all of you guys what we did so far. So, we ended up learning how to build an app using ChatGPT. How did we do that? We came to this extended button, clicked on where there is GPTs, we clicked on explore, and we clicked on this button create. And once we clicked on this button create, on the left side, we just told what we want AI to build. And on the right side, AI ended up building that app, because of which how we ended up landing on the X viral machine. All the new people who have joined right now, you guys have not missed out on anything. Have patience. I will explain this with a very different example very, very soon in the next 5 minutes. But before I get there with a different example, and I'll teach you an advanced way to build this as well, I wanted to tell something to all of you guys. We learned how to build this app, which is great, right? But I want all of you guys to have the ability to build even more advanced apps than this. We just built a viral tweet generator where we gave a topic and was able to generate a tweet. But what I want all of you guys to learn as well is the ability to build advanced apps like this. For you to build advanced apps like this, you need to know how things work in the backend. And that is what I want to quickly show you. If you go to this configure button right here, right, what you see is the backend of this tool. You can see this X viral machine. X viral machine is right here. I can call it 2.0 and it gets added nicely right here. Description: creates, rates, ranks 10 witty tweets, relatable viral tweets. Let's say I want to say by Web Sinti, I get just added here and it's added right here. Simple. Now this is what it is, and of course I can upload a profile picture as well. I can click on upload photo and I can upload a picture as a logo as well if I want to, right? I can do all that good stuff. Now what I want to do, of course I can show you very quickly as well. Let's say I want this to be the viral profile photo. For whatever reason, I can just upload whatever photo I had, and through an error also right now. I don't know why, but you get the idea, right? You get the idea. You can just upload a picture as well here. Now, what I want you guys to focus on is something that is very, very important. And you know what that is? That is the instructions. When I expand on this, right, you see the heart and soul of the app. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by heart and soul of the app? Instructions is the reason why the app is working the way it is. You see, everything that I've told AI in form of chat, do this, do that, this is how I want the outputs to be, this is how I want the outputs to be. AI understood everything and it converted that into this prompt. Am I making sense? Everything that we told AI, every feedback that we gave AI here, I want the tweet to be, look at this, sarcastic, funny, fully relatable to Indian cultural reference like Bollywood, chai, jugaad, use English naturally. It understood everything that we said and it converted that into this prompt. And because of this prompt, the tool is working the way it is. Now, you understood this prompt is the heart and soul of this tool, right? If you want to build advanced apps, let's say I want to build a very advanced app, what do I do? If I can write my own prompt and I can paste it here, then all of a sudden I have an ability to build an advanced app. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? If I'm able to write my own prompt here, I will have the ability to build an advanced app using this. And that is what I want to teach you. Now, before I teach you an advanced app, I want to show you how an advanced app looks like. Okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to go back here and I'm going to show you a secret of mine. And the secret is this, guys. This is my post writer. What is a post writer? This is a tool using which I write all my LinkedIn content that not many people know about. Every single piece of content that I've written on my LinkedIn comes from this tool. This is a post writer which writes LinkedIn content for me. And you know what is the crazy part about this? The crazy part about this is that it can write exactly like me. It has the ability to write exactly like me. And this is my LinkedIn. I have 5 lakh followers on my LinkedIn. And when I say, look at this, 50,000 views. Look at this content piece, 62,000 views. Look at this one, 40,000 views. These are all images. Let me show you some written. 220,000 views, 81,000 views, 58,000 views. How am I getting a lot of views? 154,000 views. And every single line of this LinkedIn post is written completely using AI. Every single line. Now, if you think about it, when you see someone else's content which is written by AI, you can smell AI because it stinks AI. You know, as you read the post, it is written by AI. But in my post, you can't even tell the difference. In fact, forget about you. Look at this. It has 3 lakh views, literally 3 lakh views, and the whole post is written using AI. The reason why you can't even tell it is written using AI is because this post generator that I've created is an advanced app which doesn't only write viral content, but writes exactly like me. It replicates my style of writing. That is why it is an advanced app. Do you want to learn how I built this app, which gets me literally millions of views on LinkedIn? And in this process, you can actually end up learning how to build an advanced app as well and write an advanced prompt as well. Drop a boom in the chat. Drop a boom in the chat if you guys want to learn. This is my trade secrets that I'm sharing with you guys because that is what the Outskill team requested, and I'm doing that for all of you people. Okay. This is a process, guys, that you're going to learn right now that you can't even find on the internet. No matter how much money you pay, you can't find it because this is my process. And I'm going to give it to you today for free. The next 15 to 20 minutes is a very, very important part of this session. Actually, the next 30 minutes is a very, very important part of the session. So be extremely focused. Even if you just joined, even if you missed everything so far, don't worry about it. I'm going to go from ground up and you're going to learn everything from ground up. What we're going to learn is we're going to learn how to build an advanced app inside of ChatGPT. And the way we do that is by writing a great prompt first. And we have to write our own prompt. We cannot rely on ChatGPT for this. Now, let me quickly show you a sneak peek of the back end of this. Okay. You will get a sense. If I go to configure, guys, look at this prompt. Look at how long this prompt is. This is a prompt that I have written myself. That is exactly why it is an advanced GPT. I keep scrolling, it keeps coming. And not just that, there are some crazy things like role. And there are these hashtags and stars and objective hashtags and stars and all this good stuff. You need to learn how to write a prompt like this for you to be able to build an advanced GPT. And that is what I'm going to teach you. Now you'll be like, Vaibhav, this looks so complex. I don't think I can do it. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm going to teach you. All I need is your 100% focus. That's it. This is very simple, and I can promise that every single one of you can write a prompt like this. Just give me 100% focus in the next 30 minutes. If your TV is on there, turn it off. If you're on a phone lying on the sofa like this, get up, put on the phone, put your focus mind on. Trust me when I say this, this will change the way you work forever with AI. Okay? Now, for you to be able to write a prompt like this, Now, all the people are laughing when I say if you're lying on the bed watching like this, get up, as if I can see you. Yes, I can see you. I can see you. You are doing all of that, and that's what I want you guys to stop. Okay, let's come back. Now, I told you you need to learn how to write an advanced prompt like this to be able to build an advanced GPT. Correct? How do you go about writing a prompt like this? Well, for that, you need to learn a new prompting structure, and that is called as markdown prompting. Take a screenshot of this, guys. Take a screenshot of this. It's called as markdown prompting. Now, it is a new structure of prompt. If you end up writing a prompt in the structure, right, the quality of AI apps that you can build goes up 10x powerful. And that is why this is a very, very important prompting framework that you need to learn, which 99.9% of the people have no idea about. I'm not kidding. They have no idea about how to write a prompt like this. And you are going to learn how to do that today. Now, I'm sure you guys learned about the magic prompt formula, right? Magic prompt formula was part of the last session. We take the magic prompt formula to the next level here by upgrading it into a markdown prompting. Now, for people who forgot or you who didn't attend the magic prompt formula as well, don't worry because I'm going to explain the whole prompt right now. Guys, before I start teaching you this prompt, I want to give you a background. When it comes to writing a prompt, okay, especially while you're building apps, you know, prompt is the heart and soul of this. Prompt is the way you communicate with AI, correct? When you are writing a prompt, the way you have to imagine is you have to treat AI like a smartest person in the world. Let's say you have hired the smartest person in the world to work for you, but you can meet that person only once. You have hired the smartest person who's ranked number one, IIT Bombay, extremely smart. But for you to talk to him, you have hired him, but for you to get him to do the work, you can only meet him once in your life. How do you make sure you tell him everything or her, everything about the job that this person is going to do? This person is the smartest person in the world, but you get to meet him or her only once. Your job is to explain this person, his or her job, in the best way possible. That is exactly how I treat an AI when it comes to writing a prompt. I go as detailed as possible on how I want this person to work for me. And that is how I write my prompt. And the more extensive the prompt is, the better the outputs from AI. Are you able to understand the analogy? When you're coming up with a prompt, when you're writing a prompt, you have to think like you're speaking to the smartest person in the world who's going to work with you for life, but you get to talk to that person only once. If you don't do a good job explaining this person the job that the person is going to do, it cannot do a great job. That is what we will do here. Now, that is why markdown prompting is such an important prompting framework. The first thing in markdown prompting here is called as role. In this, I explain AI, I tell AI what I want AI to become. Let's say I'm writing a prompt to take care of my customer success. The job of this AI agent that I'm building is to take care of my customer success. So how do I go about it? First, I write role. Role is where I tell AI what I want it to do. So in this case, right, I have to tell AI something like this. You are an expert customer success executive who has more than 15 years of experience working for companies like Uber, Google, Netflix, etc. You are an expert at it, and your job is to take care of customer success. That is your role. So you're telling AI what you want it to behave like. That is what role is. Next comes objective. In objective, you basically tell AI what you want it to do. You explain the task to AI saying that, hey, your job is to respond to emails of customers who are writing to hi@outskill.com. That is the objective. You're basically specifying the task to AI in the objective so that the AI knows what it is supposed to do. Now, the third part of this is very, very important. It is something called as context. Now, what is context? Context is where you explain AI how you want it to behave and why what it is doing is very, very important. You have to treat an AI like an employee, like I told you. You have to treat it. You have to treat the AI in a way that it understands what it is doing and why it is important. Okay. So in context, I explain AI something like this, where I tell AI, look, what you're doing is a very, very important job. You're doing a very important job because your job is not just to reply to emails. Your job is to solve problems of my learners. You see, millions of people attend our outskill programs every single month. And every time they have a problem, they write to hi@outskill.com and you are the owner of that email. If you respond to those emails with highest empathy, solving their problems, they will attend our sessions. They will have a great experience. And when they will have a great experience, they will go and talk about this program to their friends. And when they do that, Outskill as a business will grow faster. So, your job is not just to reply to emails. If you do your job right, Outskill as a business will grow much faster. So, you are doing a growth role. Your job has a direct correlation to the growth of the company. So please do your job in the right way. That is the context. Guys, don't you think if we tell someone why what they're doing is important, they can do their job much better? Yes. If we explain why what they're doing is important, they can do their job in a much better way. That is what we do in context. So we are telling AI the importance of the job. As a result, AI can do their job much, much better. Yes? Awesome. Now, moving on, next comes instructions. What are instructions? Instructions is very simply specify. Step 1, open the email. Step 2, read the email. Step 3, understand the email. Step 4, respond to the email. Blah, blah, blah. All of that. That is instructions. And finally comes notes. Notes is nothing but, let's say you wanted to say something, saying that, hey, be to the point. Some instruction you want to give that you could not place it in role, objective, context, or instructions, you can put them in notes. That is where notes come into the picture. If you're not able to put something in role, objective, context, and instructions, you use this notes as a bucket for that. Okay. This is how the whole thing works, guys. This is how the whole thing works right now. Okay. You understood how this prompting works? What is role? What is objective? Clear in the chat if this is clear, guys. What is role? What is objective? What is context? What is instructions? And what is notes? Are we clear? Drop a comment clear in the chat. Funny, there are people who are sharing their links. Can you please kick them out of the call?
Yes, Vaibhav.
Yeah. People, if they are not serious, I think we should have them out of the call. Awesome. Now, a few people are like, sir, can you please repeat? Can you please tell me what it is? Right? Let me explain in a simple way. Okay. Don't worry about it. If you could not understand this, as we do an example, you will get an understanding in a much better way. Okay. If you could not understand this clearly even till now, don't worry about it. As I do an example, you will be able to understand it. Okay. Now that I told you all this role, objective, context, instructions, and notes and every good thing around it, what are these hashtags? What the hell are these stars? What is happening with this? Why does it look so complicated? So let me explain you this simply. Okay. Let's say we are in this prompt. Let us say that, I think simplifying complexity and triggering dopamine gaps and all this is a very, very important part of it. And I want to tell AI to focus on these words. How do I do that? If AI was a human, I could have just increased the font of the text. I could have bolded it. Now, let me give you a simpler example, right? Let's say on this slide, when you saw this slide for the first time, is it fair to assume that you read this line first or markdown prompting first? And the reason why you automatically read markdown prompting or special prompting structure custom GPTs first as I open this slide is purely because the size of the font is large and your brain is tuned for you to understand that if something has a large font, that has to be important. That is why the font size is large. Or, when you were writing exams, you would bold out text. A lot of times you would bold the text. Why were you bolding the text? because you wanted your teacher to know that's an important word and you wanted the attention of the teacher for that word so that you can get high score, correct? But if I want to do the same thing with AI, I'm on this prompt. Let's say I want to make sure AI remembers this word English. I want to make it bold. How do I do that? There is no way. I cannot increase the font of this. I cannot do anything. But AI has a coded way to talk to it. Let's say I want this word to be bolded, English to be bolded. I just put this word between two stars. When I put a word between two stars, AI automatically imagines that word to be in bold. Understood? If I put a word between two stars, any word that is inside of it, AI imagines that word to be in bold. In the same way, if you see this, there are a lot of words that have been put between two stars or two asterisks. So AI automatically imagines that word to be in bold. Now, you'll be like, Vaibhav, understood about this bold. What is this hashtag? This is not Twitter. Why are you putting hashtags? Well, hashtag has different significance. When I put one hashtag and write anything next to it, AI imagines that word that is written after the hashtag as a headline one. Big headline with big font. AI imagines that to be a headline. When I put two hashtags like this and write a line of text next to it, AI imagines that to be headline 2, which is still a headline but smaller than headline 1. So this is our way to tell AI what is important, what is a title, what is an important word, and everything around it so that AI understands the significance of everything. Now let me show you this screenshot and you will get a sense of it. Guys, did you understand this? When I put one hashtag and write anything next to it, AI imagines that to be headline 1. Look at the size of the font. AI imagines it to be. When I put two hashtags and write anything, it is still a headline, but smaller than headline 1. When I put three hashtags, it is still a headline, but smaller than H1 and H2. So these are three font sizes that we have. One hashtag will be the biggest, two hashtags is the second biggest, three hashtags is the third biggest. And when we put a word between two asterisks, AI imagines that to be in bold. Clear? Clear, everyone? Can I get a thumbs up if you guys are clear about it? Yes? Okay, perfect. Now, this is what the markdown prompting is. If you think this is powerful, drop a MB in the chat or mind blown in the chat so that I know that you understood the power of this prompt structure. Yes, incredible. I'm loving the energy in the chat. Now, you know what? For all the people who could not understand this whole way, don't worry about it. Now, we're going to write an example. We're going to write a prompt like this and you will get full clarity. Okay, now you'll be like, Vaibhav, how do we get full clarity? Please tell me. I'm going to tell you this. Now we're going to write or build our first advanced GPT right now. And the first advanced GPT that we're going to build is going to be this. We're going to build, I'm going to rebuild the post writer, which replicates the style of my writing. And I'll tell you why I picked this example. The reason why I picked this example is because if you can get AI to write, to build an app like this, if you can build an app like this, it is not an intermediate app build. It's actually an advanced app, very advanced app. So this example will work really well because you will not only learn how to write a prompt, but you'll also learn how to think with AI. You'll not only learn how to write a markdown prompt, you'll not only learn how to write an advanced prompt, which is 2-3 pages long, but you'll also learn how to think with AI. This will change the way you think because it's such an advanced bot. So I'm going to teach you your first AI workflow. And if you guys were thinking that I'm going to write all of this prompt all by myself manually, no. I'm going to get AI to write this prompt for me. And that is the process I'm going to teach you today. And this process will blow your mind. I'm going to teach you how you can get AI to write advanced prompts like this, which will allow you to build an advanced GPT. And yes, we will get AI to write it in Markdown prompting. That is what we will do. We will get AI to write in Markdown prompting. Let us get right inside of it. Give me just a second. I will basically have to make a small change so that you guys don't get confused. So I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, now it is done. And I'll tell you what is the change that I made on a chat GPT setting, just so that I can teach you well. Okay. So I just made that change right now and we're back. Okay. I told you that we are going to get AI to build this app for us. I'm going to get AI to write an advanced prompt like this so that we can build an app which is going to be a post writer, which can write LinkedIn posts exactly in your own style. So let's start writing the prompt. Now, how do I go about writing the prompt? What is the task that we have? We have to build, focus on me. Okay, focus on me for the next 5 minutes. I'm going to stop sharing the screen. Focus on me. What do we have to build? We have to build an app which can write LinkedIn content like you. Or in this case, it should be able to write viral LinkedIn content like me. Now, if it has to write viral LinkedIn content like me, it needs to know how I write. If it doesn't know how I write, how will it write content like me? Does it know how I write? No, it doesn't know how I write. So, how do I tell? If I tell it how I write, it can probably mimic the style. Now I'm trying to think, how do I tell AI how I write? Because when you try thinking about this, right? If you have to explain any human being how you write, it is very, very hard. Forget about AI. So you can say things like, oh, I write in simple English. Oh, I write like this. Oh, I write like I talk. But that's all I can say. I can't really express myself in the best possible way for AI to understand how I write. It's very, very hard. So, what can I do? This is what I'm thinking with AI. This is what I want you to learn. You have to problem solve with AI. You have to think with AI. The problem statement that we have is first, we need to tell AI how I write so that AI can mimic my style of writing. What if, because I'm not able to tell AI how I write, what if I ask AI to tell me how I write? Because AI is the super smart thing, right? What if I give a bunch of content that I've written in the past? I will give it to AI and I'll tell you, oh, you're very smart, right? Go through this content and you tell me how I write. And then I can take that report, the AI report that will tell that, oh, Vaibhav, this is how you write. I take that report and give it back to ChatGPT and say, this is how I write. Build a LinkedIn tool which can write like me. Are you able to make sense? MS in the chat if you're able to make sense of what I'm trying to say. The step one is that we're going to give a bunch of content that I've written in the past, and I'm going to ask AI, you tell me how I write. It's going to give me a report because AI is very smart. And I'm going to take that report and give it back to AI, and I'm going to say, this is how I write. Now, write like me. Guys, this is a process of thinking with AI and problem solving with AI. And let me teach you how I do that. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Quick thumbs up if you guys can see my screen. Quick thumbs up if you guys can see my screen. Yes, okay, perfect. I can see a bunch of thumbs up, so I can know that you can see the screen. Now, first step is to get AI to write like me. So what do? I come here on ChatGPT and I write a prompt like this. You are an expert when it comes to analyzing large chunks of content. You can analyze large chunks of content and find patterns in it, understand how that other person is writing, and have the ability to give out an extensive content DNA report. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 10 of the LinkedIn posts that I have personally written in the past that have gone viral on LinkedIn. Your job is to go through all those LinkedIn posts of mine and understand how I write. Look at how I write my hook, how I write my body, how I write my call to action, how do I structure my content, what are the kind of words that I use, what is the length of sentences, how do I format my content, and literally everything that you can find out about how I write and why my content goes viral on LinkedIn. I want you to go so deep that you tell me things about my writing even I don't know about. I want you to go full PhD into this. Use all the tricks of the trade that you have. Go as deep as possible to give me a super extensive content DNA report of mine so that I can understand how I write my content and why my content goes viral on LinkedIn. This is the report I want you to give me. Did you understand? Please explain me what you understood. Guys, did you understand what I did? After I gave the full context, right? I ended the prompt with this question: did you understand? Please explain me what you understood. Because usually the way I operate is that I always ask AI, please explain me what you understood. Because if I do that, right, I know that if AI and I are on the same page. Because sometimes you want to say something, you end up saying something else, and AI understands something else. So I want to know if AI is on the same page. So I use this hack. I always ask, did you understand? Please explain me what you understood. And this helps me to get better outputs. One more little hack. Now, got it, crystal clear. Here's what I understood and what I will do once you share those 10 posts. What you'll be giving me, you'll share 10 LinkedIn posts that you wrote yourself, already performed very well on LinkedIn, present your true style. What you want me to do, reverse engineer your style of writing, decode your structure, study your language and tone, format and readability patterns, blah, 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 all of that. And what I will give you back, once I go through all the posts, I will give you the content DNA report. Perfect. Looks great, and it says if this matches what is in your mind, you can drop 10 LinkedIn posts in the next post, and I will start dissecting them in the content style from there. Guys, understood what I did? Are you able to understand the power of this? This is basically called as ask before answering. You always ask AI what it understood before it answers so that both of us are on the same page. That's what I did. Now it's like it understood very clearly, and I'm going to be like, perfect. Here are my 10 viral LinkedIn posts that I have written. Now, obviously, to save time, I've already done this before. So I'm going to just paste the 10 LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past, and I'm going to click on the send button. Okay, I just pasted because I copied the 10 LinkedIn posts that I'd written in the past. And look at this. AI has got to work right now. It is right now thinking, and you can see this. It is thinking at this point of time. It is basically understanding what it should do, how it should do, and look at this. Guys, look at this. The big picture, what your content is doing, role, angle, emotion, make, reader promise, the hook DNA that you grab attention. Drop a boom in the chat if you think this is insane. Hook DNA, how I write my hook, examples, traits, and multiple patterns. I have multiple patterns of hooks, and it's breaking the whole thing down. Structural DNA, how your posts are built, and it's breaking down the whole structure. Language DNA, how I sound. It's breaking down the whole thing. It's talking about the vocabulary. It's talking about the devices that I rely. It's talking about my formatting DNA. Topic DNA, the kind of topics that I write as well. Guys, how insane is this? How you write like you, how to write like you. It's literally saying how to write like you, which is a complete picture of all of things. Templates generated from your own posts and multiple templates giving me as well. Guys, isn't this just wild? Do you think it is humanly possible to replicate this style of writing at this level of report of your own content? Do you think you can write a report like this about your own content all by yourself? If you ask me, there is no freaking way. There is no freaking way I can get to this point that I can write a report like this about my own style of writing. It's not even possible. I don't think any human can do it, quite frankly. But we are able to get this right. We got this super extensive report. Now, few people are like, Vaibhav, your screen is blurred. Just asking you a question. There are so many people on the call. If it is working for everyone, if it's not working for you, it's probably your internet, no? Can't do much, guys. So focus on the learning. Even if my internet is bad, even if my screen is blurred right now, I can't change it. Listen to me, understand the context here. That's it. Can't do much about it. So let's focus. Don't focus on those detractors. Focus on things that you're learning. Okay. Now that you got this super extensive report, what do? I need to convert this report into a prompt. So what am I going to do? I'm going to just copy this super extensive report of my style of writing. Copy this. Okay. Come to a new ChatGPT window. I'm going to act as if I wrote the whole thing, and I'm going to put a prompt right now because I need to convert that report into a prompt right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say something like this. You are an expert prompt engineer who has worked for the OpenAI team to write a lot of system prompts. Your job is to write a super extensive system prompt which has the ability where every time I give a topic to it, it should be able to come up with a viral LinkedIn post on my using my own style of writing. Now, for you to understand my style of writing, I'm going to give you a content DNA report which has extensive coverage of how I write and everything around it, the kind of words I use, why my content goes viral. Use the full report and understand how I write, understand all my learnings, and translate that into a super extensive system prompt so that every time I give you a topic, using that prompt inside of custom GPTs, you should be able to give me a viral LinkedIn post, which is written in a way that it replicates my style of writing. That is the prompt that I want you to write. Did you understand? If you understood, tell me what you understood. So there you go. I'm basically asking AI to write a prompt right now. And I said, I will give you this report. You have to convert that into a prompt. Clicking on the send button, and look at this. Here is what I understood. One single extremely detailed prompt that can plug into custom GPT. It understood it needs to replicate my writing style using the content DNA. Very detailed. Okay. Looks like it understood. And it says, whenever you're ready, share your full content DNA report. So now I have this full content DNA report. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come here and I'm going to say, here is the content DNA report of mine. And I'm just gonna paste it. That's it. That is it, guys. And it's right now thinking because it's gonna be crafting a prompt and it's gonna use the whole content DNA report, which understands how I write, uses its brain of writing a great prompt because I said you are an expert prompt engineer, and here it comes. Drop a boom in the chat. Look at the prompt, your role and goal, inputs you expect from the user, the big picture of content, high level structure for every prompt, hook DNA, body structure in detail, and still writing the prompt. How advanced is this? So it's literally converted the content DNA report into this super duper extensive prompt. But guys, can you tell me what is missing in this prompt? Can you tell me what is missing in this prompt? What is missing in the prompt, guys? Yes, the hashtags and stars. That is what is missing in the prompt. The hashtags and stars are missing. The markdown structure is missing. Obviously, it is missing. So how do we get it right? You saw a great prompt that has come out, right? This is super duper extensive. My God, how extensive this prompt is. But it is not in the format that we wanted because we wanted our prompt to be in the markdown structure because that is the style that works the best. So what do? I just copied this prompting structure here. I will share all this with you in a document. Don't worry about it. Towards the end of tomorrow, you'll get all of this with you. I just copy this prompt structure, come here, and I will just share something. I just write a prompt like this. Can you please rewrite the whole prompt without missing anything in the markdown prompting style like below. And I just paste the prompting structure. I just copied it here, copied this part, and I just pasted it here. And here's the nuance that you need to know. Remember this line that I'm going to share with you. Make sure you give me the output in a code editor or code block. You always ask the output of the prompt. Remember this word, code editor or code block. This way, you'll get the whole prompt inside of a box where you can click on one button and copy it. Okay, you will see what a code editor or code block is. So always ask the output of a prompt in a code editor or a code block. I click on the send button. Look at that. It's thinking right now because it's thinking if it is doing on the same line, correct on the line or not. It's going to use, guys, drop in a heart if you think this is crazy. Look at this role. This is the code editor, guys. This is the box that we got it. This is the code editor. We have the role. We have the objective. We have the context. My goodness, how beautiful is this? We have the instructions. All the instructions are right here. Look at how detailed this prompt is. And we got the whole prompt being written in the markdown prompting style. And the whole prompt is now done. I mean, it's still writing actually. If you see this, it is still writing the prompt because you can see this, it's still on the load bar, but you get the point. How crazy is this? How crazy is this that we just got AI to write the whole prompt for us? Guys, did you understand what this is? If you think this is powerful, drop a comment, mind blown in the chat. For whatever reason, it is stuck right now. So I can simply click on this button. Sorry. And I'm just going to do a rethink, try again because it got stopped for a while. But it happens all the time. 5.1 is a new model. It is still very early. So it could be a little buggy. But I just said, restart this and it's going to execute the whole thing again just in a while. Yes. Awesome, 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 awesome. So I'm going to quickly, as it is writing the prompt, I'm going to quickly explain you what we did, okay? For people who did not understand, okay? What we did is, first, what we did was, because we wanted AI to write a prompt which can write viral LinkedIn posts exactly in our own styles, what I first asked, I asked AI to analyze my content and tell me how I write because I didn't know how to tell AI how I write. So when I asked it, AI said, okay, can you send me 10 of your LinkedIn posts? And what I did, I gave AI 10 of the LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past here. Look at this. Here are the 10 LinkedIn posts, and I gave AI 10 of the LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past. And what did AI do? It understood how I've written this LinkedIn post, and it gave me this detailed breakdown of how I write my LinkedIn content. Now I took this report and I gave it to AI and I literally told AI, can you convert this into a prompt? And you know what? AI converted that into a prompt, but it was not in the markdown style. As a result, I asked AI, can you rewrite the prompt in the markdown formatting and give the output in a code editor or a code block? And you know what? AI ended up writing the whole prompt. Look at that. There are multiple instructions and AI ended up writing the whole prompt for me. Clear? Clear? Now we're going to do one more example as well. So don't worry about it. But I hope you understood the power of this. Now I can simply copy this by clicking on this button, right? I can go to ChatGPT right now. Now that I have the prompt and I've copied it by clicking on this button because we asked the output to be in a code editor or a code block. I copied the code. I come to ChatGPT, click on this expand button, go to explore. Now I need to create a new GPT, right? I click on this plus create button. And this time I'm not going to use this because I'm an advanced user. I jump to configure directly. And you see this instructions box. I'm going to just paste the prompt right here. And there you go, guys. We have our super advanced prompt in markdown style ready to be used. There you go. The whole prompt is ready. Now that it's ready, I can start using it. Okay. So I can give a topic right here. Of course, I can call it whatever I want. I can give a description and all that, but I don't need to do all of that to see if it's working or not. I can say topic. Let's say the topic that I want to create a content on is, let's say Google will win the AI race. That's the topic I want to create content on. Okay. Google will win the AI race. That is the topic I want to create content on. I just wrote the topic and I click on the send button. Let's see the LinkedIn post it comes up with. Google versus everyone is heating up. And this time, Google might actually win the race. Beautiful first two lines. Yes, the same Google that looked slow, confused, and reactive in 2023 is suddenly moving like a hungry startup again. Bard got replaced, Gemini went mainstream, search is evolving fast, and Android is deploying deeply wired with AI. Here is why it's huge. And look at the whole breakdown of the post and ends up asking a question. Do you think will this put off or someone else will still outrun them? Guys, how crazy is this? We got the whole LinkedIn post written in my own style because this is my style of writing. I break it down like headlines. I usually break down the points like this. I end up asking a question towards the end, and it replicated my style of writing. That is the power of this prompt. Now, I can do it even better. When I use it, right? I usually use this trick. Once it gives me a LinkedIn post, right? I'm going to say, hey, you did not follow all the instructions that I've given to you. Make sure you follow all the instructions that I've given to you. And also, I don't want the LinkedIn post to be in pointers like this. I want it to flow like a story without the pointers. I can give it any feedback I want. And I click on the send button. And you know what? This will follow all the instructions again. And this time I said I don't want it to be like a pointer. I want it to flow like a story. As a result, look at that. It has started to write like a story right now, but using my own style of writing. If you think this is insane, drop a comment insane in the chat. This is easily a 8 out of 10 for me. This is easily a 8 out of 10 for me. This is literally 2 to 3 hours of work done by AI in like 2 minutes because we build a bot which can write LinkedIn content in our own style. Insane, right? Now, we got this right. This is working incredibly well. Now I told you one promise. And the promise that I told you is that ChatGPT is paid. I promised you that I will teach you how to do this for free as well, didn't I? That is what I'm going to teach you. Now, for you to use the free tool, you have to go to Google, right? And the free tool for you to build apps like this for free without even having the paid ChatGPT account is go to gemini.google.com, which is the Google Gemini tool, right? And inside of Gemini, you can click on the sidebar and there is something called as gems. Gems is like custom GPTs. So I can simply click on explore gems. And this is like a custom GPT, guys. Whatever we did on Chat GPT, it's the equivalent of Chat GPT inside of Gemini. I can quickly create a new gem, and here is where we land. Now, there's a reason why I didn't teach you Gemini gems first. Because in Gemini gems, it cannot write its own prompt. You need to write your prompt. And I thought, before I teach you a free tool, I want to teach you the hard part, which is writing the prompt. Now that I've taught you how to write the prompt, and you've written the prompt, we have the prompt right here. I can simply copy this prompt, come here, and I can paste the prompt. And you know what? Gemini Gems is actually better than custom GPT. It's just that you have to write your own prompt. And now that you learned how to write your own prompt, you can use Gemini Gem for free for life. Account this. Okay. Now I can call this the post generator. I can call this whatever I want to. I can say generates LinkedIn content in Web of Symphony style. And I click on the save button. That's it. We have the post generator created, literally created. I could use the fast model and I could give the same topic actually. Let's give out the same topic that we gave to Gemini as well and see who does a better job at the LinkedIn post. Okay. Let us see who does a better job. Google is playing a long game to kill OpenAI. Oh my goodness, what a first line. You see the headlines, ChatGPT hit 100 million users in 5 days. Everyone is talking about shiny new toy from Underdog. But here's the scary truth nobody is telling you. Google owns the road, the car, and the entire map. This is not a fair fight. And the AI race is a marathon that Google is secretly poised to win. My goodness. My freaking goodness. Guys, just the first 5 lines as I read it. I mean, I'm going to ask you this question. Which one do you think has a better post right away? Gemini or ChatGPT? Gemini or ChatGPT? Which one do you like more? I know. Gemini just aced it. That's why I told you I really like Gemini when it comes to using Gemini gems. And the best part, it is free as well. This is easily a 9.5 out of 10. Now I can make it even better. I obviously gave it a bunch of feedback, right? I could just copy this and I can paste the same thing here as well, where I said, hey, you didn't follow the instructions, make it better, blah, 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 and everything. And look at this. It can redo the whole post in a better way as well. Somebody is like, Junaid is like, Gemini is taking it personally. Yeah, it is. But it is doing an incredibly good job. So, folks, that is what I wanted to teach you very quickly. We learned how to build a GPT first using by building a viral tweet machine. And then I taught you how to write a markdown prompt. You learned how to write a markdown prompt, and we got AI to write the prompt, and we dumped that prompt inside of ChatGPT to get incredible outputs. But ChatGPT was paid, so we took it to Gemini, created a Gemini gem, and here it is. We built a free app which can write LinkedIn content. Every time you simply give a topic exactly in your own style for free. So as we have come this far, I have a question for all of you people. From a scale of 1 to 10, how is this session going on, guys? From a scale of 1 to 10, how is this session going on for you guys? I love those hundreds and thousands, by the way. Awesome, awesome, amazing. You know what? Let's make it to 10,000 right now, shall we? I made you a promise. I made you a promise. And the promise was, I told you that I will make sure every single doubt of yours will be cleared. Every single doubt of yours will be cleared. There are literally 9,000, 10,000 odd people on this call. How do I make sure I clear all your doubts? It's impossible for me to clear all your doubts. I don't have the time to clear all your doubts. What if I build an app which can clear all your doubts? I get that app to attend the session, the first session that AI didn't attend. I get AI to attend that session. And so that we build an AI bot like this, where you can ask questions and it can answer you back with the answer. Should we build that app right now? Boom in the chat. If I get enough booms, I will literally teach you how to build that app right now. And I will build that app and I share that with you for free as well, so that you can ask all the questions in the world. Yes. And not just that, we're going to take it to the next level as well. Okay, perfect. Let us build that app first. First, we need to write a prompt. What do we do? This time, let's use Gemini because clearly it's very, very good, right? So what do? We ask it to write a prompt. Now, before that, I'm sure all of you guys have a question. Vaibhav, AI has not attended the session. AI has not attended the session. How will it answer the questions? Well, you know what? We did get AI to attend the sessions. And how is that? Well, if you realize, though we told you that we will not be giving you recordings of the session, we were still recording the session because we wanted the transcript of the session. Guys, this is 100-page document of everything that was covered in the last session. 100 pages of document, like you can see this. That is why we recorded. We recorded that session, got that recording. And you know what? We went to this tool called as Happy Scribe, where I just uploaded that video. And when I uploaded that video, it gave me the transcript of the video. I uploaded the video, it gave me transcript of that video. And this is that transcript for free. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this document to AI. And I'm going to say, every time I ask you a question, go through this document, understand what is inside of it, and answer it. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? We're going to write a prompt and we're going to tell AI, every time someone asks a question, find the answer in this 114 pages of document and answer the learner. Let me put that in action. You'll understand what I mean by that. First, let me write the prompt. You are an expert prompt engineer who's working for the Google Gemini team and who has written a lot of prompts for Gemini Gems. I want you to write a prompt for Outskill AI Mentor. The job of this prompt is that every time a learner of Outskill asks a question, your job is to find the answer of the question in the transcript that I'm going to attach in the knowledge base. Go through the transcript, find the answer, understand the answer, and respond back with the answer to the learner like you are the best teacher in the world. And for whatever reason, if you can't find the answer, just tell the learner that probably it was not covered in the session. And you can write to hi@outskill.com directly to the team to get the answer. That is the prompt that I want you to write. There you go. I've sent what I want. I've given the context, and look at this. It has started to write the whole prompt for me. Guys, what is missing in this prompt? Very quickly. This is a revision, guys. What is missing in this prompt? We got the prompt, but what is missing in this prompt? The markdown language is missing in the prompt. Great. Now, for us to get the markdown language, how do we want the output to be? Where do we want the output to be? Where do we want the output to be? In a code editor or in a code block? Perfect. So that's what we're going to do. Now that we got the prompt from AI, I'm going to be like, can you please rewrite the prompt in the markdown prompting structure given below? And can you make sure that, you give me the output in a code editor or a code block? Here is the example. And I just paste the prompting structure right here. And I send the output, and let us see. Here it comes, guys. The whole prompt is in the markdown prompting style. The whole prompt is ready for us. I can simply copy the prompt right now. Come here, go to explore gems. Like I've already told you, go to new gems. It is free of cost. So that's the best part. And come here, and I call this the Outskill AI Mentor. And I just paste the prompt, right? We are good to go right here, but something is missing. Sorry. Something is missing, and that is, how does it know the session? We downloaded this transcript. Where do I put this transcript right now? Well, on Gemini, if you scroll down, there's an option called as knowledge right here, where I can upload a file. I'm going to click on the ad, click on upload files, and I'm going to upload the file that I just showed you. Yes, you can upload a PDF, you can upload a Google Doc, anything like that as a knowledge base. And I've just uploaded right here. Now that everything is done, I can simply click on the save button. And you know what? We have our AI mentor ready. Funny? How about you ask me a very difficult question that AI should not be able to answer?
We taught them a tool that can help them grow their social network. Can it do a recap of that tool?
So one of the mentors taught a tool which will help them to grow my socials or followers on my socials and everything around it. But I can't remember the name of the tool because you know what? When he was teaching it, I was watching Netflix. I'm a terrible student that way. Could you please remind me of that tool? Okay, let's see. This is how we ask questions, right? And I hope we are open to say that you guys are terrible students. And look at that, guys. If you guys think this is the right answer, drop in a heart. That's a brilliant question. I admire your honesty. We all get distracted sometimes, but that's what matters is now that you're focused and ready to catch up. The mentor was Raghuveer and specifically designed the tool for distribution to become a thought leader, particularly on LinkedIn. And the tool name is called as Super Grow. How insane is this? What? Give me funny. Ask me one more question now.
We taught them a prompting formula. Can it do a summary of the entire prompting formula that we taught them?
Great question. There was a prompting formula that was taught, which was supposed to sprinkle some magic on my prompts. What was that prompting formula? And can you tell me why it is so powerful? Again, you're asking a teacher your questions. You should be ask anything out there and be open about it. That's an excellent question. The formula was called as magic prompt formula, role, task, instruction, data. Why is this formula so powerful? Everything is being taught. Guys, if you think this was mind-blowing, can I get some MBs in the chat? These are trade secrets that I'm teaching you guys right now. And for all the people who are like, Vaibhav, this is great, this is awesome, but it is inside of Gemini, it is inside of Chat GPT. Can I take it outside of it? Because if I know how to build an app like this, I can sell that app and make a lot of money. How many of you guys want to know that also? How can you take this app outside of Gemini and give it a nice little user interface so that you can literally sell that app? It is outside of ChatGPT, it's outside of Gemini without writing a single line of code. And any app for that matter, you can build it. Yes, yes, all of you guys, right? That is what I'm going to teach you right now. I'm going to teach you. I taught you how to use it on ChatGPT. I taught you how to use it on Gemini. I taught you how to write these incredibly powerful prompts that you can't even get if you spend thousands of dollars. I taught you how to attach it to a knowledge base. Now I'm going to teach you how to take this outside of Gemini, give a nice little user interface so that you could literally sell this app if you want to give it to anyone. And I'm going to teach you how to do that without writing a single line of code. Okay, it is very, very simple. I want you guys to be focused. Now, you have to understand one thing. The most important thing about everything that we did today, right? The most important thing about everything that we did today is inside of the fact that you have written a great prompt already. Guys, the prompt is the heart and soul. The prompt that we ended up writing is the heart and soul of anything that you build. That's why I spent so much time on writing the prompt. Once you know how to write the prompt, you can literally do anything with it. And you're going to see how. I'm going to do something very, very simple right now. I'm going to simply copy this prompt. There you go. I've copied this prompt. And once I've copied this prompt, I can give it inside of a different tool right now, which will build me the whole thing. And the tool that is going to build me this app, the backend, there are two things to this. There has to be a backend of this, there has to be a front end of this. So you need to build an AI agent first. And the tool that I will use to build an AI agent without writing a single line of code is called as Lizer. It's a incredible tool. It has a very generous free trial, but it's obviously a paid product. You can't do things for free, everything, but it's incredible. You should learn this. And you can use the free trial for sure. Lizer, once I log in, right, it allows me to build a bunch of things. It's a very advanced app, but I'm going to teach you something very simple. For you to build this app that we are speaking about, you first have to go to single agent right here. I tap on the single agent and you see this user interface. Now it might look a little complex, but it is very simple. Let me teach you what it is. First thing it is asking me to fill is the agent name. What is the name? I'm going to call this the Outskill AI Mentor. Then it's asking me what is the description. So I'm going to just enter a description that we have. Like this is a mentor app that is used to answer questions of everything. Simple stuff, right? That we already did with Gemini. Next comes the LLM provider. It is allowing you to select, do you want Gemini? Do you want OpenAI? What do you want? In this case, I want Google and I want 2.5 Pro, the best AI model to be used. So I can select any AI here. Instead of ChatGPT or Gemini, I can use any AI model here. Now, here comes the prompt. Here, the prompt is split into three boxes: role, goal or objective, and the rest of the instructions. So instead of putting the same prompt completely here, you have to copy and paste them separately here. That's it. So I come here, here is the role in the prompt that we already have created. I simply copy just the role, come here and I paste the role. Next come goal. Again, we have the objective, that is basically the goal. I simply copy the objective here, paste it, and then comes instructions. Now, obviously we have done the instructions as well. Right, which is right here. You can just copy the rest of it, right? And come here, sorry, my bad, come here and just paste the instructions as well. There you go. I've done the whole thing right now. I just broke the prompt into three boxes. Clear, very, very simple. Now don't be like, look at so many things and get scared. That's it. We just copied the prompt. We selected the AI model that we want and we gave it a name and a description. Now we have to upload a knowledge base or upload the PDF. For that, I'm going to use the knowledge base option. I'm going to turn this on. That's it. And now I can simply click on create new and upload the PDF. To save time, I've already have an old file. It might give you old answers, but that's fine. This is for an example. I just select the file and I click on the save button. That's it, guys. The same prompt that we got from Gemini, I just pasted it here by breaking it down into role, objective, and instructions, and I gave it a name. I selected the AI model that I want to select, and I uploaded the knowledge base here as well. That's it. Now that I've done all of this, all I have to do is click on the create button. And the agent is created. It's as simple as that. The agent is created right now using the same prompt. Now let's give it a shot. What is magic prompt formula? I don't even remember if we covered magic prompt formula before, because if I told you clearly, this is an old transcript. This is not the new one. This is an old transcript, so I don't even remember then we used to cover magic prompt formula or not. But let us see if we did. Oh, we did cover magic prompt formula, and you can see we are getting the answer to that question right here. Very, very nicely, we are able to test it out. So the agent is working. But how do you share it with everyone else? This UI is very scary. I told you we will build an app nicely. How do we give it a user interface right now? Well, this is how we give an user interface. I go to a new tool called as Replit. Now, before I go there, guys, are we clear with this so far? I did the exact same thing that we did on Gemini, but inside of this new platform called as Lizer, which is an agent builder. I copied the same prompt, uploaded the same knowledge base, I tested the agent, and it is working. Now, to share this agent, we have to give it a new UI. What do? I come to a vibe coding platform like Replit. This is a tool where I can literally tell what I want to build, and AI can build the UI of that. And I can literally explain, I want you to build a stunning looking user interface like you are a UI UX designer of Apple. I want you to build an incredible design for Outskill AI Mentor, which is a chatbot which is designed to answer questions of learners. And the backend of this tool is going to be the Lizer agent. I'm going to give you the code of Lizer agent, integrate that in the backend, and the front end, I want you to design this for me. That is the app that I want you to build. So what did I do here? I just explained what I want, and I told the backend is going to be the Lizer Studio. So what this app is going to do is Replit is going to build the front end or the design of it. And on the back end, we want the agent studio to work. How do I connect this? Well, you can see this option called as agent API. I'm going to tap on this. There's an option called as inference. I'm going to select this and I'm just going to copy this code. I don't need to know how to write code or anything. I know that this is the AI part of it. So I copy this code, come to Agent Studio, and I just paste this code. That's it. That's it, guys. I said I wanted to build a great UI, and I pasted this code. So it will use the backend of Lizer, and the Replit, the app that I'm sharing right now, will share the links of everything, will build the front end of this, will build the UI of this. And you know what? It will work for about 10 to 15 minutes to build this app. And once it has done, it will actually build a stunning looking UI. But you know what? I don't want to waste 10 minutes of your time just sitting and looking for it as it builds the app. As a result, I'll show you something that was built last week. There you go. Guys, this is the UI that the agent Replit was able to build. You can see I did the same thing. I said I wanted to build a great app. I pasted the code here, and this is the UI that it built. Look at this. And I can say, now it's a new UI. It is your own website. You can share this with anyone. I can just say, what is magic prompt formula? And you can see it's a new UI. It is designed for us. It is built for us. It is not using Gemini or ChatGPT, but it's actually using the Lizer agent that we built in the backend. That is what it is using as a backend. And the UI has been built by basically Replit. And here comes the formula's answer. Guys, drop in a heart if this is making sense. I hope you are able to understand what I'm trying to do here. First, I gave the same prompt to Lizer Agent Studio. I pasted the same prompt and built an agent. Then I clicked on the agent API, copied this code. I don't even know what this means. I just copied this code, went to Replit, and I pasted this. I wrote a prompt saying build a great UI for it, and I pasted this, and I let it to run for 20 minutes. Right now I'm not doing it. I just let it to learn, and it ended up building this app. Now that I have this app, I can simply publish this and I can share it with anyone, and they can use my app right now. Don't you think this is insane? If you think this is insane, drop a comment insane in the chat. Drop a comment insane in the chat. How crazy is this? Guys, for a few people, if my screen is blurred, I'm really sorry. There is nothing that I can do about it. Okay. It's probably your internet. Mine is absolutely fine. So it happens. So focus on the learning right now. Yes. Now somebody's like, can I get the link? Guys, after the session is over, that is end of tomorrow, we will be sharing an app like this. How many of you guys want an app like this? So that you can ask all the questions. So we're going to upload all the transcripts of both the days, and we're going to give you an app like this, and you will have access to it for your life. You can keep asking questions to it. It can keep clearing doubts of all of you people, but you will only get access to this app tomorrow for people who are on the call. Not for everyone. We are not going to send an email or WhatsApp or anything. If you're on the call, you're going to get it. If you're not on the call, you're not going to get anything. It's as simple as that. We want serious people to get the best out of this. But that is how I built this app right now. Guys, what have we done so far? In the last couple of hours, just in 2 hours, right? We learned how to build a viral tweet generator. Then we learned how to write markdown prompting and build our own prompt, right? We built our own product, our own prompt using markdown prompting, using the workflow. Then we deployed that inside of ChatGPT directly, and it was able to generate nice LinkedIn content for us in our own style. Then we took that prompt and gave it to Google Gemini using Gemini Gems, and was able to work as well. Then we created a new app, which was a Q&A AI mentor, where we wrote a prompt, uploaded the transcript as a knowledge base so AI can refer to this document before it gives an answer. It worked like magic. Then all of you wanted to build an app which we can pull it out of ChatGPT or Gemini and give it a nice little UI. So we went to Lizer Studio to build the same app inside of Lizer, and then gave it a nice little UI on replit.com. We're going to share all the links with you. We're going to share all the prompts with you end of today. Don't have to worry. Don't have to break your head. That is what we have accomplished in the last couple of hours. Now, is this enough? Absolutely not. I want to teach you one more thing. And that is, I want to teach you how to convert this app into a voice agent. How many of you want that? So that you can talk to it and it can talk back to you in voice. Drop a boom in the chat if you guys want to learn that. We will build a voice agent, convert the same Outskill AI mentor into a voice agent so that you can talk to it and it can talk back to you. Would you guys want to learn that? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. That is what I'm going to teach you in the next 10 minutes. But before that, we have Funny here. You can see I'm coughing right now. So I need to grab some hot water. I'm going to grab some hot water and I'm going to come back in like 5 minutes. But those 5 minutes are not going to be a break for you, because Funny is going to teach you a AI workflow in that 5 minutes, which will help you to build kick-ass presentations using AI. How many of you guys want to learn that? We will come back and I'll teach you how to build a voice agent as well. But how many of you guys want to learn how to build kick-ass presentations using AI? Drop in a heart, drop in a thumbs up. That is what Funny is going to do. He's going to do that in the next 5 minutes as I take a little break, because you can see I was coughing. Once I come back, I'm going to teach you how to convert this into a voice agent. And not just that. After that, I'm like, the team asked me to do one thing, and that is literally teach all of you people, or show you all of you people, how I work with AI. The workflows that I use, the prompts that I use, the tools that I use, how I have automated my life using AI. That is what I'm going to show you, which will blow your minds. That's my promise. So I'll be back in 5 minutes because there's still 2 more hours of session to go. But learn from Funny how to build a presentation. Once I come back, you guys will get your minds blown. With that being said, Funny, over to you. You have to wrap this up in 7 minutes. Funny, you have 7 minutes. I'll be back in
Perfect.
7 minutes.
Perfect. So, folks, I'm going to go ahead and introduce all of you to what I think I would call Apple of presentations. And to be able to show this to all of you, I went ahead and ran a prompt on ChatGPT already. And the prompt that I had given to ChatGPT was to ask it to take the role of an expert management consultant and do research on the edtech market of LATAM countries to see how Outskill can perform in the LATAM countries if we go ahead and launch AI courses there. And you can literally see that it thought for about 10 minutes in total. It did a thorough analysis of the LATAM countries and the regions there, the market industry and everything around it. It also went ahead and looked at what Outskill does currently, what are the different kinds of programs that we conduct, what is our TG as of today, which is working professionals and developers, largely English speaking and all of that. And this is the scope of the entire analysis that had gone ahead and done. It went through multiple sources and pulled out how in the LATAM regions the edtech market currently looks like and how AI market also in the LATAM region looks like. It also went ahead and spoke about the digital access. It spoke about things like connectivity to the internet and all of that, and what are the major skill gaps that currently exist, and all of that. It went ahead and gave me this extensive report of including what are the countries that we should go ahead and prioritize in case we want to go ahead and launch ourselves in the LATAM regions. Drop in a heart if you love how in-depth this entire research is. Now, this is something that I chose not to show to all of you in the interest of time because we all already saw this in the very first session. But if you love the detailing that ChatGPT has given over here in terms of the research that it has pulled out, drop in a heart, right? And once it gave me all of this research, I simply asked it to go ahead and convert all of this into a 10 slide presentation deck for me, right? I asked it for the content of 10 slides, and that is what it has done over here. It broke everything down into 10 different slides for me, including the content of everything that I can go ahead and pretty much put. So what I'm going to do right now to teach all of you an incredible tool that all of you could start using to build presentations, I'm just going to copy all of the content for every slide from here. I've copied this. I just selected this, copied it. I hope all of you through this process learned how you can use the magic prompt formula on ChatGPT to be able to make it do all of the research and then summarize all of that into the form of slides. But this is a tool. I will reveal the name very, very soon. But this is a tool that you can use to be able to go ahead and create presentations. Now, when you come into this tool, you will basically have four options as you can see on the screen. You can paste text, or you can generate PPTs from a prompt itself, or you can import content as well, or you can start from scratch with a template. So if I just go ahead and click on paste text, it is going to go ahead and give me a box like this where I can simply come and paste all of the content that I have copied from ChatGPT. And here I can go ahead and click on continue. Now, what this tool essentially does is it analyzes all of the content that we have put in already, and then it reframes all of that content into a very good storyline all by itself because it is also powered by AI. And in the interest of time, it's going to take about 2 to 3 minutes for it to go ahead and build out the entire presentation. But in the interest of time, I have already gone ahead and done that right here, right? So you see how it has gone ahead and given this entire beautiful looking presentation slide by slide. This is the title slide: Latin America EdTech Market Analysis, Strategic Opportunity for Outskill. And as I scroll down, you can look at the feel of all the slides, right? Latin America EdTech market projected to go from $16.2 billion to $50.4 billion. Drop in a heart if you love the design sense of this particular tool. This is what stood out for me when I first used it. And ever since, everyone at Outskill has been using this tool itself. The market size and growth projections, the demand drivers fueling AI education growth, competitive landscape assessment, market entry strategy by country. It has literally broken it down into countries that we should go ahead and launch first, and how we can go ahead and expand as well, product and business model adaptations that we could go ahead and take, and what is the go to market strategy and distribution channels that we can absolutely go ahead and leverage, and what are the first year projections that we should essentially have. And the beauty is, while it has given this entire presentation to me, I can go ahead and export this. And when I click on export, I can not only go ahead and export it into a PDF document, but I can also convert the whole damn thing into a LinkedIn post or an Instagram carousel post or even an X post or an animated GIF. And if I want to make any design changes to the slide, I just have to go ahead and click on these options that I see here. I get a bunch of these options. Let's say I click on full screen cover. The entire design of this particular slide changes completely with the click of a button, right? I click on theme and I can basically go ahead and choose any theme right here, and it will again change the way the entire presentation looks. And I can go ahead and edit all of the text from here itself, however I would want to go ahead and do. Do you all think that the design sense and language that this tool has is absolutely amazing? Drop in a heart if you love that. And I'll quickly go ahead and show you all what this incredible tool also is. I didn't show it to you earlier because all of you would jump on it and that would ultimately break the servers of this tool. But the tool's name is called Chronicle HQ. I'll share the link of it also towards the end of the session as part of the resource document. But it's called Chronicle. It's an incredible tool for you to go ahead and create presentations. There is a free trial that you can use to get started. And once you start using it, it will absolutely change the way in which you will go about creating presentations. So this is something that I quickly wanted to show to all of you so that you can go ahead and create presentations this way as well.
All
Weber is
right. Thank
back.
you, Funny. You were bang on time. I gave you 7. You ended at 7. Guys, can you drop a thank you to Funny TY in the chat for Funny to cover it up for me and use that time so nicely to show you guys such a cool tool. All right. While I'm recovering, while I'm drinking some water, taking a small break.
I will
Awesome.
share the link towards the end. Yeah.
Yes, guys, all the links will be shared towards the end for you guys. Now, I'm back. All right. Thank you, Funny, for that. I promised you something. I promised you that I will be teaching you how to build a voice agent. How many of you guys are ready for that? Drop in a heart. Drop in a heart. Drop in a heart if you guys are ready to learn how you can learn how to build a voice agent. Convert the thing into a voice agent. Yes. Okay, let us do that right now. The app that we're going to use to build the whole thing into a voice agent is called as Wapi. Okay. I want you guys to focus. It's a simple app. It's very, very simple. You know how to do it already because you just have to paste the prompt. This is the app that we're going to use to build voice agents. And once you log in, this is how it's going to look like. I will simply come to assistants on the sidebar, create a new assistant, and I'm going to call this the AI Mentor by Outskill. Select the blank template and click on Create Assistant. It's very similar to Lizer or anything like that. Now that I've done that, I can select an AI model just like Lizer. What do I use? Let's say this time we use OpenAI, but the AI model that I want to use is GPT 5.1, which is the most advanced model, right? And saying, what is the first message that you want AI to say? I want to say I want AI to tell me, hello, how are you? How are you? And now it's asking me to put the system prompt. Now the prompt was already created for the Gemini Gem. I'm going to just paste the same prompt again that we used for the Outskill AI Mentor. And the next part is to upload a file, the knowledge base, the transcript. Again, right? I have already uploaded it. You can see this. I select that file and that's it. The same thing, guys, like we uploaded the transcript of the recording of the session into files. I just did that and I pasted the prompt as well that we had, and we are good to go across the board. The same thing that we did there, we pasted the prompt, uploaded the transcript. Now, because it's a voice agent, we have to select a voice as well, right? As a result, I select the option voice, and now AI will allow me to select a voice. So here there are a bunch of voice options that you already have that you can use. But because I'm a slightly advanced user, I'm gonna add a voice ID manually. Okay, you don't need to do that. But because I'm a slightly advanced user, I could add a voice ID manually. It's showing some errors. I'm just skipping that right now. And done. We are done. We have literally built an app which is going to talk to us. Now, how do I test it? I'm going to simply click on Talk to Assistant here. And let us see how it works. Hello, how are you? Hey, I'm doing great. How are you? I'm all set and ready to help you with anything from the masterclass, prompts, tools, workflows, whatever you're exploring next. What part of the 2 day session are you thinking about right now? Prompt engineering, image, video stuff, awesome. Or the I think automation that reminds me of the fact that I want to remember the prompting technique that was taught to me, something called magic something. Okay, looks like it got stuck. You're thinking of the magic prompt formula from the masterclass. It's the core prompting technique they taught. It has 4 parts in this order. 1. Role persona. Guys, what do you think of this? As? Example, act as a senior Facebook ads strategist or act as a CRO expert. 2. Task. What do you want it to do? One clear action. Example, redesign this landing page for higher conversions or write a 30-second script for a YouTube ad. 3. Instructions. How should it do it? Constraints, style, preferences. Example. Folks, what do you think of that? Yes, what you heard right now is me. It is my AI assistant. It is my AI assistant. And that is what you just learned. Funny, there are a few people who are spamming. Can you please kick them out of the call?
Yes, Feb.
I don't like it. People who misbehave, I don't enjoy it. Okay? So please take them out of the call. So folks, this is why I keep the chat off most of the times. But what do you guys think of this? Drop in a heart if you think this was crazy. Drop in a heart if you think this was crazy. We just got AI to talk to us. And yes, if you're wondering, that is my voice. That is literally my voice. I trained an AI model to sound like me. And that is what you just heard. Yes, love it. Awesome. And that is how you can build this into a voice assistant as well. Awesome. With that being said, let's move on to the next part. I promised you something. After I come back, I'm going to show you exactly how I work with AI on a daily level. This part is something that I'm extremely proud of, is purely because you're going to learn or you're going to see a glimpse of how I work on an everyday level with AI. I literally have 1 hour before we wrap up today, and you want to use the last 1 hour to show you things that is possible with AI. How I use AI, what are the kind of tools that I use, what are kind of workflows that I use, how I've managed to automate my life using AI, the AI agents that we have built, and a lot of crazy things. You're gonna see how an AI generalist works on an everyday level and how I operate like a 10x human being. Do you guys want to see how I work? Do you guys want to see the tools that I use? Do you want to see the workflows that I use? Do you guys want to get an understanding how you could work with AI in the future? Drop a yes or a boom in the chat. I want to know everyone is excited about this and there is no break. Yes. Okay. Awesome. I'm loving the energy. Now, something that I also wanted to tell you very, very clearly is that we just have 1 hour right now. So I don't have the time to teach you everything. I'm going to show you a glimpse of how I use how I do things on an everyday level. For you to learn all of this, I have to be on a live session for the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks to teach you all of this. And I don't have that time. So what we're going to do is, while I show you everything of how I use AI on an everyday level, for people who want to learn how to do all of this, we're going to share a roadmap with you. A roadmap for free, which you can follow after the session is over, after the 2 days is over. You can follow that roadmap to learn everything that I'm going to show you in the next 1 hour. It's not possible for me to teach you everything in the next 1 hour. As a result, I'm going to show you what is possible so that you're excited about it. You know the possibility of AI, and then use the roadmap that you're going to get for free. Yes, it's going to be for free. You can use that roadmap, learn everything that I do, and do it yourself. Clear? And you will get the roadmap end of today for people who are on the call. If you're not on the call, you're not going to get anything. Let me make that very, very clear. We are not going to email you. We are not going to WhatsApp you. We cannot take that support right now. So people on the call are going to get that document for free. Okay, perfect. Let's get right inside of it. Guys, as an AI generalist, because I want to give you a reflection of how you could work as an AI generalist, the first thing that you should know as an AI generalist is how to prompt an AI in a great way. Today you learned magic prompt formula. Today you learned, markdown prompting, but that's pretty much it. But there are a lot of advanced prompting techniques that you can use to do even more advanced stuff, like chain of thought, theory of thought, meta prompting, co-star prompting, a lot of prompting frameworks that you need to learn. And we're going to give a roadmap inside of which it has all of this. Okay, we have made that roadmap so that we can share it with you for free, so you can continue to learn that. But apart from prompting, right, something else that is very, very important is for you guys to have the ability to play with a bunch of AI models. For example, today in the morning, you guys must have seen Open Router, right? Open Router at this point of time has 568 AI models on my system. You might see a different number. And if you come to rankings, you can literally see the AI models that are trending right now. I can change it to trending, and you can see these are the AI models that are trending right now. Something called as Cat Coder, something called as DevStrill, something called as Quen3, something called as QWQ, something called as Spotlight. And these are AI models that you don't even know how to use. Where do you use these AI models? Because they are not in ChatGPT, they are not in Gemini, they are not in Google. You can see this DeepSeek V3, Minimax M2. How do you use this AI models? Well, if you are a AI generalist, you have the ability to use these advanced AI models yourself. How do you use these AI models when they're not on ChatGPT, Gemini, and everywhere else? Well, the way I use all these AI models is because this open router that is there, I have connected it to a tool which is called as Bolt AI. We're going to share the link of this tool with you guys towards the end. Don't worry. Okay. All the links will be in the roadmap. Okay. This is called as Bolt AI. Now, what Bolt AI is, it's this beautiful user interface. It's a desktop app, like you guys can see, right? It's a beautiful user interface. And what Bolt AI can do is I have integrated that to Open Router. As a result, because I've integrated that to this tool Open Router, look at this, guys. I have access to 560 AI models. I can literally use any AI model out there in the world. For example, Quen3, which was on the top, I can use that AI model, ask a question, and all of a sudden, I have the power to use any of the 500 AI models out there. Today, in this week, if this is the most powerful AI model, I can use it because I have integrated Open Router to this tool called as Bolt AI. Now, not just that, because you are an advanced user, you need to have the ability to change the settings of the AI model. A lot of people don't know that there is something called as parameters. Every AI has advanced settings, and you can't even see that on ChatGPT because ChatGPT and tools like this don't even give you these settings. That is only for generalists and true problem solvers. And for you to change those settings, you can click on the sidebar and look at this. There are things like temperature, max tokens, presence penalty, frequency penalty. Now, I don't want to go deep into each one of these because, like I told you, we don't have 200 hours to learn all of this slide. The roadmap will have all of this. I want you guys to play with all of this. I want you guys to learn all of this. And these settings, when you change them, you can change the quality of output that you're getting using AI. These are advanced tools that most of the people have no idea about. And as you change these settings, the kind of output that you get from AI fundamentally changes. Now, this is only one part of it, right? I'm able to use 500 AI models out there, and I'm going to able to change the advanced settings of those to make it work for me. What if I tell you something else that I do? You see, there are a lot of things that is very private to me. It's private information. Let's say something regarding health, something related to my, like inside of my work, which is very, very important that I cannot share. I don't trust all these commercial models. I don't know if I give upload an important sheet of data, if AI will use it, ChatGPT will use it to train that information. I don't want my information to be leaked. So I'm very paranoid about a few things. And every time when something is important and I don't want other AI models to use that for training, that information to get leaked, I use AI that is running on my computer. Yes, I run AI models on my computer. And because I run AI models on my computer, I use a platform called as Olama. Olama is like a software which you can install on your computer. And once you install Olama, you can run your own AI models on your computer. As a result, they can run for free, for life, without even having access to the internet. And the best part, because you're running those AI models on your computer, the information is on your computer. It's not getting shared anywhere. And that is I run a bunch of AI models on my computer. And let me show you. You guys all know that AI uses something called as graphical processing unit, or GPU. So AI uses something called as GPU to run. And every computer has a graphical processing unit as well. And I'm going to leverage the GPU of my computer. This is, by the way, the terminal. And I have to remember a few commands like Olama, which is the name of the product. And it gives me a bunch of commands that you can use. And if I just type Olama list, then it shows me, look at this. These are all AI models that are running on my computer. GPT OSS, which is by ChatGPT, open source model. Qwen 3, which is a Chinese model, but I'm not scared because it's running on my computer. So all my information is safe. GPT OSS, Gemma 3, which is an open source model by Google, Llama 3, which is an open source model by Meta, and all these models are running literally on my computer. Let's say I want to use this model right now. Okay, I can just say Olama run the model name. And that's it, guys. Olama will be running that AI model right now. Let's say I can ask a question. What came first? I know it's a funny one. Chicken or egg? I can just ask a question like that and look at that. It has started to give the answer. Now you'll be like, Weber, what is the big deal about it? AI hai to obviously it will work, right? The big deal about it is that this AI is giving me this answer by literally running on my computer. It doesn't have using the internet. This AI model is running on my computer. I can see this. It is using 66% of my GPU. This AI model is running literally on my computer to get me the answer. As a result, every conversation that I'm having with it is completely safe, secure on my computer because it is running on my computer. It's not on a data center. It is not getting shared anywhere else. Now, as an AI generalist, for everything that is secretive, everything that is sensitive, I run them on my own AI models running locally on my computer. Now you will ask me one legit question. Vaibhav, don't lie us. You don't use it like this. This is so bad. This UI is so terrible. How do you use something like this? You're right. This UI is terrible. As a result, I don't use this UI. You remember Bolt AI? The one that we used for Open Router? Well, I use Bolt AI for this. You know what? I've not only integrated Bolt AI with Open Router, I've also integrated Bolt AI with Olama. As a result, all the AI models are right here, and I can literally ask a question, and the answer that you're seeing right now is coming from an AI model that is literally running on my computer. Look at this. Olama is using 30% of my GPU. It's now using 50% of my GPU. Isn't this insane? We are able to run an AI model locally on our computer on a great user interface. And on top of that, I can change the advanced settings again of all these open source models as well, which is running on my computer. These are the kind of things you should explore and learn. Of course, it is all part of the workbook, all part of the roadmap that we're going to give you. And for you to be able to learn all of this that I've just shown you and more, all you need to do is dedicate 10 hours a week for the next 3 months. If you're able to dedicate 10 hours a week for the next 3 months, you can learn all of this yourself. And I want you to learn all of this yourself. That is just first part of it. This is just a foundation. And then we go to the next step. What is the next step? The next step is, let me show you how I automate my life using AI. And I'm not kidding. I literally have automated my life using AI using something called as MCP, Model Context Protocol. Now, what is MCP? MCP is this incredibly powerful thing. It's an incredibly powerful technology which automates your life. You see, what MCP basically does is that it connects your AI assistant, let's say something like a Claude or something like a Chat GPT, to any app that you use. To any app that you use, it connects it. And if you are able to do some work on an app, and AI can do the same work. What do I mean by that? You see, when people tell you that AI is going to take over a lot of jobs, you're always thinking, how will AI take over jobs? Because I do most of my job in a lot of tools. And AI cannot use the tools that I use. I use very complicated tools like Salesforce. I use complicated tools like Tally, QuickBooks, MS Word, Microsoft Excel, blah, blah, blah. So many other apps that you use. There are few tools that you use on your computer, few tools that you use which are websites to do your work on an everyday level. And so far, for most of the people think AI is ChatGPT. But you know what? Using this protocol called as MCP, I could literally connect an AI assistant to any app in the world. As a result, it can exactly do what you can do, but all automated. That is the power of MCP. And let me show you a couple of examples. I don't want to spend a lot of time here. Let me show you a couple of examples. Let me show you a fun one to start with. Okay, very fun example. Guys, I use Claude for this, and what you're seeing on your screen right now is Claude, right? And if you remember the app that we used, Vapi, right? The app that we created a voice agent with, which was able to talk back to me every time I ask a question. I have integrated Vapi. You can see this, you can see Vapi right here. I have integrated Vapi to my Claude account. As a result, I have automated my calling. I'm not kidding. I have automated my calling using AI. What the hell do I even mean by that? You know what? I'm terrible when it comes to a few things. What is that? I hate calling people. I hate to be on phone calls. As a result, I built this integration, which, you know what? Which calls on my behalf to anyone I want. And it works like magic. I send a prompt, something like this to Claude. Use AI assistant on Vapi, WebHub AI assistant on Vapi via MCP to call the person given below and deliver the message. I can put the name of the person, I can put the phone number, and I can put the deliver this message. Let's say I want Funny to be called. I will put his phone number. I mean, I'll put a phone number that I have handy so I can show you the demo. And let's say I want to deliver this message. Let's play pickleball at 9 p.m. today after the session is over. Make sure you get your pickleball gear. This is the message I want to deliver to Funny. And I want AI to make a phone call because we are on the session right now. How do I call Funny for this? But I want Funny to be ready, right? I'm moving this away so that I can enter the number. I don't want you guys to see the number, obviously. Okay. I've entered the number right now and I'm clicking on the send button. I have the phone in my hand. I have the phone in my hand. Okay. I'm not showing you the work. I'm not showing you the workflow purely because I don't want you guys to see the phone number for obvious reasons, right? But I started to do the work already. You can see this. It has started to do the work already. It will execute the whole task, build a voice agent for me. And you know what? It will literally trigger a phone call to me. Let me take my phone out of silent also. Okay, let it be on silent. I should be able to see. It will literally create a voice agent, write the prompt inside of the voice agent, pick up a phone number, understand the phone number, make the call on our behalf, and literally deliver the message using AI. I literally use this all the time because even when I'm at work, right? What happens again? I want to make sure that my phone number is not visible. Okay, it's not visible. Even when I'm at work, what happens is I want to make sure that I'm asking people. Okay, there you go. I got a call. I'll pick the phone.
Hi, is this Fani? This is Vaibhav's AI executive assistant calling with a quick message from Vaibhav.
Yeah, Funny here. Tell me.
Great. Thanks for confirming, Fani. Vaibhav wanted me to call and let you know. Let's play pickleball at 9 p.m. today.
Yeah, sure. I can do that. But can I get a friend along?
Absolutely, Fani. Feel free to bring a friend along for pickleball. It would be great to have more people. Just make sure to get your pickleball gear. If you have any more questions, let me know.
No, thank you so much. Guys, what do you think of that? What do you think of that? If you think this was mind blowing, drop a MB in the chat. We just got AI to make a phone call for us by dropping a message. And all this happened because of the power of MCP. Now, if you think this is insane, let me show you something else that is even more insane. Okay, this is a fun one. You see, when I have to make a restaurant reservation, I want to go on a date, right? I want to make a restaurant reservation. I can't seem to find the best restaurant in the city. I use tools like this to do that for me, right? But AI will make phone calls to like 10 restaurants, find me the table, and it will not stop calling restaurants till it finds me a table in a restaurant, in a top restaurant in the city, and it can do all of that. I can literally order my food because I have integrated my Zomato account to my Claude as well. I have literally integrated, if you can see, Zerodha Kite as well. So every day I could just send a message to this account, to Claude, saying, can you quickly check all the stocks that I have on my Kite account, read about each one of them, and tell me if there are any stocks that I need to sell. If any stock is not doing well or it is in negative, go read on the internet about articles about that stock. If there are recommendations of us selling, and if the top people are saying you should sell the stock, just sell the stock for me. And can do everything on a daily level. Let's say if you invested in 100 stocks, researching about the 100 stocks on a daily level is almost impossible. But because I've integrated my Claude to my Zerodha account using MCP, it is able to automate that as well. It is able to automate my food delivery as well because I've integrated that with Zomato. And I can quickly say, hey, can you order? I feel like eating pizza today. Can you find the best firewood pizza in Bangalore? And order that to me to my home address. And it will find, go on the internet, research about the best pizza that is available, find that place inside of Zomato. It knows my address, selects the COD, and orders the food for me as well. This is all fun. Making stocks, getting AI to make calls, and getting food getting food ordered is all fun stuff. But this can be taken to the next level. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say I want some help with content creation. What do I mean by that? Let's say I found this new creator on Instagram. Okay, his name is Raj Shamani. Of course, Raj is a very good friend of mine. So he's not an unknown guy for me. But let's say I found this creator Raj. He has created 3,076 posts, 5.3 million followers he has. And I told my team, guys, Raj is getting a lot of content. Raj is getting a lot of views on his content. Can you please look at this? This is one of the reel that he posted with me. Go and listen to all his 3,076 pieces of content. See which one has performed the best. find me 50 pieces of content which has got the highest number of views, download those top 50 videos out of 3076 posts Raj has. Once you have done that, download those videos, find the transcript of the video of those top 50 videos out of 3000 videos, go to my chat GPT, because inside of chat GPT, I've created the post writer, right? Which writes like me. Upload the transcript of Raj's content, which has gone viral inside of my tool, the LinkedIn post writer, and generate me 50 LinkedIn posts based on the top 50 posts that have gone viral for Raj. So what does my team has to do? My team has to go through all the 3000 posts of Raj, do data analysis by putting the data on Google Sheet. Post number 1, what is the name of the post? What is the likes? What is the comments? What is the views and all that good stuff? Make a note of all of this on a Google Sheet first, and then do some data analysis to find the top 50. Once it does data analysis of finding the top 50, it has to go to a tool like Appify, which has a tool as Instagram Scraper. They have to use this tool to upload the URLs one at a time to download the video. And then they have to use one more tool inside of Appify, which is the Reel Transcript tool. By the way, if you guys don't know what Appify is, Appify has a lot of micro apps. Like it can help you to download a video, it can help you to get the transcript and things like that. And then they can use Instagram Reel Transcript to find the transcript of the video. And once they find the transcript of the video, right, what they do is they can upload the transcript inside of ChatGPT to get the new script done. Guys, don't you think this is a crazy process? Drop a comment crazy in the chat. Going through 3000 posts on Instagram, finding the top 50, downloading those videos, getting the transcript, uploading them into the post writer to find 50 potentially viral ideas. Don't you think, how long do you think a process like this will take to do if they do it manually? How long do you think it will take if you want to do this manually? 1 month, 1 year, forever. 15 to 20 hours. Impossible to do it. What if I tell you it can be done in 30 minutes and you don't have to do anything? You know what I did? I told you this is the power of MCP. I connected Claude to this Appify tool that my team used to use. And because of that, I could simply do this. I can copy the URL of Raj's Instagram. Okay. Open Claude. I can give the URL of Raj and I can say, use the appropriate Appify MCP tools that are connected to you to go through the Instagram profile URL that I've shared above. Once you go through them, go through the top first 10 reels of this profile, get understanding of the likes, comments, views, and everything that you get, and find the top 1 winning post out of the first 10 videos that this profile has posted. Once you have found the top profile in terms of engagement rate, what I want you to do is I want you to figure out a way to download it, find the transcript of it, and once you understand what is inside of the video, use the appropriate Appify tools to make this happen. Once you understand what is inside of the video, use that content to rewrite the transcripts into a LinkedIn post exactly in my own style. So I want you to go through the top 10 videos, find the winner video in terms of engagement, understand what's in the video by getting the transcript of it, and rewrite the whole script into a LinkedIn post exactly in my own style so that I can post it on my LinkedIn and I can go viral too. That is what I want you to do. Execute this task for me by using the appropriate Appify MCP tools. That's it, guys. I just tell AI what I want to do, like I told my team. I gave the URL, I wrote a prompt, and you know what? AI will do all of this. Of course, I told 10 posts because I don't want to do it for 3000 posts because that will take 30 minutes or 40 minutes. But AI will execute the whole thing. Look at this. It is right now using the Instagram Reel Scraper. Drop in a heart if you think this is just insane. First, it devised the steps. It said, this is what I need to do step by step. Okay. Analyze Instagram profile, get top 10 reels, analyze engagement, identify top reels, download that reel, get the transcript, rewrite it into a LinkedIn post. It said these are the tools it needs to use, and it started to use those tools. Something that my team used to take 15, 20, 30 days to do, now AI can do that automatically using MCP. Now, as it is doing the hard work for us here, I want AI to work a little hard for me, little more hard for me. What do I mean by that? I want to show you one more crazy MCP tool. And that, my friends, is called as Goose. This is Goose that you can see right here. Goose is an MCP. Now let me keep this on the side as it's working. And I'll show you how it worked once it's done, because I want you to focus on Goose right now. Goose is absolutely crazy. You know what Goose can do? Goose can literally use a file that is on your computer. Let's say you have Microsoft PowerPoint installed on your computer and you want AI to use Microsoft PowerPoint on your computer to do some work. Goose can do that. Goose can literally control your computer, use every single app on your computer. And what I've done is I've connected Goose to Anthropic 3.7 Sonnet via Open Router, and I've given it access to a folder on my computer. Let's say I give it access to, let's say this folder, desktop junk on my computer. Now, this Goose, which is an AI agent, which has the power of MCP, has access to a folder on my computer. Now I can ask it to do anything I want. For example, I can say, could you go through the files that are in the folder desktop junk that has been given access to you to? I want you to go through all the files and tell me what are the files that I can delete to make up 100 GB of free space. Now, as you're doing this, do all this work and tell me what are the files that I should delete, but please don't delete anything yourself. You do the analysis and tell me what are the files I can delete safely. I will delete it myself. Now, the reason why I'm explicitly saying don't delete anything, because I don't want it to delete anything. I want to do a demo. But you get the point. Now, Goose has access to a folder on my computer, can do something called a shell programming to execute the whole task for me. Look at this. And as it is doing here, if we come back, what did it do? We have given a job here, right? To analyze Raj's LinkedIn Instagram profile. It has just done that. And look at this. It has found the best post already. The winning reel has 59,000 interactions. And now that it is done, now it's trying to find the information. It's just asked me to allow it to execute a new task, and it's trying to get the transcript of the file as well. Guys, drop in a wow emoji if you think this is absolutely wild. We are getting AI to work for us in parallel. One, Goose on the right is using our files on our computer, while on the left, AI is trying to get the transcript of the video. It failed a couple of times and it's trying new ways to get the same stuff done. And it'll eventually, trust me when I say this, it'll eventually figure it out and generate the LinkedIn post as well for us. Now it is running, so I'm going to keep it aside as it's doing its job. But this is what I wanted to show you right now. Let these two keep running. I'll show you once these two have executed the task as well. But this is the power of MCP, or something called as Model Context Protocol. This is just the level 2, guys, where you can literally automate your life using AI. And you know what? All of you guys can learn how to use MCPs. All of you guys can learn how to use MCP. It will take you about 3 to 4 months to learn in the right way. And in the roadmap that you're going to get, you will have all this information. You can follow everything, dedicate your first 6 months, 10 hours a week. You will master level 1 and level 2 without a problem. And that is how you use the power of MCP. Now, as both our MCPs are working, as AI is working really hard for us, let's move on to level 3 right now. What is level 3? Level 3 is where you go beyond of text. You get into images, you get into videos, you get into audio, you get into all that good stuff. Let me show you something. I hope I can find it. Give me a second. I think you will find it extremely cool if I'm able to find it, that is, which we have created all using AI. Okay. Yeah, got it. Check this out, guys. Something that is created completely using AI.
There. Yes, I'm talking to you. Yes, you. While you're scrolling, the world is changing. Fast. 6 months. That's all the runway you have left before AI makes your job extinct. Look, I'll be honest. This scares the hell out of me too. But running from evolution, that's how species disappear.
Or
So
something
I
like
chose.
this.
Hey there, I'll be straight with you. AI isn't coming for our job, and it's already here, lurking in every industry like that coworker who always eats your lunch from the office fridge. Am I worried?
Guys, you can do insane stuff like this using AI. You can literally generate anything and everything that you want using artificial intelligence. Right? And not just this, I wanted to show you something else as well, which I think would be quite mind blowing for all of you people. You know what I did? I used AI to generate a bunch, uploaded a bunch of images, used an AI model to train it with how I look. So that all of a sudden, right now, if you look at my Instagram, right? If you go to my Instagram, I have 1.2 million followers. If you see all these images of mine, these are not me. These are completely AI generated. I don't have a shirt like this. I don't have anything like that. I don't have a t-shirt like that. I don't have a picture with me holding two different phones. Or I don't have a picture with me wearing a red colored t-shirt. Can you believe that all of these images are completely AI generated? And not neither is this. I obviously don't have something with a chip on my head. None of these images are real. All of them are completely AI generated. I did it by training an AI model to look like me. And not just that, I create a lot of content, like I told you. Now, because I'm showing you off my Instagram, I wanted to show you something as well right now. For example, every single week, I create a content piece called as the AI updates of the week. And you should follow me on Instagram. I'm telling you, it's going to be super worth it. How? Let me show you one. Invaded your privacy to another level. And yes, it's for your good. He just launched ChatGPT Pulse, which now reads your chats, mails, and calendar and hands you a visual brief of your day. And that's only update number 2. Over 100 AI updates dropped this. So guys, every time there's a massive AI update that is getting dropped, you will see a video coming from me. And not just that, I create content on everything that is insane. Every new stuff that comes in, I'm always on the top of AI. Like I told you, I've automated my life using Zomato MCP as well, right? Look at this. It has 100, close to a million views. And I made a video on that as well. This one line of copy paste code just placed my entire food. Or something like this, which is we're witnessing the birth project. Of something terrifying. Not an AI revolution, but an AI Manhattan project. Or something like this on how you can get ChatGPT. Sam Altman just made the paid ChatGPT plan free only for India. OpenAI is making ChatGPT go free for all users. Now, I've shown all of them. I've shared my Instagram profile as well. I would love for you guys to follow me because I think you will learn a lot of things from my Instagram. But you know what? There was a reason why I was showing you all these videos. What if I told you that every single video that you saw right now, the
Weber,
audio.
we lost your voice.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
we can hear
Okay.
you now.
What if I told you that every single video that you saw right now is completely AI generated? The audio is AI generated. The video is AI generated. The script is written using AI. The idea is generated using AI. The every single person that you see here is completely AI generated. Look at this. Sundar Pichai. This is my AI clone. This is not me. This is me wearing a different t-shirt, but this is my AI clone as well. This is not me. This guy is also my AI clone and not me. In fact, why should I keep saying this, right? It's just that you will see me wearing different t-shirts in different backgrounds, but everything is completely AI generated. This is not me talking. In the last 1 year, apart from the podcast, I have not shot a single video. Everything is completely AI generated. The audio is audio AI generated, the video is AI generated. And you know what? Like you guys can see, I have right now 1.2 million followers on my Instagram. And I'll tell you even something even more crazy. even crazier thing is that all this reach of 1.2 million, because I get like millions of views. You can see that 500K views, 400K views, 600K views, 800K views. A lot of brands pay me a lot of money to create content. For example, this is an ad. Thumbs up, literally, you can see hashtag ad. The thumbs up brand paid me money to make this video. And that video is not made by me. It's created by my AI clone. This video is paid by a brand called as Hixfeed. You can see hashtag ad right here. This video was a paid video. Brand paid me money to create this video. But even that video is completely AI generated. In the last, I think 8 months, I've made close to 1.3 crores, if I'm not wrong, in terms of brand deals. Brands have paid me money to create content on them, about them. And every content piece that I've created is completely AI generated. So in fact, the crazy part here is AI is literally making me money. My AI clone has made me more than 1 crore of money for me. Isn't that wild? If you think that is wild, drop a comment wild in the chat. If you think that is wild, drop a comment wild in the chat. And not just that, right? If you think, I just started YouTube as well. I right now have 200K subscribers. I'm getting 70,000 views, 130,000 views. All these videos are completely AI generated as well. I have not shot a single YouTube video here either. That is the power of AI, my friends. And you know what? Towards the end of the session, I will also ask my team to share the link of my YouTube and everything around it so that you can play with it. That's the power of AI. Using MCP, you can just see. We ran this some time back. It found the top winning post. It found the transcript and it rewrote the whole script as well. The LinkedIn post is ready, guys. It did take some time, about 5 minutes, but the LinkedIn post is ready. So I automated content research using AI. I have automated with Goose AI using my computer as well. Look at this. It analyzed the whole folders and told me what are the files that I can delete as well. And on top of that, I just showed you how I automated creating content, not just on LinkedIn, but even my Instagram content, even my audio, video, even my content on YouTube is completely AI generated. If you think what you're seeing right now feels like future, drop a comment future in the chat. If you think this feels like future, drop a comment future in the chat. But the beauty is, it is the present right now. And you can do all of this yourself. What we have done is, I've trained an AI model to look like me. I've trained an AI model to sound like me. I've trained an audio model to generate images like me. We have used a bunch of tools here, starting from smallest AI to Minimax, to things like, Synthesia, to using tools like LipDub, to using tools like Hixfield to be able to create something this insane. And not just that, right? If you have the power of using these right tools in the right way, you can do a lot more than this actually. Let me show you something even crazier, right? You saw some content, you saw some me shooting content and all that. What if I tell you you can make stuff like this as well?
Food grows. No more mammoth chasing.
Or we just stab buffalo.
Clean teeth, fresh bread, brush every day, need toothpaste.
We wrap the dead, now we brush the living. Madness.
It is nothing, but it will make everything possible.
Jahan, your cousin's farming, your brother is trading, and you, butcher, drawing nothing all day.
And one day, we fly! Mi amor, I will finally see you fly! Woohoo! Imagine hearing your wife from across the world.
Not my wife!
I know new ideas sound ridiculous at first. Stay curious and stay ahead in the AI first world.
Guys, crazy. Drop a comment crazy if you think what you just saw was absolutely crazy. The kind of stuff that you can do with AI. Somebody is like, you're showing off. My friend, I have no idea what better I can do for you in your life. I can only show you things that you can make. And if this doesn't look like inspiration from you, but it looks like show off, I think you should find a different teacher to learn. I feel terrible for you. Guys, is it changing the way you think about everything that's happening? Is this inspiring? Let me know in the chat. Is this inspiring? Let me know in the chat. Is this making you think, realize the power of AI? I like teaching people in the right mindset. Superpower, says someone else. And you can learn all of this using the roadmap. You can learn all of this using the roadmap that we will be sharing with you. Yes, awesome. Now, this is just level 3. Level 4 is even crazier. The kind of things that I'm able to do with level 4 is even crazier. What are you able to do on a level 4? On level 4, it is on you to be able to get the most out of AI to do your job. We did some automation with MCP. Level 4, where you translate all of that into AI agents. You know the future of work is going to be AI. AI agents is going to do most of the jobs that you're doing today. For you to win in the world of AI, you need to have the ability to build your own AI agents. Now, let me show you one of the AI agents that I have built. Okay, I'm gonna show you an AI agent, which is literally my executive assistant. An executive assistant, which I've built without writing a single line of code. An executive assistant, which can handle my Slack, which can handle my calendar, which can attend meetings on my behalf and take notes and tell me what happened in the meeting, which can execute tasks for me on the internet and every good stuff out there. That is the AI agent that we have built, which is my executive assistant, and it is called as Jerry. Now, before someone says that don't show off Webhub, I want to take your, do you guys want to see it, or I can just talk about it and move on? Do you want to see? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat of an AI agent that I have built. Yes? Okay. Awesome. Looks like they were always spoiled brats in the chats, so can't do much about them. I want to give value to people who are on this call. So guys, this is a sneak peek. These are things that I use on an everyday level that I've not even shown in the best of the podcasts that I've gone. Right? This is Jerry, my AI agent. It's my executive assistant. And because I didn't want you guys to see my old messages, what I did was I added a lot of dots here. That's why it is like, hey, how can I help you? How can I help you? Is what it is repeating over and over again. But that is essentially what Jerry is. It can execute a lot of tasks for me. For example, it can execute simple things like this. Like I can say, like I told you, it can manage my email, it can manage my calendar, everything. I can say, write an email to Funny asking him to prepare the MIS for this quarter and make sure he keeps it ready before Monday as I meet him on a meeting. So I said, write an email to Funny, ask him to prepare the MIS for this quarter to make sure and ask him to make sure to keep it ready before Monday as I see him on a meeting. Now, I didn't tell what is Funny's email ID. I didn't say who is Funny. I didn't give it an email that it should write to Funny. I just said, do this task for me. And this AI agent, Jerry, which has been created, is incredibly powerful. It can find the email ID of Funny, craft an email, send that email to me, and it will tell me once it is done. Look at this. It says, got it. I'm drafting an email to Funny about the MIS preparation for the quarter right now. Give me just a moment to get this sorted for you. So it's going to craft an email, find the email ID of Funny, write an email, and also send it. Now, is it going to do it in like a second? No, it can't. Because it has to do a lot of tasks. It's going to take a couple of minutes. But I don't have to break my head. And look at this. Email sent to Funny. You can see this. I asked him to prepare the MIS for this quarter due before Monday. There is PII here, so I want to delete it. I don't want you guys to see the PII. Where the hell is the delete button, man? Okay, anyways. But you guys just saw what it did. And funny, did you get that email?
Yeah, I just got it. I just got it.
Can you show?
Yes, just give me 1 second. So it says this.
There you
MIS
go.
preparation
MI's
required.
preparation
Due
due
before.
before Monday. Here it comes.
And then nice
Crazy.
little body that summarizes everything.
Yup. Now, let me show you something else. Okay. Let me show you this. I think this will be even more cooler. Okay, let's pick a date. Let's say December 21st. Okay. There is no meeting right here. You can see this. This can happen live. So I can send a task to my AI. I can say, can you block calendar of funny on, December 21st, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Between me and funny. And the meeting should be called as MIS review. So that's how to say. I said December 21st. Like you can see, there is no meeting blocked here. Okay. There's no meeting blocked here. And I'm basically saying, can you block a meeting with funny from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. so that we can review the MIS. And you know what? It's going to do that for you. I'm working on blocking the calendar for your MIS meeting right now with Funny on December 21st. Let me set that up right away. So it's going to do that task for me. And very soon you will see that calendar popping in right here. And look at that. Look at that. And it's still not responded that it's done. And the calendar is blocked. Isn't this wild, guys? Drop in a heart if you think this is absolutely wild. And look at this. All set. Successfully booked the meeting with Funny. All set and there. Now, I'll show you something it can do, which is even going to be mind-blowing. Right? I told you, my AI agent literally attends meetings on my behalf. I can say, hey, I did not attend one of the engineering stand-up that happened a few days back. Could you pull out the notes of an engineering stand-up that I did not attend and give me a summary of everything that happened in that meeting? Now, this is a very, very difficult task if you can look at that. This is absolutely wild. I'm saying I did not attend one of the engineering stand-ups that happened a few days back. Could you pull out the notes of the engineering stand-up and tell me? So I'm literally saying, tell me about a meeting that I did not attend. Now I told you that even if I don't attend my meetings, my AI agent actually attends all the meetings on my behalf because my Firefly's AI agent attends meetings for me. So what I do here is, because it is connected to it, now I gave this task, it will go look for a meeting that I did not attend. I don't even remember which meeting this was. Look for a meeting that I did not attend in reality, find everything about it, and give me a summary on my Slack right now. How insane is this? But this is going to take a little time. So I'm going to keep it aside, let it finish its job, because I think it's going to take 4 or 5 minutes because it's a very complex task. But I thought maybe I should show this to you as well. Why not, right? You should know the power of my thing. Now, as it is doing this task, I don't just want to sit and wait for it to finish the task, because that's not how I work. I assign a task to AI and I move on. I don't break my head. My job is to assign a task to AI and I move on to the next task. Let's say I have a new task for AI, or I have a new task for my AI agent. What is that? I want my assistant to go to this website called ycombinator.com, which is a startup directory, which is a place which is like an AI accelerator, which is like a startup accelerator, which invests in a lot of AI companies. I want my executive assistant to go into fall 2025 batch and summer 2025 batch and read about 324 companies that basically were invested by Y Combinator. Read about each one of these companies and give me 5 ideas that I should consider starting on my own based on the experience that I have. So I want to start a new AI company, guys, but I don't know what to start. I'm looking for inspiration. Y Combinator is a great place because they invest in a lot of companies. So I want someone, my AI agent, to go and read about all these 324 companies live right now and tell me what are those 5 companies that I should consider starting or reading about, because I don't have the patience to read all of this. So we have built Jerry using computer. On this Jerry, the crazy part is while the Jerry on the other one works on Slack, this is even crazier. I can simply give the website of this web. I can just give the website of Y Combinator and I can give a prompt. Go through the website Y Combinator above, and I want you to go through the companies that were funded in fall 2025 batch and summer 2025 batch, read about all of them, and tell me if there are any companies that I should start. I'm looking for a company idea, and my experience has always been in prosumer, right? In consumer tech, prosumer, in SaaS, and things like that, because I've worked at Uber, and then I've worked at Klook, and then I've run an education company. Right? I've always been on the consumer side, mostly focused on prosumer side. Read about all the companies that got recently funded in these batches and give me a list of 5 companies that I should read about, the name of the company, what it does, and why you think I should start something like this. Once you give these details, I will read about them and see if I could start something similar to that. There you go, guys. That's the prompt that I give, and I click on the send button. That's it. And you know what? Jerry, the tool that you're seeing right now, which is built without writing a single line of code, by the way. Okay. It's going to open its own Chrome browser. Guys, my hands are off. Drop in a wow emoji if you think this is crazy. It has opened its own Chrome browser, opened that website right now. You can see I'm not doing anything. My hands are off. It's AI using Chrome right now. Let me sip some water meanwhile as it does the job. And you can see it has selected fall 2025 and summer 2025 batch as well. It's going to read about all the companies. It's going to read about all the companies in that list. You can see on the left side, if you see here, task completed. It's doing one thing at a time. It's selecting more filters all by itself without me doing anything. It is also scrolling all by itself without me doing anything. I cannot read about any company this fast, obviously, but it's an AI assistant. So it can read about company at a speed that I cannot even control. I cannot even imagine. And it is going to execute the whole task on my behalf for me. And the crazy part about all of this that you're seeing is that this whole tool that you're seeing is built without writing a single line of code. This whole tool is built without writing a single line of code. You can see it is still processing. It is still processing one step at a time. I'm just watching it do the magic. Now, as it's doing the magic, let it finish the task as it's doing the magic. I don't have to look at it. It can do it itself. I can continue onto a new tab and do my work. I don't even have to look at it. Okay. Now, what do I do? Because I told you that the whole tool is built without writing a single line of code. That is what the level 5 is all about. Now, before I go to level 5, let me tell you about level 4. If you saw the Jerry that I did, right? The agent that Jerry is built on, it's built on a tool called the Screw AI, which is a no-code tool where you can build where you can build literally super advanced agents as well. You can use tools like Na10 as well to build AI agents. You can use tools like Zapier, Make, and everything around it. You have to learn how to write system prompts. You have to learn how to do conditional logic. You don't need to know how to write a single line of code. And using MCPs and integrations, you can build extensive agents like this, which can automate your life using AI. And the AI agent that you're seeing here, which is using a computer right now, is built vibe coding it by connecting it to something called as browser use API. As a result, any task that I give, it will open its own browser and execute the task for me. Guys, for you to master level 4, building agents, building automations using Make, Zapier, Na10, Crew AI, writing the right prompts, integrating multiple services, bringing on the MCP and everything around it, the best way to go about for you and the amount of time that will take you to do this is about 4 to 5 months. But you can build kick-ass kick-ass AI agents without writing a single line of code. And finally, level 5, like I told you, is all about vibe coding. While we have built a couple of agents and you saw examples of it, while this agent is still doing its job like magic right in front of you guys, this agent is built without writing a single line of code. And that is using something called as vibe coding. Today, we saw the example of Replit, where I dumped very basic prompt. I said, build an UI, pasted the code of Lizer, and I showed you it was able to build the whole product in like 20 minutes. You can build insane apps like this. I have a question for all of you people as it's doing the task, right? The question is, how many of you guys had a great idea in the past, but you could not build it because you didn't know how to write code? Anyone like that here? Drop a me in the chat. You had a great idea, but you were not able to go about it because you didn't know how to build that product. Today, that fundamentally has changed. Anyone and everyone can build a good enough prototype, a good enough product to get to at least 10, 15 crores of revenue. You can absolutely do that today, all using the right vibe coding tools. And Jerry is not the only tool that I've built. You can see this, it has done all the tasks right now. It is still continuing. Jerry is not the only tool that I've built. Using vibe coding, I have built some crazy tools. Let me show you one of them. This, my friends, is a tool that I've built using a platform called as V0. Okay. This is built using a platform called as V0, which is my graphic designer. I'm not even kidding. This is my AI graphic designer. You know, one of my graphic designers was leaving the job in my company. And my team was like, Webhub, we have to hire a graphic designer. And I'm like, okay, but can't we get AI to do the graphic design for us? They said, no, it is very difficult for us to write prompts and everything. It's going to be very, very hard. So I built a tool without writing a single line of code in 3 hours using vibe coding, where my team can literally say how many ad creatives they want, let's say 5, and put what they want in the ad creative right here and simply click on generate premium creatives. And you know what this tool will do? This tool will generate, because my team told web of creating prompts is so hard, so let's hire a graphic designer. This tool automatically generates unique, look at how technical these prompts are. Unique technical prompts like this, which they can copy paste inside of ChatGPT or Gemini to generate stunning creatives. Now, when I created this, my team was like, Webhav, it is so hard to copy paste all these prompts. I made it simple as well. I created a feature saying open all tabs, and you can see the tabs are open above. Just one button, it opens 5 different tabs of ChatGPT, and not just that, it pastes the prompt automatically. All they have to do is go there and click on the send button. In fact, I'm right now using a different browser. If you're using Chrome, it can execute the prompt. They don't even have to click on the send button. It will automatically click the send button as well. And it will start generating the ad creative. So my team can generate literally hundreds of creatives, not use 95 of them, pick the 5 that they liked and use it. Something that will take forever for a graphic designer to be able to pull off. And look at this. Don't you think this is insane? Drop a heart. I literally saved 20 lakh rupees a year hiring a graphic designer by building a tool to do a job. Now, do we still have a graphic designer? No, we don't. We have a freelance graphic designer to do some edits here and there, but we don't have a full-time graphic designer anymore in our company because AI does most of our designs, because my team can literally say 50 creatives here. Right? They abuse the hell out of this. They say 50 creatives and it'll generate 50 creatives. And then they will simply use, look at this. It generates creatives like this, which is perfect. And they select the one that they like. Not just this, this is just an AI graphic designer that I've built for my team, right? Not just this. Oh shit, did I close it? My God. I think I just closed the Jerry also by mistake, but that's okay. You got the sense, so it's fine on how it was doing the job. Okay. Now, not just this, right? In our company, we wanted a CRM, literally a CRM. Okay. And the CRM, when we went to, I'll show you the CRM, just opening that up. Okay. When I went to HubSpot for getting a CRM, you know how much they quoted? They quoted literally $100,000 a year. They said you have a lot of users, so it will be very, very expensive. You have to pay $100,000 a year. And I said, screw you. And I literally built a CRM on this tool called as Replit. Let me try to find it. If I can find it, I'll show you. There you go, I found it. This CRM is built. It took me 3 days to build. By the way, I don't know how to write code. If you guys are wondering, I absolutely have no idea how to write code. But this tool is built without writing a single line of code, which is an extensive CRM, which saved us literally $100,000. The advanced version of this is something that my team uses today because I built an MVP and passed it on, and the team continued to build on top of it. But this CRM, once it loads, you will be able to see, can do everything a big CRM can do, but optimized for the business that I run, saving me literally 1 CR a year. It has analytics, it has learners data, it has email history. I can bulk upload users into this. I can add new acceptances into this. I can manage the programs and cohort. It integrates with email, WhatsApp, payment gateways, OpenAI to personalize the messages and everything around it. It can do things even a HubSpot cannot do because I built it for my use case, literally saving us 1 crore per year in software costs. And I built this without writing a single line of code. That is the power of level 5. These are the kind of things that you can accomplish all using AI. And you know what? The best part about this is you can learn all of this and you don't need to be a developer. And I thought it is important for you guys to know about this. You can go from level 1 to level 5 in just 18 months. If you're able to dedicate 10 hours a week, if you're able to dedicate 20, 25 hours a week, you can probably do that in 6 to 7 months. But I can tell you one thing. If you level up to become an AI generalist, if you become a rockstar AI problem solver, you will win like nobody, my friend. Because AI is coming. AI is coming for everyone, but not for those people who can leverage AI to do their job. So how many of you guys, once you have the roadmap, you're going to give your 100%, you're going to dedicate your next 12 months and 18 months to learn and level up to become an AI generalist so that you can win? If you're one of those, drop a comment, AIG in the chat. AI generalist, AIG in the chat, guys. Love it. Please do, and please win. Okay. Thank you so much for joining in. I hope you guys had a great time. And no matter what, please use the roadmap end of tomorrow and continue to learn. With that being said, I'm completely brain fused. I'll let Funny to take over. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav, for being here today. Folks, drop in a heart for Vaibhav as he drops off. But I see a lot of questions. I'll quickly address some of these questions, but just want to remind you all that tomorrow is day 2 of the mastermind. We start again at 10. We start again at 10 a.m. IST tomorrow.
I would be very pissed if people don't show up. You're getting this
Yeah.
for free. Leverage the 100% value of this. Learn a ton more things. And please make us proud, irrespective you join the program or not. So please do
Yeah.
it.
Absolutely. And tomorrow is yet another packed day. We have a very packed agenda of teaching you all how to build products without writing a single line of code. And then that will be followed by how we can all build automations without writing a single line of code. Today was a day where we learned the foundations of AI models. We learned about prompt engineering. We learned a lot of tools in the morning half. And in the second half of the day, we went ahead and saw how we could build our own AI bots and AI assistants, and how we could train these AI bots and assistants as well with knowledge banks that we can go ahead and add. And we also taught you how you can write system prompts. Markdown prompting structure is also something that we taught you today. Tomorrow, we are going to switch gears. It's going to be all about building products outside of custom GPTs and all of that, wherein we are going to be using some vibe coding platforms like Replit, Lovable, Bold.new. We are going to be teaching you how you can go ahead and build landing pages and websites as well without writing a single line of code. So if you are a product owner, or if you are an entrepreneur or a business owner, or even as freelancers, consultants, if you want to go ahead and build your own personal portfolio website, you can do all of that without writing a single line of code. That is what we will be starting off with tomorrow. And then towards the second half of tomorrow, we are going to get into AI automations. And while there are many, many platforms for AI automations as of today, we are going to pick one platform and go deep into it and build an entire agentic workflow tomorrow together on the call itself, right? So it's going to be super exciting. It's going to be a packed day from 10 10 a.m. IST to about 6 p.m. IST itself. And we're going to wrap up the day with a graduation ceremony and also with a quick session on making money with AI. So I'm hoping to see all of you inside the session tomorrow. Do not drop off or do not give up yet. But I think with that being said, we close out for today. See you all tomorrow morning again at 10 or 10 a.m. IST. You can change that to your own time zone. But thank you so much, everyone. Bye and have a great rest of the evening. Go ahead, recap to yourself as to everything that you learned today. Come back with a fresh mind tomorrow and we will continue from there. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure hosting all of you for day one of the mastermind and super excited for day two. See you all again at 10 a.m. IST. Bye, everyone.